Chapter 660. The little beast, Huang Feng, flew at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense wasn't able to detect it. Hence, even with the dragon binding hoop, he couldn't catch up to Huang Feng at all. Not to mention he couldn't trap Huang Feng. After dodging for a while, Huang Feng seemed to have noticed something amiss and continued to approach him. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to continue running. Behind him, there were two light red hoops that were like little tails that swung back and forth from time to time. He didn't know how long he had been running. The sky was already completely dark and he couldn't see where he was running to. In his divine sense, the surrounding yuan qi was no longer as chaotic as before. Zhang Xiaohua was chased by Huang Feng again and had no choice but to try to burrow through the ground again. Luckily, he successfully burrowed into the ground this time and headed back to the entrance of the valley. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua disappear into the ground, Huang Feng didn't seem to be surprised. With a swing of its tail, it leisurely followed Zhang Xiaohua in the air. It seemed to be able to see Zhang Xiaohua's figure as he burrowed underground. After a while, the crack between Huang Feng's eyebrows opened slightly and a silver eye appeared. The eye stared at the ground and gradually moved forward. After a while, the eye opened again and a faint silver light shot into the ground and penetrated into the ground. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua, who was burrowing through the ground, was pleased with himself. As the saying goes, skills don't weigh down one. I've just learned the earth escape and fire escape. When I have the chance in the future, I'll learn the other escape techniques. Look, although Huang Feng is powerful, didn't this Xiaoxia escape from it? The light silver ray shot into the ground and pierced the green light barrier around Zhang Xiaohua. Immediately, the light barrier burst like a bubble and Zhang Xiaohua's figure was pushed out from the ground by the strong pressure. Before he could regain his senses, his body was naked, in front of Huang Feng's mocking eyes. It's broken. Zhang Xiaohua screamed in her heart. Without thinking too much, she turned around and fled in the opposite direction of the yellow wind. Needless to say, that direction was definitely the depths of the Yulon Prairie. With one running and the other chasing, Zhang Xiaohua lost her sense of direction. She only felt that the yellow wind was about to catch up, so she immediately changed directions and continued to fly. After changing directions a few times, Zhang Xiaohua, who had a terrible sense of direction, was completely lost. Of course, this was not what Zhang Xiaohua was most worried about. Although it was very dangerous for him to hide here and there, he could still avoid the attack of the yellow wind. His life was not in danger for the time being. What he was most worried about was that the night was getting deeper and deeper. It was almost midnight and he would inevitably fall asleep. At that time he would have no strength to resist at all and would be completely played with. Perhaps, when midnight came, it would be the time for him to lose his life. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the pitch-black night sky without a moon or stars. The strange thing was that there was no image of anyone in his mind. Then, the image of the purple figure that Qinshin held hands with in front of the Yulon Grand Canyon at sunset flashed in his mind, as well as half of her face that could not be seen clearly. Who is this person? It's really strange. I thought I would think of mother, father, or the others. At the very least, Xiaoming and little Yuer. However, there was no time for him to think carefully at this time. With a thought, he hurriedly took out 2 origin stones from his bosom, formed a hand seal, and directly fled underground. After forming the hand seal, Zhang Xiaohua immediately disappeared from the ground. A light green barrier enveloped him and he sank into the ground. After that, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged, and just as he circulated the Carefree Heart Sutra in his body, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. In the night sky, endless starlight immediately penetrated through space and entered Zhang Xiaohua's body. When Huang Feng saw that Zhang Xiaohua had burrowed into the ground again, he could not help but feel astonished. His 2 black eyes were filled with ridicule and the slightly cracked silver eye in the middle opened again. However, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua had burrowed into the ground and was cultivating cross-legged, the ridicule in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by astonishment. Just as Huang Feng's silver eyes were about to shoot out a silver light, they seemed to have seen something unimaginable and suddenly opened wide, revealing the entire eye. This was an eye that was similar to a human's eye. However, the only difference was that the entire eye was filled with silver. The entire eye was silver and did not contain the slightest bit of emotion. If one were to observe carefully, the silver eye seemed to be as deep as the ocean. In this endless ocean, there seemed to be an endless amount of fluorescent light. These fluorescent lights were like specks of stars that slowly rotated into a tiny whirlpool. The depth of the whirlpool could not be determined and it was as though it could suck one's mind into it. The silver eye was revealed and stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time. When it raised its head, it looked at the starlight that was projected onto Zhang Xiaohua's body. It seemed to be able to see through the starlight that was invisible to the human eye. Following which, the silver eye closed, revealing a faint trace. At this moment, a trace of surprise appeared in Huang Feng's eyes. Soon after, it floated in the air above Zhang Xiaohua, who was burrowing into the ground. The projected starlight also happened to envelop Huang Feng's small body. Huang Feng's posture was very strange. It was as though a person was lying down and its slightly protruding abdomen was completely exposed under the starlight. Quite a bit of the starlight that was projected from afar was actually absorbed by Huang Feng's abdomen. Just like this, a strange scene appeared. In the entire pitch-black Yulon prairie, in a remote area, a mink-like little beast was floating at a low altitude, revealing its slightly bulging abdomen. It quietly stopped there, and on the ground below it, a tall and thin young man was sitting cross-legged. Endless starlight was lingering around him, and he was cultivating without any distractions. The next day, although Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding underground, did not see the first ray of sunlight, he still woke up on time when the projected starlight disappeared. At the same time, Huang Feng also opened the silver eye between its brows. When it saw that there was no more starlight in the surroundings, it immediately looked down. Then a ray of silver light shot out and chased Zhang Xiaohua out of the ground. Zhang Xiaohua did not have the time to think about how he managed to escape with his life last night. In front of his eyes, the sharp claws of Huang Feng flashed with a cold light. Well, he did not even have the time to brush his teeth and wash his face before he had to escape. However, from then on, his escape was ambiguous. Although Huang Feng blocked Zhang Xiaohua's escape route and did not allow him to escape towards the Yulon Grand Canyon's entrance, it did not want to close in step by step like it did on the first night. It only wanted to rip apart Zhang Xiaohua's throat with one claw. Instead, its speed was slightly slower than before. It was only slightly faster than Zhang Xiaohua's Imperial Wind technique by 3 times. It was able to keep up with Zhang Xiaohua, but it was able to give Zhang Xiaohua a chance to catch his breath and not to be killed in an instant. Zhang Xiaohua continued to flee like this for 3 days, and he was gradually forced from the entrance of the valley to the easternmost part of the Yulon Grand Canyon. These 3 days were the most exhausting Zhang Xiaohua had ever experienced since he started cultivating the way of immortality. He didn't know that Huang Feng had already shown him some mercy, and was only blindly fleeing, trying to think of ways to escape from the sharp claws of Huang Feng. As a result, his somewhat rusty Imperial Wind technique gradually reached a state of proficiency in these 3 days. If it wasn't for the fact that his body's Jinqi was limited, he reckoned that it would have reached the great accomplishment stage. Of course, until now, Zhang Xiaohua still did not know why Huang Feng did not make a move when he was unconscious at night. Even when he tried to use the earth escape technique during the day, Huang Feng still did not hold back and pulled him out from the ground. However, seeing that Huang Feng had somewhat slowed down, Zhang Xiaohua had a pensive look on his face. This Huang Feng came from the extreme west to the extreme east, and then from the extreme east to the entrance of the canyon. Now that he has chased me for a long time, his physical strength must be exhausted, right? In particular, during the process of chasing Zhang Xiaohua, Cucumber would occasionally roll in the air as if he was in great pain. This made Zhang Xiaohua believe in his own judgment. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua was chased by Huang Feng to a mountain range. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the tall mountain beside her and an idea came to her mind. Other than the Imperial Wind technique and the Earth escape technique, I also have the Fire escape technique. The Imperial Wind technique is no match for Huang Feng, and the Earth escape technique was broken by him. I don't believe that this fellow is not afraid of magma. After thinking, she flew towards the tall mountain. Huang Feng found it strange and followed behind her. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the peak of the tall mountain. However, what made Zhang Xiaohua dumbfounded was that there was indeed something on the peak of the mountain. However, it was only a small pool. Where was the magma? She did not know how to use the water escape technique and she did not even know how to swim. What was the use of a pool? After taking a look, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly flew down the mountain. At this moment, Huang Feng did not give Zhang Xiaohua any chance to catch her breath. His figure flashed and grabbed at Zhang Xiaohua's throat. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry. This fellow, he has been chasing me for 3 days. Although there were many dangers, I managed to avoid them all. He must know that he can't kill me. I don't even know who is the one who provoked you and I don't even know what is going on. Why do you keep pestering me? Moreover, no matter what happened, you have killed so many disciples of the fragrant religion. And you even incited the vicious beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon to eat so many ordinary disciples. You should stop now. Thus, she stopped running down the mountain and took out the dragon-binding hoop from her bosom. She directly put it on Huang Feng. In the past few days, Zhang Xiaohua frequently used the dragon-binding hoop while being chased by Huang Feng. Now that she had mastered it, it immediately turned into a ring of light and flew towards Huang Feng. Chapter 661. After a few days of pursuit, the yellow wind had gotten used to this artifact. When it saw the dragon-binding hoop flying towards it, it didn't dare to be careless. With a swing of its tail, it dodged to the side and escaped from Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense lock. Following which, before it could even stabilize itself, it flashed into the air and tried to grab the dragon-binding hoop. How could Zhang Xiaohua allow it to succeed? With a slight movement of her divine sense, the dragon-binding hoop flipped over and wrapped itself around the yellow wind. As if it was playing, it dodged the dragon-binding hoop and flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. The jade water sword in Zhang Xiaohua's right hand immediately pierced forward. The yellow wind did not dodge and slapped the jade water sword with its claws. The sword radiance of the jade water sword was instantly slapped back. At this moment, the dragon-binding hoop chased after it again. With a turn of its body, the yellow wind tried to take advantage of the fact that the dragon-binding hoop had yet to return. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The small body of the yellow wind suddenly stopped in midair. Following which, a look of pain appeared on its face and it started to roll around in midair. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she felt that something was amiss. In the past 3 days, the yellow wind had played many tricks to deceive people. Normally, when Zhang Xiaohua used the dragon-binding hoop, it would immediately recover and try to grab it. The first time, Zhang Xiaohua almost let it snatch the artifact away. However, after waiting for a moment, the yellow wind seemed to be perspiring. This was something that had not happened for the past few days. Don't tell me it really has internal injuries? Zhang Xiaohua was ecstatic. Her first reaction was to turn around and run. However, just as she was about to turn around, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rejected this short-sighted action of hers. Isn't this nonsense? No matter how fast you run, you can't be faster than the yellow wind. You have already entered the Yulon Grand Canyon for 3 days and it is impossible for you to escape in a short period of time. Once the yellow wind recovers, it will give chase and you will still be its prey. Thus, taking advantage of a person's weakness is the best way to go. Only by eliminating this man-eating beast now can she ensure her safety. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua clenched her teeth and formed a seal. She pointed her finger and the dragon-binding hoop immediately flew towards the yellow wind. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was also extremely careful, afraid that she would be buried by this fellow. The result made Zhang Xiaohua flabbergasted. Although the yellow wind was constantly tumbling and she could not determine its position with her eyes, the dragon-binding hoop was still controlled by her divine sense. The yellow wind in the air actually did not evade Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Even when the dragon-binding hoop descended from the sky and firmly trapped the yellow wind, Zhang Xiaohua still could not believe her eyes. However, since the first step was successful, Zhang Xiaohua did not hold back anymore. She pointed her finger and the dragon-binding hoop tightened, locking the yellow wind in midair. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the dragon-binding hoop dragged the yellow wind in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the yellow wind, and her eyes shrunk. She reached out her hand and took out the jade water sword. She poured her true qi into it and the sword's tip immediately protruded more than 3 feet. Raising the jade water sword, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate to stab the yellow wind in the face. At this moment, even though the yellow wind was sweating profusely and its face was contorted in pain, it still looked at the jade water sword that Zhang Xiaohua was thrusting towards it with disdain. It endured the pain and the silver eye between its brows opened slightly. A ray of silver light suddenly shot towards the jade water sword. Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared. The moment the silver light shot out, she immediately floated up and raised the jade water sword, easily dodging it. Following that, she turned the tip of the sword and stabbed towards the abdomen of the yellow wind. The yellow wind's silver eye opened slightly and was about to shoot out another ray of silver light. However, another wave of pain shot through it and the yellow wind's body involuntarily writhed. However, under the restraint of the dragon-binding hoop, it could not even move an inch. Its silver eye also opened weakly. Looking at the jade water sword that was about to pierce into its abdomen, the yellow wind let out a hysterical cry. However, this cry was purely instinctive and did not contain any power. In an instant, crystal-clear tears flowed out from its eyes. Its eyes were filled with pity, pleading, and endless sorrow. At this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohua be bothered to observe the expression of the yellow wind? He couldn't wait to stab this terrifying little beast to death. Not only would he be able to protect himself, he would also be able to avenge the dead brothers of the pill-expanding hall. Why not? However, just as his jade water sword was about to pierce into the abdomen of the yellow wind, suddenly, a stream of fresh blood flowed out from under the yellow wind. Formless sword aura? Killing without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He didn't seem to have stabbed into the yellow wind yet. Furthermore, how could the invisible sword aura be more powerful than his sword ray? As the blood flowed out, the yellow wind under the dragon-binding hoop struggled even more. Its two little claws grabbed onto the dragon-binding hoop and tried to break free. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua pointed again and the dragon-binding hoop became even tighter. The yellow wind was almost unable to breathe. However, even under such restraint, the yellow wind continued to twist its body. Not sure if it was trying to break free or because of the pain in its body. Zhang Xiaohua was only slightly taken aback. The jade water sword in his hand continued to stab out calmly. At this moment, only by stabbing the sword into the body of the yellow wind could he be at ease. However, at this moment, a stream of clear water flowed out from the spot where the yellow wind had just bled, following which a furry thing popped out. What exactly is going on? Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was going on. At this moment, the yellow wind seemed to be in extreme pain. Its small body was originally straightened by the dragon-binding hoop, but now, it was being forced to bend over. The claws in its hands trembled as it caressed its abdomen. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Within his consciousness, a huge wave of vitality was emitted. Ah? Completely dumbfounded, Zhang Xiaohua, who had a good understanding of the Tao of life and death in the heavenly Tao, finally understood what was going on. The yellow wind was actually about to give birth at this moment. The yellow wind was actually a female. Immediately, the jade water sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand stopped. The sword ray that resembled a snake's tongue stopped above the wriggling abdomen. It didn't move at all. To stab or not to stab? This was definitely a question. Gritting his teeth, he saw the yellow wind looking at his abdomen with a loving gaze. Hardening his heart, he saw the yellow wind caressing his abdomen gently without a care for his own safety. Zhang Xiaohua finally sighed when he saw the little head under the yellow wind getting bigger and bigger. Sigh. He put away the short sword in his hand. The yellow wind only had time to glance at him before it immediately let out a low hiss. It seemed to be exerting all its strength and didn't have the time to look at him. Since he knew that the yellow wind was about to give birth, Zhang Xiaohua could only turn his head to the side and look elsewhere. He then pointed his finger and the dragon-binding hoop immediately loosened. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't retract it. He was worried about the unrestrained yellow wind. When the yellow wind felt the dragon-binding hoop loosen, the expression on its face also relaxed. There seemed to be a hint of gratitude in its eyes. Then it forced itself to land on the ground and flew into a bush. Since Zhang Xiaohua was too embarrassed to watch, he naturally wouldn't follow. He looked around and slowly walked to a rock by the side of the pond and casually sat down. Actually, he was somewhat conflicted in his heart. He knew how powerful this little beast was. Not to mention that it had already killed so many innocent disciples in the Twilight Orchid refinement. Just these few days when it was chasing him, it had almost taken his life several times. However, when he saw the birth of a new life, his heart softened for no reason, and this sword really did not go down. Thinking about the innocent disciples who had died, Zhang Xiaohua had another question. If the Valley Orchid Twilight had been this dangerous for so many years, how could the fragrant cult be so assured to send their disciples in? Since it had been peaceful for so long, why was it so cruel today? Perhaps only this Huang Feng knew the reason behind this. Although the yellow wind was intelligent, it couldn't speak. How could it tell him the reason? I forget it. You kill me, I kill you. Who knows how many beasts the disciples of the fragrant cult have killed? Just as he was thinking, a soft chirping sound came from the bushes. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He thought to himself, this little yellow wind seems to have come out. Immediately after, another series of low growls could be heard. Zhang Xiaohua was curious. Could something have happened? However, Zhang Xiaohua, who had always adhered to the see no evil principle, obediently stayed there and stared at the bushes from afar. After a while, the low growl continued and the bushes kept shaking. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and slowly walked over. He chanted this see no evil incantation in his heart and walked into the bushes. He couldn't help but jump in fright when he saw a large pool of blood under the yellow wind. A ribbon-like thing came out of its body. It was connected to a small mouse-like thing. The yellow wind was lying there motionlessly. Its eyes were looking at Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking over. It was barely growling, as if it was begging or complaining. This. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He scratched his head and thought of something. Is this yellow wind trying to make me a midwife? However, looking at the yellow wind, that was so weak that it couldn't even move, and the pitiful little mouse, by the umbilical cord, how could Zhang Xiaohua just ignore it? With a sigh, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his pocket to take out the dagger, but when he saw the caution in Huang Feng's eyes, he decided to walk to the umbilical cord first. With Huang Feng on his back, he took out the dagger. Chapter 662. However, Zhang Xiaohua had underestimated Yellow Wind's vigilance. Just as he took out the dagger, Yellow Wind behind him growled a few times. Its body moved a few times as though it wanted to stop him. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only turn his body sideways and pick up the umbilical cord. With a swing of his dagger, he severed it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's actions, Huang Feng slowly laid back down. Zhang Xiaohua cut the umbilical cord and walked to the little Huang Feng's side. He gently lifted the blood-stained little mink up. The newborn mink looked exactly like Huang Feng. Its body was covered in soft yellow fur and its tail was huge. However, its eyes were tightly shut. Zhang Xiaohua felt that the little mink's body was very cold. It did not have the warmth of a newborn mink. What's going on? Are all little minks like this? However, looking at Huang Feng's vigilant eyes, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to stay any longer. He placed the little mink in front of Huang Feng and walked out. Not long after, the sky turned dark. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. He found a lot of dry wood from the forest at the foot of the mountain and placed it beside the bushes. He then started a bonfire beside Huang Feng. He did not know if this would work, but when he thought about the coldness of the newborn mink, he felt that he should do something. Yellow Wind was still lying there, exhausted. It silently watched everything that Zhang Xiaohua was doing. At first, it did not know what was going on, but when the fire lit up, it was startled. Then, it felt a warm sensation and it finally understood what was going on. At this moment, the little mink had been licked clean by Huang Feng. It was carefully hugging the little mink in its arms to keep it warm. When it saw the fire, it used its mouth to pick up the little mink and struggled to move towards the bonfire. However, it could not move and collapsed. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not go over. He pointed his finger and the dragon binding hoop carried Huang Feng and the little mink closer to the bonfire. The little mink, who was snuggling against its own child, seemed so helpless. It did not have the domineering aura from a few days ago. It would lick the little mink with its tongue from time to time. At this moment, it was completely like a loving mother. Looking at the weak state of Huang Feng, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He took out a pile of jade boxes from his belt and opened them one by one, revealing the spiritual herbs within. Huang Feng poked its head out with difficulty and roughly looked at the contents of the jade boxes. Then it shook its head. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. Don't tell me that these spiritual herbs are not good enough for you? I forget it. It's all for this little mink. Zhang Xiaohua clenched his teeth and took out the sealed jade box from his bosom. With a few hand seals, the lid of the jade box automatically opened, and a wave of hot air rushed out. It was actually Zhang Xiaohua's precious golden fire lotus. A look of surprise appeared in Huang Feng's eyes. However, it still shook its head. At this moment, its eyes were filled with gratitude. Seeing that Huang Feng was still refusing, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to keep the golden lotus tinder. Then she slapped her head and seemed to have thought of something. She took out a jade bottle and formed a hand seal to open the bottle. A refreshing fragrance wafted out. Huang Feng's eyes lit up and it let out an excited growl. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. Finally, there was something that could be used. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua sent the jade bottle to little Martin from afar. However, when little Martin saw the jade bottle flying towards him, he shook his head slightly. With great difficulty, he used his head to nudge the jade bottle towards little Martin, who was beside him. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua understood that Huang Feng wanted to let its child consume this strange stone milk. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the jade bottle and gestured a few times, indicating that there was still a lot of stone milk inside and it was enough for the two of them. However, Huang Feng still stubbornly nudged towards little Martin. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he didn't force the issue and kept the jade bottle. Then he moved Huang Feng far away before he walked over and carried little Martin in his arms. He had carelessly walked in front of Huang Feng just now. If Huang Feng had done anything, he wouldn't have been able to react in time. Hence, he learned his lesson and kept a distance from Huang Feng, no matter what he did. At this moment, when Huang Feng saw Zhang Xiaohua carrying little Martin, Huang Feng's eyes were still vigilant. Its two eyes stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua. If not for the fact that it was tightly bound by the dragon binding hoop, and had no strength left, it would definitely not let a stranger like Zhang Xiaohua carry its newborn boy in her arms. Even though it knew that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to feed the extremely precious 10,000-year stone milk to its boy. When she saw that Huang Feng was so vigilant, Zhang Xiaohua did not move far away. She only maintained a certain distance to prevent Huang Feng from suddenly harming anyone. Then she faced Huang Feng and cast a spell into the jade bottle. With a shake of her finger, a drop of stone milk wrapped in qi floated out. Before feeding Huang Feng the 10,000-year stone milk, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the newborn in her hands. Putting aside the fact that little Martin was ugly when it was just born, just by looking at its pale face with yellow fur and its extremely cold hands, as well as the extremely weak breathing from its mouth and nose, Zhang Xiaohua knew that little Martin was extremely weak. Within her consciousness, Zhang Xiaohua could faintly feel that little Martin's life force was gradually draining away. It should be born prematurely due to a congenital deficiency. Zhang Xiaohua sighed as she looked at little Martin, whose eyes were tightly shut. She did not know if this stone milk would work, but since Huang Feng was willing to let her feed it, it should be effective. Even though little Martin's mouth was tightly shut, Zhang Xiaohua easily pried it open and placed her little finger in little Martin's mouth to prevent it from closing again. At this time, little Martin seemed to have felt something enter its mouth. Its little tongue licked and began to suck naturally. Zhang Xiaohua felt little Martin's natural movements and her heart softened. She pointed her finger and that drop of stone milk flew into little Martin's mouth. Soon after, little Martin pointed her finger again and another drop of stone milk flew out. Just as she was about to feed it into little Martin's mouth, she heard an anxious low roar from nearby. Zhang Xiaohua looked over and saw that it was Huang Feng, who was looking at her and continuously shouting, as if it wanted her to stop. Zhang Xiaohua stopped and that drop of stone milk returned to the side of the jade bottle. Only then did Huang Feng stop shouting. Zhang Xiaohua understood and removed her little finger from little Martin's mouth. Little Martin, with its eyes closed, smacked its lips and slightly revealed its little pink tongue before it stopped moving. Zhang Xiaohua did not rest. With a flick of her finger, that drop of stone milk flew towards Huang Feng. Huang Feng looked at the stone milk in front of it and hesitated. After thinking for a long time, it opened its mouth and swallowed the stone milk in one gulp. Zhang Xiaohua kept the jade bottle and no longer had any intention of feeding Huang Feng another drop of stone milk. He had the intention of saving little Martin, but towards Huang Feng, this kind of thought had somewhat faded. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohua placed little Martin back by the fire and walked to the side of the rock to increase the distance between them. Only then did he send Huang Feng back to little Martin's side. Huang Feng used its enormous tail to hug little Martin tightly, the tongue in its mouth licking little Martin's body from time to time, as if it was seizing the opportunity to express its motherly love. Seeing that it was already late, Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade talisman from his bosom and placed the most powerful restriction that he knew around the rock that he was sitting on. Then he took out a yuan stone and burrowed into the ground. Just like a few days ago, he was cultivating underground. He did not want any accidents to happen at night. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had disappeared, Huang Feng was not surprised. The silver eye in the middle of its brows still opened slightly. After looking carefully, it struggled to get up from the ground and used its teeth to hold little Martin, crawling on the ground with difficulty. Bit by bit, it moved to the side of the restriction that Zhang Xiaohua had set up and moved itself and little Martin into the starlight that was shining from the endless starry sky. It was already late at night. A small bonfire could be seen very far in the pitch-black night. A small beast opened its mouth slightly and sucked in the starlight that was shining from the sky. In its enormous tail there was an even smaller beast. Its eyes were tightly shut as the invisible starlight passed through its body. Its body seemed to have absorbed the essence of the starlight as it slowly and gradually changed. The warmth from the tail that covered it caused a trace of peace to appear in the small beast's slightly opened eyes. Zhang Xiaohua woke up from his meditation and Huang Feng on the ground also opened its eyes at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua burrowed out of the ground and looked at Huang Feng, who was waiting beside the restriction and the extinguished bonfire nearby. He frowned slightly. It was a clear day today and the sun had just peeked out from the distant horizon. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had appeared on the rock, Huang Feng stood up. Although it still looked weak, it was much stronger than yesterday. Huang Feng held little Martin in its mouth and hid in the bushes again. When Huang Feng was far away, Zhang Xiaohua removed the restriction and looked at Huang Feng who was hiding in the bushes. He said in a clear voice, "This dear friend, I think that must be the one called Huang Feng. Dear friend, I don't know if you can understand, but I still have to say these words to you. You have lived for many years and must be much older than this one. Calling you a dear friend is already a climb for me. Although you have been chasing this one for the past few days and have killed many disciples of the fragrant religion, I should have stabbed you to death. But if I kill you, this newborn little Martin will also die. Alas, the heavens are virtuous and I can't do it. I think I will let you go today. I hope you will remember not to harm the lives of the disciples of the fragrant religion. They also..." At this point, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to continue. After all, the disciples of the fragrant religion came to the Yulin Grand Canyon to hunt beasts. If he wanted to kill Huang Feng, would he not let him fight back? In the end he could only mutter, "In any case you are powerful. They won't dare to provoke you. Since they won't provoke you, you shouldn't take their lives." As for the rest, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Things were chosen by the heavens and the strong preyed on the weak. He understood this and couldn't continue. Please vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 663. After Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, that yellow wind seemed to understand and growled a few times from within the underbrush. Alright, since my dear friend has already understood, then this one can be at ease. Currently, there are no longer any disciples of the fragrant religion in the entire Yulin Grand Canyon. You have harmed many disciples. I reckon that the leader of the fragrant religion will soon bring people to encircle and annihilate you. You should quickly bring your boy and find a safe place to hide. Alright, I'm leaving. Since I've already participated in the Yulin Dusk refinement, I think I won't be coming here again. Take care of yourself, May we meet again. After speaking, Zhang Xiaohua did not stay any longer and turned around to leave. He wanted to wait until he was 10 zhang away before taking back the dragon binding ring. Looking at how weak yellow wind was now, he could use the imperial wind technique. No matter what, it would not be able to catch up. As long as he did not let it get close to him, he would not be in any danger. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua turned around, a mournful cry came from within the underbrush. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but he still ignored it and calmly continued walking. At this moment, that yellow wind staggered out from the underbrush and chased behind him. As it chased, it growled softly from the corner of its mouth. Zhang Xiaohua saw that yellow wind chased after him and was startled. The imperial wind technique flew into the air. He did not dare to let it get close. That yellow wind saw that Zhang Xiaohua had flown up, but it stood on the ground without moving and only growled. Its big tail swung weakly behind and its small mouth kept pointing in one direction. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand at first, but yellow wind was not in a hurry. It closed its eyes for a moment, and its body slowly flew up. Its sharp little claws pointed in the direction where the little mouth was pointing, and pointed again and again. Standing in the air, Zhang Xiaohua used his hand to touch his chin. He seemed to have understood the meaning of yellow wind. It should be telling him to go there. However, what was the point of going there? His orchid dusk refinement had already ended. What he needed to do the most now was to quickly leave the valley. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua hesitating in the air, yellow wind landed on the ground. After panting for a while, it staggered back into the bushes and picked up little Martin with its teeth with great difficulty. It seemed to be using all its strength to slowly float up. When it was only 3 inches above the ground, it was about to head in the direction that Zhang Xiaohua had pointed out. Seeing Huang Feng so anxious, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder if this was a trap set by Huang Feng. However, when she saw Huang Feng floating in the air with great difficulty and the look of anticipation in its eyes when it turned back and the dragon binding hoop that was tightly bound to Huang Feng, Zhang Xiaohua's courage was boosted. She thought to herself, this fellow is so weak and I have the dragon binding hoop that can restrain it at any time. Why should I be afraid of it? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and pointed her finger. The dragon binding hoop flew up and dragged Huang Feng towards the direction that it had pointed out. Zhang Xiaohua carefully followed behind it, maintaining a distance of a few feet. After flying for less than 10 minutes, Huang Feng couldn't hold on any longer. It turned around and rolled its eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly used the dragon binding hoop to put it down. Huang Feng placed little Martin on the ground and stood there panting non-stop. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and pointed at the small Martin on the ground. Then she pointed at the small Martin in her arms and smiled. "Dear friend, if you don't mind, let me carry this small Martin for you first. What do you think?" When Huang Feng heard this, it seemed to understand. It couldn't bear to look at the boy in front of it and walked forward with great difficulty. Then it stopped and turned around to look at little Martin. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and walked over. She bent down and carried little Martin in her arms. Yes, she was carrying it. Actually, little Martin was as big as a mouse. Zhang Xiaohua could carry it with one hand. At this moment, little Martin's breathing seemed to be a little stronger than yesterday. However, it was still intermittent. Its body was no longer cold, but it wasn't much stronger than yesterday. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua held little Martin in front of her chest, trying to warm it up with her body temperature. Maybe it was because Zhang Xiaohua's body was obviously bigger than Huang Feng, or maybe it was because Zhang Xiaohua's body temperature was higher than Huang Feng. In any case, little Martin leaned on Zhang Xiaohua's chest and actually rubbed its little head slightly. It squeezed into Zhang Xiaohua's arms again before it rested in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this little guy thinks of me as its mother? In the distance, when Huang Feng saw this scene, a trace of jealousy and a strange light flashed across its eyes. After settling little Martin down, Zhang Xiaohua pointed with her finger. The two dragon binding hoops lined up side by side and carefully supported Huang Feng, trying not to let it exert any strength as it flew rapidly in front. Zhang Xiaohua continued to stay far away, carefully following behind. Originally, she thought that Huang Feng was pointing to a very close place. Unexpectedly, under Huang Feng's guidance, they actually walked for half a day. When it was close to noon and the sun had risen to its highest point, they finally arrived at the top of a tall mountain. Zhang Xiaohua landed from the sky and looked left and right. He didn't find anything strange. At least he didn't find any traps. Hence, he continued to let the dragon binding hoops support Huang Feng. Under Huang Feng's guidance, they went around a straight cliff and flew down. Right at the top of the cliff, there was a small cave facing the south. It was just big enough for one person to enter. Seeing Huang Feng's guidance in midair, Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the cave. She didn't find anything strange inside and sent Huang Feng into the cave first. Then she circled around the cave. This cave was on top of the cliff and was extremely high up. If not for Zhang Xiaohua's imperial wind technique, even the levitation technique from before wouldn't be able to safely fly here, not to mention martial arts lightness skill. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, even the most profound lightness skill in the pugilistic world wouldn't be able to reach this cave from the top of the cliff or from the bottom of the mountain. Furthermore, this cave was extremely small. On top of the huge cliff, it wasn't obvious at all. If not for Huang Feng's guidance, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't have been able to find this place. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense followed the dragon binding hoop into the cave. Seeing Huang Feng standing there obediently and waiting, Zhang Xiaohua then entered the cave with ease. After entering the cave, Zhang Xiaohua then realized that she was wrong. This place was only a passageway in the cave and there was still a long way ahead. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua could only bend down and follow behind Huang Feng. As they went deeper into the cave, the passageway became higher and higher. Zhang Xiaohua could slowly straighten her back. Furthermore, what made Zhang Xiaohua the happiest was that there were fist-sized luminous pearls embedded in the passageway. It was these luminous pearls that lit up the entire passageway. After walking for the time needed to drink a cup of tea, they seemed to have reached the middle of the mountain. The passageway finally came to an end. What greeted them was a rather large space. To Zhang Xiaohua, it was only rather large. To Huang Feng, it was probably huge. Once they entered the hall, Zhang Xiaohua immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Because what greeted them was the corpse of a black dog lying on the floor of the hall. Black lightning? Zhang Xiaohua's first reaction was, this must be black lightning. Needless to say, Huang Feng had appeared but black lightning was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that black lightning had died long ago. However, after hearing from Lu Chaoxian and the rest that night, there was another angry roar other than Huang Feng, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely felt that something was amiss. Now that she saw the corpse of Black Lightning, she immediately understood why Huang Feng had gone crazy and wanted to kill the disciples of the fragrant cult. Black Lightning had been killed, how could Huang Feng not seek revenge? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's hatred towards Huang Feng lessened by a little. However, he still did not dare to take back the dragon-binding ring. When Huang Feng saw the corpse of Black Lightning, it let out a sorrowful cry and walked towards it. Zhang Xiaohua used the dragon-binding ring to send it over as she slowly walked over. However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw the tragic state of Black Lightning, her heart couldn't help but palpitate. Black Lightning was the same size as the black dog that Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. It had square ears and a short tail. However, it was lying on the floor with its 4 legs dangling in front of its chest and abdomen. Its abdomen had been cut open from chest to abdomen. The soil around Black Lightning's corpse had been soaked black by the blood that flowed out from Black Lightning. Even Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached when he saw such a tragic state, let alone Huang Feng. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and walked forward. She first looked at Huang Feng, then pointed at Black Lightning. Huang Feng nodded slightly and walked away. Zhang Xiaohua squatted down and opened up Black Lightning's wound to take a closer look. He was very curious as to why someone would kill Black Lightning. What exactly could he find from Black Lightning's body? Zhang Xiaohua had studied Qi Huang before, so he was very familiar with the human body. Of course, he wasn't unfamiliar with Black Lightning's body either. Based on Zhang Xiaohua's impression of the human body, he couldn't find anything missing even after looking at it for a long time. Maybe it's his style of killing people. Zhang Xiaohua could only think so. Then Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said to the distant Huang Feng, "My dear friend, after seeing your friend's corpse, I can understand your difficulties. However, even though you are grieving, you still need to distinguish between right and wrong. To be honest, with your divine powers, even I am no match for you, much less a disciple of the fragrant cult. Even an inner disciple wouldn't be able to harm you. I think that the person who killed your friend must be someone with great martial arts skills. If I'm not mistaken, it should be someone from the upper echelons of the fragrant cult. If you want revenge, you should look for..." At this point he stuttered. Obviously, the upper echelons of the fragrant cult were also members of the fragrant cult. Huang Feng killed a disciple of the fragrant cult, it seemed, who knew that Huang Feng ignored him and walked to a corner. After standing there for a long time, those silver eyes opened again and a ray of silver light shot out. Chapter 664. About half a day's journey southwest from the mountain peak where Zhang Xiaohua was located, a group of male and female disciples were still busily searching for spiritual herbs in a lush green forest. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, who was leading the group, sat proudly on a red horse. His thin chin was slightly stretched forward, and he squinted his eyes to look at the sunlight that shone through the leaves. He had a complacent look on his face. Senior Marshal Sister Xia, who was beside him, had completely lost the arrogance of a senior martial sister. She looked at the excited disciples who found spiritual herbs from time to time, and then looked at the jade boxes piled up like a mountain on the several carriages behind her. She was convinced and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, I finally understand why the Hall Master gave you this important task before we set off. In such a difficult and dangerous time, you can actually make such a calm judgment and collect so many spiritual herbs and treasures for our hall. Could this be the legendary fearless in the face of danger? As a senior martial sister, I am convinced." Junior Marshal Brother Zhao waved his hand and said, "Senior Marshal Sister Xia, you flatter me. It was just a moment of luck. Moreover, this Junior Marshal Brother has always been in the Jianghu and has seen many such tricks. If Senior Marshal Sister Xia had half of this Junior Marshal Brother's experience, then your achievements would definitely be more than double of this Junior Marshal Brother's." Senior Marshal Sister Xia smiled like a flower and said, "Look at what you're saying. Everyone says that Junior Marshal Brother Zhao knows how to conduct himself and is a first-class figure in the hall." Senior Marshal Sister didn't care about it before, but now it seems that no matter whether it's handling matters or decision-making, they are all absolutely brilliant. Compared to some of the so-called direct disciples, you are not just a little bit better. Hearing this, Junior Marshal Brother Zhao's face turned cold. He turned his head to look at a male disciple who was squatting in the distance and carefully picking spiritual herbs. He curled his lips and sneered, "Direct disciples? What direct disciples are there now?" Then he looked at the world outside the forest and muttered, Perhaps only the disciples on Lingering Fragrance Peak can be direct disciples. Senior Martial Sister Xia also had a look of longing and said, "Yes, I always thought that my martial arts were excellent. But after seeing the inner disciples, I realized that I was just a frog in a well." Then he added, "Not only is junior apprentice brother Zhao meticulous, decisive, and able to see the big picture, his martial arts are also second to none. Moreover, he has obtained the favor of the hall master. This Lingering Fragrance Peak will open its doors to junior apprentice brother sooner or later." Junior martial brother Zhao's face flushed red. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior martial sister Xia is also ordinary. Don't all the female disciples in this hall follow senior martial sister's lead? Furthermore, our fragrant religion has always prioritized female disciples. In the future, senior sister Xia will have many more opportunities to enter Lingering Fragrance Peak than I do. And if senior sister Xia gains any advantages, you will have to guide me." Senior martial sister Xia understood tacitly. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Junior martial brother Zhao is praising us too much. We are in the same boat. After this section, junior martial brother Zhao will definitely soar to the sky. Senior martial sister is still waiting for your guidance." "Haha," junior martial brother Zhao laughed softly. "Since senior martial sister says we are in the same boat, then we will not distinguish between each other. In the future we will support each other and progress together." After he finished speaking, he inadvertently glanced in another direction. There were a few female disciples bent over and seemed to be busy as well. At this moment, one of the tall female disciples tilted her body and let out a low cry. Junior martial brother Zhao unconsciously moved his body and was about to go in that direction. But then he coughed softly and pretended to have just seen it. He raised his head and smiled. "Junior martial sisters have also worked hard. I wonder what happened over there." Senior martial sister Xia looked at junior martial brother Zhao and smiled thoughtfully. "Oh, they must have accidentally bumped into something. And look, the others have also gone over. There was no warning, so it shouldn't be a big matter." Then she said, "The most dangerous things have been avoided under junior martial brother's lead. What is this small matter? Oh, that's right, a few days ago the last signal sent by the inner court disciples was unclear. They must have reached the entrance of the valley. Also, the ferocious beast's roar was also in that direction. There hasn't been any movement in the past few days, so they must have all gone out, right?" Junior martial brother Zhao's eyes were still slightly slanted as he looked in that direction from time to time. He said absent-mindedly, "Perhaps they have safely evacuated, or perhaps they were killed by the ferocious beast. Either way, it happened at the entrance of the valley far away from us. Also, the ferocious beast should have returned to the west. Our east side should be safe. Sai, these junior sisters should be cultivating properly in the hall. Bringing them here really makes me worry a lot." Senior martial sister Xia probed. "Junior martial brother Zhao is wise and powerful. You are also favored by the hall master. You must be the idol in the hearts of all the female disciples. If not for the fact that I am much older than you, I would definitely admire you." Haha, looking at junior martial brother's appearance, it seems, junior martial brother Zhao was taken aback. He immediately retracted his wandering gaze and smiled apologetically. "Look at what senior martial sister is saying. Senior martial sister is at the age of a flower. Not to mention me, even the disciples in the hall, which one of them doesn't look forward to speaking to senior martial sister? It's just that senior martial sister's standards are too high and you have never looked us in the eye." Senior martial sister Xia looked at junior martial brother Zhao with a hint of charm in her eyes. She said softly, "Senior martial sister doesn't know that junior martial brother also has such thoughts?" Then, her face blushed a little and her voice became even softer. "Junior martial brother's charm, I have also seen it with my own eyes." When these words came out, senior martial sister Xia's head had already fallen to the ground. Junior martial brother Zhao was taken aback. He looked at senior martial sister Xia, who had lowered her head, then turned his head to look at the tall lady who had already returned to normal. The corner of his mouth raised as if he had made some sort of decision. He turned his head back and echoed, "Junior martial sister's great love, junior martial brother will remember it. If it wasn't for this secluded orchid evening, junior martial brother wouldn't know the person in his heart. Also, junior martial brother?" Senior martial sister Xia's face turned even redder. At this moment, there was a sudden cry of surprise from outside the forest. Then there was a cry of surprise, "Senior? Senior martial brother Zhao, quickly come and see." Junior martial brother Zhao was taken aback. His face immediately revealed a look of displeasure and he scolded loudly, "What are you shouting for? Lower your voice, aren't you afraid of attracting the ferocious beasts?" Then he said warmly, "Senior Marshal Sister, let's go and take a look. Perhaps something has happened." Okay, Senior Marshal Sister Xia still hadn't escaped from the mood just now. She lowered her head and replied obediently. Even when she urged the horse forward, she was still absent-minded. Occasionally she would use her hands to touch her hot cheeks. When Junior Marshal Brother Zhao rushed out of the forest, he looked in the direction that the disciple who had long been scared pale pointed. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and his face instantly changed color. He saw that in the distance, there was a black mass of blood wolves. At a glance he couldn't tell the exact number of blood wolves. They were like small squirming black dots and were rapidly running towards them. Looking at the dust raised by them, could it be that there were thousands of them? Junior Marshal Brother Chen was first shocked, and then carefully looked in the direction that the pack of blood wolves were moving in. It seemed that they weren't moving towards the forest they were in, but should be passing by the forest. Thus his heart calmed down a little and he whispered, "Don't be noisy, quickly hide in the forest. These blood wolves are just passing by. As long as we are careful not to be discovered by them, we should be fine." The disciple on duty was very puzzled and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Chen, if we run away now, wouldn't it be better for us to be as far away from the forest as possible?" Senior Marshal Brother Chen angrily said, "What do you know? If we leave, what about the carriage and spiritual herbs here? These are all things that our hall master needs. Even if we have to pay with our lives, we can't lose these things. But if we leave first and wait for the blood wolves to pass by, then we can come back. Isn't it the same?" The disciple still wanted to argue. Senior Marshal Brother Chen was so angry that he laughed. "At this time, if we ride a horse, wouldn't the sound of the horse's hooves be a signal to the blood wolves? But if we leave the horse alone in the forest, what would the horse know? Once the blood wolves pass by, they would have already left their nest. At the same time they would also attract the blood wolves. We can only stay here with the horse to protect the carriage and spiritual herbs." Then he said, "Quickly, go and inform all the disciples to pull their carriages tightly, and take good care of the horses. Don't let them neigh and attract the blood wolves." Seeing that disciple run into the forest, Junior Marshal Brother Chen reluctantly looked into the forest and whispered, "Senior Marshal Sister Xia, let's go to the back of the forest and see if there are any traces of other ferocious beasts." Senior Marshal Sister Xia was already infatuated, and now that she was panicking she could only nod blankly and said, "I will listen to Junior Marshal Brother's instructions." Then the two of them led the horses and slowly walked into the forest. When the disciples in the forest heard the words of the disciple on duty and Senior Brother Chen's order, they hurriedly packed up their things and carefully hid. The disciple who was watching the horse also pulled the horse and used his hand to cover the horse's mouth, afraid that it would make the slightest sound. When Junior Marshal Brother Chen and Senior Marshal Sister Xia led the horses to the back of the forest, there was only silence. Junior Marshal Brother Chen looked around and whispered, "Senior Marshal Sister, tie the horses here." Senior Marshal Sister Xia didn't understand, but she still obediently tied the horses to the tree. After tying the horses, Junior Marshal Brother Chen took Senior Marshal Sister Xia's hand. Senior Marshal Sister Xia was shocked and immediately blushed. She gently withdrew her hand and murmured, "Junior Marshal Brother, although I am in love with you, but you also have to respect me. Even if I am willing, but in broad daylight and with all the other Senior Marshal Brothers over there, it is really inconvenient." When Junior Marshal Brother Chen heard this, his heart also swayed. He squeezed the smooth little hand in his palm and whispered, "But Senior Marshal Sister Xia knows my feelings. I miss you day and night." Just as Senior Marshal Sister Xia said, "This place is really not cheap. Moreover, the pack of wolves will be here soon. Let's hurry and leave. When we reach a safe place I will." When Senior Marshal Sister Xia heard this, she was shocked and her thoughts faded away. She asked curiously, "Didn't you ask the disciples to hide in the forest? If we don't stay in the forest, where else can we go?" Junior Marshal Brother Chen pulled her hand. "Even if we can hide in the forest, how can it be better than the wilderness over there? If we are not discovered by the pack of wolves, it won't be too late for us to come back. Besides, there are no disciples over there." As he spoke, he had already pulled Senior Marshal Sister Xia and walked far away. Senior Marshal Sister Xia's mind was already in a mess and she followed them. There was not a single sound in the silent forest. Moreover, there were a few birds chirping, which made the forest even more serene. The thousands of blood wolves didn't directly come to this strange forest. They just went far away from the forest and went in another direction. At this moment, 2 long neighs of horses came from the forest, causing the faces of the disciples in the forest to be filled with shock. Chapter 665. 2 horse neighs rang out, causing the faces of all the disciples to turn pale. As for the horses that were already very irritable just now, they were forcefully stopped by the disciples. At this moment they could no longer endure it. They all let out a li-li-li sound and immediately dug their hooves, wanting to flee far away. Senior Qin? Where is Senior Xia? Standing behind the tree, the well-hidden tall disciple quickly stood up and asked the patrolling disciple. The disciple looked back in horror and said, "This? I don't know. Senior Qin only asked me to tell you that he himself." Without waiting for the disciple to finish speaking, the tall disciple waved his hand and said, "Quick, it's too late. These 2 horses are probably the horses that the 2 of them are riding. Disciples, listen up. Ride your horses. If you don't have a horse, you can only use your qing gong. The horse neighing just now will definitely attract the blood wolves. These wolves are not something that we can fight against. So try your best to head east. The other directions are too close to the wolves." After he finished speaking, he jumped up and quickly ran to the tall female disciple who was hiding nearby and shouted, "Quick, get on the horse." Behind him, the patrolling disciple shouted, "Senior Qin asked us to guard this spiritual herb well." How could the tall male disciple respond to him? He reached out and untied the horse on the carriage beside him and handed the reins to the tall female disciple. That female disciple jumped onto the saddle. Immediately after, a petite disciple behind her shouted, "Senior Xia, wait for me. Quick, get on." The tall male disciple stretched out his hand and carried the female disciple onto the back of the horse. "What about you? You don't have a horse?" the tall female disciple asked with concern. But the disciple's palm hit the horse's butt. The horse felt the pain and immediately ran away. Taking advantage of this moment, the tall male disciple used his qing gong and followed behind. He whispered, "Wasn't there a horse neighing just now? I will ride that horse." "All right, go quickly. We will wait for you in front." After saying that, the tall female disciple didn't waste any more time. She shook the reins and led the petite female disciple behind her, urging the horse to move forward. Not long after, all the disciples mounted their horses and rushed out. Even the disciple who was patrolling earlier also followed them. Who would care about the precious medicinal herbs that were left on the horse carriage in the forest? In the distance, the pack of wolves that heard the neighing of the horses suddenly changed their direction and charged towards this nameless little forest. In the forest, the direction in which the disciples were fleeing was the east side of the Yulon Grand Canyon. In the far east, on a steep cliff within a hidden cave, Huang Feng stood quietly for a moment. The silver eye between his brows opened again, and a silver beam of light shot into a corner of the cave. Zhang Xiaohua carried little Martin in his arms and distanced himself from Huang Feng. He had suffered a lot under the silver beam of light and was still traumatized. He looked at Huang Feng in confusion. When he entered the cave, he had used his divine sense to scan the cave. There was no fluctuation of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Even when he saw Huang Feng standing there with difficulty, he knew that it would do something. He also used his divine sense to scan the stone wall in front of it again and again, but he still didn't find anything out of the ordinary. However, when the silver beam of light shot straight into the stone wall suddenly changed. First, it was like a stone thrown into water, creating circular ripples. The ripples spread from the center of the stone wall to the entire stone wall. Then, a black dot gradually appeared in the center of the ripples. This black dot grew bigger and bigger as the ripples spread. Finally, it grew to the size of half a person's height and stopped moving. It was actually a door that led to the inside. This? Zhang Xiaohua looked at it from afar, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. He had been releasing his divine sense all this while, but such a huge commotion was obviously a trick of the immortal Tao. However, his divine sense didn't detect the slightest fluctuation of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. What kind of trick is this? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely depressed. It seemed that as his cultivation increased, the things he encountered became more and more unbelievable. That Huang Feng turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua, then slowly walked in. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use his divine sense to enter, but the door had the ability to block his divine sense. He couldn't even use his divine sense. When he reached the door and bent down to look inside, he realized that he couldn't even see what was inside. Is this Huang Feng's trap? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought. He immediately used his divine sense to activate the dragon binding ring. As expected, his divine sense was like a stone thrown into the sea. There was no reaction at all. This made him anxious. At this time a small head popped out from the door. It was that Huang Feng. It stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a while before shrinking back. It seemed to be urging Zhang Xiaohua. Damn, this little thing actually dares to look down on this Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua stroked the soft little marten in his hand. His courage was immediately boosted. He coughed and slowly walked into the door. The door was very strange. It was similar to the light curtain that Zhang Xiaohua usually used when he used his escape technique. After passing through the door, there was a short walkway in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua could only bend his waist and walk a few steps forward. Soon after he walked into a bright hall. This hall was much smaller than the one outside, but there were many luminous pearls embedded in the walls. Therefore, even though there was no sunlight, it was still abnormally bright. Once he walked into the hall, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were immediately attracted by everything in front of him. The hall was relatively spacious. There was only a large protrusion on the stone wall at the front. It looked like a platform. At this moment, there was a small black dog lying on the platform. Its size was about the same as the little marten in his hand. Beside the black dog there were two silver balls. One was very small, about the size of an egg, while the other was extremely large, about the size of a fist. Although these two small balls appeared very small in the large hall, Zhang Xiaohua's gaze was immediately attracted to the silver ball the moment he entered. Moreover, his gaze landed on the silver ball and he was unwilling to look away for a long time. It was as if the silver ball was able to attract his attention. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walk in, Huang Feng, who had entered earlier, walked to the bottom of the platform and looked up at the platform. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he forcefully shifted his gaze away from the balls. He raised his hand and controlled the dragon binding hoop to send Huang Feng onto the platform. Huang Feng climbed onto the platform and walked to the front of the black dog. It lowered its head and sniffed. Then it growled at Zhang Xiaohua and pointed its paw at the little marten. Following which, it walked to the other side of the platform. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand at first, but when he walked to the front of the black dog and touched it with his hand and listened carefully, he understood. This black dog was like the little marten. Its breathing was very weak and intermittent. His body was also very cold. If it wasn't for the breathing from its mouth and nose, he would have thought that it was already dead. Needless to say, Huang Feng was definitely thinking about the bottle of stone milk. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged slightly and carefully placed the little marten on the platform. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua being so careful, Huang Feng revealed a gratified expression. Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade bottle and just like yesterday, he fed a drop of stone milk into the black dog's mouth. Only then did he carry the little marten in his arms. Obviously, this little marten was Zhang Xiaohua's protective talisman. If he didn't carry it, who else would he carry? When it saw Zhang Xiaohua walking away, Huang Feng walked over and lowered its head to take a look. It cupped its beak and nodded at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waited for Huang Feng's next arrangement. However, he believed that since he had given Huang Feng so many benefits, this intelligent beast wouldn't want his life anymore. Huang Feng lifted its head from the black dog and stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua. It stared at him for nearly the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Zhang Xiaohua felt his hair stand on end from Huang Feng's stare and almost jumped up. He thought to himself, "What is this bastard trying to do? Your child is in my hands, what are you trying to do?" Huang Feng stared for a while and lowered its head as if it was thinking. After a while, it slowly walked to the two round beads and raised its little paw to point at the larger bead. Then it pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and let out a low growl. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He pointed at the round bead and then at his own nose. When he saw Huang Feng nodding, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Huang Feng wanted to give the round bead to him. Hence he quickly said politely, "Don't, dear friend. Helping others is the source of happiness. This little brother is only giving away 2 drops of stone milk. It's nothing much. You don't have to be so polite." Even though he said that, he walked to the side of the platform. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua walking over, Huang Feng tactfully pushed the round bead away and took a few steps to the side. The round bead rolled slowly after being pushed by Huang Feng. The platform wasn't big and soon, it would roll to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and quickly stepped forward to catch it with his left hand. The bead was very light and almost weightless. Zhang Xiaohua reached out to pinch it. It was hard, but he didn't know what it was made of. Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua took the round bead in front of her eyes and carefully observed it. However, this bead was just a piece of silver and she couldn't see any clues. Zhang Xiaohua focused her divine sense on this round bead again. However, at this moment, Huang Feng, who was standing on the stage not far away, sneaked a few steps closer while Zhang Xiaohua was picking up the bead. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense entered the bead to find out what was going on, Huang Feng immediately flew up like a real yellow wind and blew towards Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 666. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was just about to enter the round pearl to take a closer look at the mysterious gift that Huang Feng had prepared for her. Then she felt a gust of wind blow past and immediately felt that something was amiss. Just as she was about to raise her head, a yellow shadow flashed past her eyes. Following which, she felt a sharp pain in her finger which was holding the round pearl. She saw that the blood was flowing out from her finger. Zhang Xiaohua was enraged and she raised her head to look at Huang Feng, who had just landed on the ground. From Huang Feng's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be able to see the mockery in his eyes. You. Zhang Xiaohua really didn't know what to say. She had always been on guard against Huang Feng's trap, but she never expected that in the end she would still fall into it. Thinking about the deadly poison on the bodies of the inner and outer court disciples at the entrance of the valley, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was alarmed. Following which, a vicious look appeared in her eyes. Looking at the dragon binding hoop on Huang Feng's body, her right hand was about to form a seal. However, her right hand was still carrying little Martin and she couldn't possibly let little Martin die on the ground. Just as she was about to carry little Martin in her arms, Zhang Xiaohua completely didn't notice that the blood on her finger was flowing down her finger and all of it flowed onto the silver pearl in her hand. As the blood seeped into the pearl, the silver pearl seemed to have a trace of brilliance. That brilliance was extremely faint, then dimmed, then became gentle. Blood also flowed out continuously from the wound on Zhang Xiaohua's finger. Just as Zhang Xiaohua carried little Martin in his arms and was about to form a seal, she inadvertently saw the change in the pearl in her left hand. At this moment, that silver pearl had already emitted a gentle silver light which completely covered Zhang Xiaohua's left hand. Furthermore, the silver light flashed and started to turn slightly like an eye. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately used his divine sense to scan it. Just as his divine sense came into contact with the round pearl, that silver pearl instantly produced a huge attractive force which directly pulled his divine sense into it. At the same time, the left hand which was holding onto the round pearl was similarly sucked in by a force and all the vital energy in her body flowed into the round pearl in her hand. The round pearl's pull on Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was so violent that in this situation where Zhang Xiaohua was caught off guard, he immediately felt as if the world was spinning and following which, a splitting pain in his head. After he calmed down a little, he saw a somewhat familiar scene in front of him. A gray space, up, down, left and right, there was no end in sight. There was no place where light could be seen, but it was still unknown where the light came from, allowing Zhang Xiaohua to see everything around him. Waves of air flowed chaotically and there was no sound at all. It was dead silent. Suddenly, from a very far end, a very small dot appeared. This dot became bigger and bigger and in just a few breaths' time, it was so close that its outline could be seen clearly. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua had never seen before. It was a strange thing that seemed to have a life of its own. However, in this gray space he could not see the size of this thing. It was not right to call it a thing. It was like a squid in the sea. On its seemingly soft and huge body there was a huge silver eye. And around its body, there were dozens of long tentacles. Oh, those tentacles were swaying slightly in the air and it was almost impossible to tell how many there were. And at the top of these tentacles, there were silver eyes of different sizes. It was like swimming in the water. The number of tentacles that could not be seen moved slightly and that thing moved very far away. The distance could not be measured. Zhang Xiaohua could only feel that this distance was really terrifying. All the silver eyes on this thing, except for the biggest one on its body which was wide open, were slightly closed and did not open. That thing moved rapidly and the silver eyes looked behind it from time to time. There was obvious anxiety and fear in its eyes, as if it was escaping. At this moment a kind of fluctuation suddenly came. It was a fluctuation that Zhang Xiaohua felt very familiar with. Then, in the distance where this thing had just appeared, a bright spot flashed. Then in just a breath's time that bright spot was in front of her eyes. It was as fast as light and the thing in front of her suddenly turned around. All the tentacles on its body fluttered together and all the silver eyes on its tentacles opened. Just as that bright spot was about to reach its body, all of them shot out a silver brilliance. The huge eye on its body shot out a huge light beam. All the light beams gathered together and collided directly with that bright spot. Like a shocking explosion, the entire gray space was lit up. The brightness was so bright that even Zhang Xiaohua almost had to close her eyes. That bright spot was originally shooting straight at that thing's huge eye. After being obstructed by the light beams, it immediately changed direction and moved slightly to the side. It very neatly cut off 3 of the thing's tentacles of different sizes. At this moment, the huge light beam that collided with the bright spot also changed direction after being reflected by the bright spot. It was almost in the same direction as the bright spot, shooting towards the endless space. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense was not an exception. It was the first to be sucked in. The bright spot and the 3 tentacles with 3 silver eyes that had just been cut off were also sucked in by the shrinking hole. By the time the thing extended its other tentacles in an attempt to fish something out of the shrinking hole, the hole had already shrunk to the size of a needle. The last scene that Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense saw through the hole was the octopus-like thing. Its huge eyes were filled with terror as its entire body flashed and disappeared. Behind it was another ray of light that calmly streaked across the space that had regained its grayish appearance. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense was not an exception. It was the first to be sucked in. The bright spot and the 3 tentacles with 3 silver eyes that had just been cut off were also sucked in by the shrinking hole. When the thing extended its other tentacles in an attempt to fish something out of the shrinking hole, the hole had already shrunk to the size of a needle. The last scene that Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense saw through the hole was the octopus-like thing. When Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness entered the hole, it first paused for a moment. Then it rapidly slid into the hole as if it was falling from the sky. Faster and faster, faster and faster, all the scenery was left behind. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua screamed and sat up. His forehead was covered in sweat. As if he had just had a nightmare, Zhang Xiaohua covered his face with both hands and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he looked at the limp Huang Feng not far away. He formed a seal and was about to release it without hesitation. But at this moment, he was shocked to find that there was not a single trace of vital energy in his meridians. At the same time, the intense headache in his head came again. It was the same feeling as when he was deciphering Refining the World in Rejuvenation Valley and his consciousness had been depleted by 10 times. Zhang Xiaohua checked again and couldn't help but gasp. His consciousness had been depleted once again. Even the essence of herbalism in his Naiwan palace was so small that it couldn't be any smaller. There was only a tiny bit of it left. Zhang Xiaohua was really angry. Without hesitation, he drew out the jade water sword and went forward to stab Huang Feng to death. I treated it with all my heart and even helped it save its child and the little black puppy. Although these 2 little lives can't be said to be completely saved, but I have tried my best. This little beast actually wants to harm me. And it did it when I saw a rare treasure and almost completely let my guard down. If this spread to the pugilistic world, wouldn't this Xiaoxia's reputation? Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth hatefully and stabbed the short sword. But the moment it pierced into Huang Feng's chest, Zhang Xiaohua saw Huang Feng's calm eyes. He even saw the silver eye in between its brows. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the silver eye that he saw in his consciousness earlier? Right, where was the silver bead in his hand earlier? He was so focused on killing Huang Feng that he forgot about it. Xiaoxia, who had fallen into the other party's trap, was obviously enraged and had forgotten the most important thing. Zhang Xiaohua did not keep the jade water sword in his right hand, but raised his left hand instead. The silver bead that was the size of a fist had long disappeared. There was only a crack in the middle of his palm. And that crack opened with great difficulty according to Zhang Xiaohua's will. Then Zhang Xiaohua felt as if he had opened his eyes. It was as if he was extremely sleepy and did not have enough sleep. He was so lazy that he did not want to open his eyes, but he had no choice but to open them slightly. Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Not to mention the strange feeling he had, he actually saw a silver eye that was similar to the one on Huang Feng's forehead in the crack in his left hand. It was just that this eye was several times bigger than Huang Feng's. Then that crack closed tightly. Zhang Xiaohua felt as if he had fallen asleep again. It was as if this was really his third eye, enjoying a sleep that he had never experienced before. Feeling the faint connection between the essence of Dan in his Naiwan palace and the silver eye in his left hand, Zhang Xiaohua very naturally kept the jade water sword that was pointed at Huang Feng's chest. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was a gift from Huang Feng to him. But the way he gave it to him was a little too strange. When you give it to me, can't you give me a heads up? If not for this Xiaoxia's attentiveness, wouldn't I have killed the innocent just now? Oh, you can't be considered innocent either. That was what Zhang Xiaohua thought. He directly threw the matter of Huang Feng, not knowing how to speak, to the back of his mind. Chapter 667. At this moment, the main hall was incomparably quiet. Only the ragged breathing of Huang Feng, who was lying in the corner, could be heard from time to time beside Zhang Xiaohua's ears. Zhang Xiaohua formed a hand seal and sent it to the top of the stage. She smiled and said, "Old man, you're clearly in poor health, yet you still force yourself to fly. Do you really think you're the wind?" And Huang Feng had been upgraded from brother to old man from Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. It had to be said that this gift was indeed impressive. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua took the little marten out of her embrace. This little fellow really liked Zhang Xiaohua's warm embrace. When it was taken out, it stretched out its little paws as if it was looking for something to stay. It also smacked its lips in dissatisfaction. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and placed the little marten beside Huang Feng. She thought to herself, "This Xiaoxia is not a wet nurse. There's nothing to feed you." Huang Feng raised its head and licked the little marten beside it. It then walked with difficulty to the little black dog's side. It nudged the little black dog with its mouth and pointed at it with its paws, then at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She also pointed at the little black dog, then at her own nose. That Huang Feng nodded. Zhang Xiaohua was not happy. She shook her head vigorously and said, "Old man, you should take care of them yourself. Taking care of one child is the same as taking care of 2 children. You'll slowly get used to it. Don't make me do such a difficult task." That Huang Feng acted as if it did not hear her. It walked to the other silver eye and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. It used its paws to point at the round pearl, then at the little black dog. This time Zhang Xiaohua understood. It meant to give this silver pearl to the little black dog. However, this did not seem to have anything to do with her. After she left, "You can give it to whoever you want. Even if you secretly gave it to your little marten, she would not tell Black Lightning." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua understood but did not nod, Huang Feng continued to ignore her. Then it walked to its child and looked at it lovingly for a long time. It was so long that Zhang Xiaohua muttered, "What is this old man doing? Why isn't he resting?" Just when Zhang Xiaohua was getting impatient, Huang Feng let out a low growl and closed its eyes for a long time. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly stopped it. "Old man, please don't torture yourself. You are already suffering from internal injuries." Before she finished speaking, the silver eye between Huang Feng's brows suddenly opened. Then a ball of silver light appeared. It was as if a silver moon had risen into the sky. The silver eye rose from Huang Feng's brows and slowly flew towards little marten. Then it stuck to the narrow space between little marten's brows. Huang Feng moved to the front of little marten with difficulty and used its paws to draw across little marten's brows. Then it immediately pressed down on the silver eye. Then the silver eye retracted into little marten's forehead. When the silver light disappeared into little marten's forehead, the silver eye also disappeared and a long and narrow mark appeared between little marten's brows. "I see." Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily stretched out her left hand and looked at the mark on her palm. "Sigh, I pity all parents." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and turned to look at Huang Feng. At this moment, Huang Feng looked abnormally weak. Although there was not much change between its brows, there was still a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. Removing the silver eye from its body must have caused it great harm. Zhang Xiaohua was about to persuade it to rest again when Huang Feng let out a low growl again. However, this time it seemed to be lacking in energy. Then Huang Feng made an extremely strange posture. Then it opened its mouth and a small pearl emitting a faint white light flew out from its mouth. What is this?" Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. This Huang Feng had quite a number of pearls on its body. That pearl flew into the air and spun around, emitting a faint white light. In this hall, it was more dazzling than all the other luminous pearls. It was like a full moon hanging in the sky. "It seems a little familiar," Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "but I've never seen it before." At this moment, Huang Feng waved its little paw again and signaled to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately walked forward. She saw Huang Feng pointing at the black puppy and then at the little marten. Zhang Xiaohua was very confused and asked, You want me to share this with them? Huang Feng shook its head. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and stretched out her hand to place the black puppy and the little marten beside Huang Feng. Huang Feng nodded. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The two of us are cooperating more and more well." Huang Feng seemed to understand, and the corners of its mouth curled into a smile. Then it pointed at the pearl and waved its paw. There was no need for further explanation. Zhang Xiaohua understood. He reached into his robes and pulled out the jade water sword. Then he slashed at the pearl with all his might. With a crisp "pa" sound, the bead was immediately split into two halves. At this moment another "poo" sound was heard and Huang Feng spat out a large mouthful of blood. This. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Just now the silver pupil had a trace of blood flowing out. Why was this so serious? Huang Feng did not dare to delay. With a wave of its two paws, the two halves of the pearl flew in front of the black puppy and the little marten. Huang Feng used its paw to grab the pearl and pressed it against the abdomen of the two little beasts. Then it seemed to be mumbling something and let out a low growl. Following that, it spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The pearl in its paw immediately dimmed. Then Huang Feng's two paws emitted an extremely bright light. It was so bright that Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the light had disappeared and the pearl in Huang Feng's paw had also disappeared. Following that, a large amount of blood flowed out from Huang Feng's mouth and dyed the yellow fur on its chest red. Then, Huang Feng turned its head with difficulty and stretched out its two paws again. It pointed at the two little beasts and nodded at Zhang Xiaohua with difficulty. Before Zhang Xiaohua could ask what it meant, Huang Feng lay on its back. Its two paws were still stretched out, but this time it was pointing at the sky. "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and hurried forward. He did not care if there were any traps in Huang Feng's mouth and nose. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It turned out that Huang Feng was no longer breathing. It was dead. However, its two large black eyes were still open, and its two small claws were still stretched straight towards the sky. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss. He did not expect that Huang Feng would die at this time. This was an old monster that had harmed the fragrance cult for so many years. From what Lu Lihong and the others said, it had already ruined the peaceful orchid dusk refinement during the previous generation. How could it die so easily? Furthermore, didn't Huang Feng just give birth to a little Huang Feng? Life was so beautiful and the joy of family was right in front of it. How could it bear to leave? I don't understand. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head in confusion. That's right. Although Huang Feng was weak before, ever since he consumed the stone milk, his mental state had improved significantly. The name, 10,000-year stone milk, was not just for show. In the future, who will be able to harm the fragrance cult? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had such a strange thought. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Thinking of Yellow Wind's last action, how could Zhang Xiaohua not know what it meant when it nodded at him? It was still pointing at the two little animals a moment ago, but now it was pointing at the air with its claws. Entrusting two ferocious little beasts to him. Do I have the potential to be a nanny? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged helplessly. Although the sudden death of Huang Feng shocked him, in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, there was only a trace of sadness. After all, Huang Feng had just died under the claws of tens, or even hundreds of thousands of fragrance cult disciples. Even Zhang Xiaohua himself was almost killed by this thing. Therefore, when he saw Huang Feng entrusting the two little beasts to him, he could not help but feel that it was rather absurd. Can't you wait for these two little things to grow up before you die? Zhang Xiaohua thought in his heart, but he looked at little Marten who was sleeping soundly at the side. Suddenly his face was obviously startled. Then it turned into an expression of disbelief. Zhang Xiaohua had been surprised too many times today. He could even change the expression on his face with ease. Zhang Xiaohua put his hand on little Marten's mouth and nose in amazement, and then stroked little Marten's fur. At this moment little Marten's breathing was no longer weak and intermittent. Its breathing was smooth and its heartbeat was strong. It was no different from an ordinary little beast. Even its body was warm and cozy. He then put his hand on little black puppy's body and listened to its heartbeat. Indeed, it was the same as little Marten. Its vitality was strong, and it was completely different from its previous state of being on the verge of death. If Zhang Xiaohua had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that the little bead that Huang Feng spat out was actually so big. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua understood how Huang Feng died. This bead was obviously something very important to it, something that concerned its life. However, for its boy and for little black puppy, it did not hesitate to spit out the bead, and gave the hope of life to its child. Then it resolutely turned and walked towards death. Could it be that it had already made its preparations when we were at the pool? Zhang Xiaohua's nose turned sour. A mother's love was greater than the heavens. No matter if it was a mother of a human or a mother of a beast, they all had the same motherly love. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's hatred towards Huang Feng disappeared without a trace along with this feeling. Chapter 668. Yellow Wind's body was still warm and soft. Zhang Xiaohua walked over and placed its claws on its chest. She whispered, "I don't know if you know that you have the name Yellow Wind. I don't know how to address you, but don't worry. Leave your boy to me. I will raise him well." "All right, your child, does he drink milk?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. She hadn't seen Yellow Wind feeding its child for the past few days. What did it eat? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the black puppy and said, "Since this black puppy is entrusted to me, I can only accept it. Don't worry, I will do my best to raise them and teach them to have dreams and ambitions." Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Yellow Wind and Black Lightning have harmed the fragrance cult for many years. When these two little beasts grow up, they must have their mother's magical powers. Could I use this to threaten the fragrance cult? Haha, if the fragrant cult makes this young hero unhappy, I'll immediately have these two little things vent my anger for this young master. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yellow Wind's open eyes and slowly closed them. "Don't worry, old man. I have said everything that needs to be said. If you die with your eyes open, it will be very stressful for me." However, as soon as Zhang Xiaohua let go of his hand, Huang Feng's eyes immediately opened again. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and said, "It can't be, right? What are you worried about?" "Oh right, I will find a place with good feng shui to bury you in Black Lightning. I will let you rest in peace. I will let you be good friends in life and be neighbors in death. What do you think? Why aren't you closing your eyes? Sigh, I will raise your little Yellow Wind as my own son. That should be fine, right?" After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua closed its eyes. This time, it was able to close its eyes in peace. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. This beast was already dead, how could it still hear? Was she really going to raise this little Martin as her own son? Was she going to give it the surname Zhang? However, looking at the little Martin who was still sleeping soundly and did not know that it had lost its only family member in the world, Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of pity. In this world, perhaps she was the only person it could rely on. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua continued to sigh. She turned around and walked out from the hole in the mountain wall. She brought the corpse of Black Lightning whose stomach had been cut open and died a horrible death into this secret cave. Looking around, she found a place with soft soil and used the jade water sword to dig 2 small holes. Although it was very inconvenient to use the jade water sword to dig 2 small holes, even though she did not have a single drop of essential qi in her meridians and could not force out the sword ray of the jade water sword, Zhang Xiaohua still carefully and methodically dug the 2 small holes. Following that, she carefully placed Yellow Wind and Black Lightning into the holes. She thought for a moment and recalled the scene when her grandmother passed away. She stood up and walked to the platform. She carried the 2 little beasts who were sleeping soundly and placed them in front of their respective mothers. She said softly, "2 little things, your mothers are about to be buried in peace. I believe you have not seen them since you were born, right?" But the 2 little things still had their eyes tightly shut and did not move. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. She opened their eyes and let them take a look. The 2 little beasts were extremely impatient and shook their heads slightly, expressing their extreme indignation. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and let go of her hands. No matter what, she had to let them take a look. After burying Yellow Wind and Black Lightning, Zhang Xiaohua raised 2 small bumps on the ground. Then she used the jade water sword to write the words Wind and Lightning in front of their respective graves so that they could be separated. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua lifted the 2 little beasts' heads and lightly knocked them on the ground 3 times to express their respective etiquette as boy. The 2 little fellows whined and did not have the slightest awareness of bidding farewell to their loved ones. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and patted the dirt off her hands. She looked left and right. At this moment, the hall was empty and there was nothing left. The only thing left was the last silver eye on the platform. Zhang Xiaohua walked over and took it, putting it into her purse. This thing was left behind by Black Lightning for the black puppy. It was also entrusted by Yellow Wind. Zhang Xiaohua would not take it for herself. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of the graves of Yellow Wind and Black Lightning. Finally, he lowered his head in silence for a moment before saying, "Elders, especially Black Lightning, I've never seen you alive. Although you died without knowing why, but you had Yellow Wind to avenge you. In this Yulon Grand Canyon, there were hundreds and thousands of disciples of the incense cult who were buried with you. I didn't know the grudge between you and the incense cult. Now that you're dead, you can die in peace. I will be taking your 2 children away. When they become successful in the future and become outstanding, beasts, I will bring them back to see you." After she finished speaking, she bowed and carried the 2 little beasts. Still holding one in each hand, she turned around and left the hall. Looking at the hole that was still rotating, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. It had been a long time since this thing was sealed. If she did not seal it, her heart would not be at ease. But how would she seal it? How would he know? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her left hand and exposed the crack. Then she imagined opening the eye. However, the eye seemed to be extremely tired. It was not until Zhang Xiaohua exhausted the little bit of consciousness that she had painstakingly accumulated from the Dan Xen in her Naiwan Gong that the silver eye slightly opened a slit. She saw a faintly discernible silver light shoot out and hit the hole. Then the hole rotated in the opposite direction and slowly closed. In a moment, it returned to its original appearance, an ordinary stone wall. And Zhang Xiaohua once again felt a burst of exhaustion in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. It seemed that it was not the right time to immediately go out. Placing the 2 little beasts to the side, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and took out 2 primordial stones. She began to absorb the energy from them. However, after circulating his qi for a while, Zhang Xiaohua discovered a strange phenomenon. Half of the qi of heaven and earth that he absorbed actually passed through the meridians in his body and was directly sent to his left hand, where it was absorbed by the silver eye hidden in his palm. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua began to practice God's guidance, wanting to replenish the consumed consciousness. But she immediately discovered that the consciousness was even worse than the vital energy. It was directly absorbed by the silver eye, and her own Dan Xen did not replenish the slightest bit. Well, this is good. Not only do I have to take care of these 2 little ones, I also have something that needs to consume vital energy and consciousness. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. She did not have any good ideas. Her consciousness could only cover a range of 10 feet in the fragrance cult. Now it was even better. Only 10 feet was left. 10 feet it is. It's better than nothing. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and carried the 2 little beasts in each hand. She was about to walk out of the cave. Looking at the cave that led to the cliff, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She had an idea in her mind. She carefully placed the little marten in her bosom, then used her vital energy to knock down the stone walls around the entrance of the cave, blocking the entrance. Only then did she form a seal and directly flew out of the cave to the top of the mountain. At this time it was already afternoon. Zhang Xiaohua followed Huang Feng into the cave for only a few hours. But in these few hours so many things happened that Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat overwhelmed. Looking at the sun in the west, Zhang Xiaohua roughly determined the direction. She floated down the mountain and directly flew towards the south. Zhang Xiaohua began to flee from the entrance of the Yulon Grand Canyon. She only wanted to avoid the sharp claws of Huang Feng, so she did not have the time to determine the direction. At this time she did not know where she was or where she was in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Either way, the entrance of the Yulon Grand Canyon was in the south. But at this time her consciousness was weak, and her vital energy was also lacking. Imperial Wind Technique? Then she did not need to use it. She could only use the ethereal steps and levitation technique. Although it was only a movement technique, Zhang Xiaohua was not much slower than the inner disciples of the lingering fragrance peak. Not long after, she was already far away from the mountain peak where Black Lightning resided and arrived at a desolate forest. The forest in the Yulon Grand Canyon was lush with vegetation. It was rare to see a desolate forest like this. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not mind and did not have the slightest intention to avoid it. She leaped onto a tree in the forest and with a few leaps, she headed towards the depths of the forest. While walking, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. She patted her forehead and said to herself, I was just thinking about something and seem to have forgotten something. Now that I think about it, there are so many luminous pearls in the cave. Black Lightning and Yellow Wind are not needed anymore. How could I forget to take them? This brat did not have the slightest awareness of an expert in Xiaoxia. You have so many precious herbs in your belt. Which one of them is not more valuable than the luminous pearl? Zhang Xiaohua looked back at the path she just took and shrugged her shoulders. Forget it, it's a bit far to go back. Let's talk about it again when I bring Little Black back to pay respects to its mother. Well, in just a few hours she had already given Little Black a name. But it was really vulgar. Little Black. Little Black, don't blame me. The space in my bosom is really limited. If I put Little Yellow in, I won't be able to put you. Little Yellow was born with my eyes. You don't have to care too much about the distance. And Little Martin will be called Little Yellow. After comforting Little Black in her hands, Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sun in the sky. Fortunately, the direction was not off. Just as she was about to start moving, she suddenly heard the roars of beasts in the forest. Then she heard a scream. It was a woman's scream. Chapter 669. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised to hear the roar of the beasts and the scream of a woman. Didn't the disciples of the fragrant religion already leave the Yulon Grand Canyon? Could it be that there were still disciples here? However, the situation at this time was already critical. Listening to the movement, it seemed that several fierce beasts were besieging a female disciple. If it was an inner disciple, then it would definitely be silently hunted down. Needless to say, it was definitely an inner disciple like Zhang Pinger. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua held Little Black in her left hand and the jade water in her right hand. She leapt towards the place where the beasts were roaring. Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong was excellent. Although the beasts were not close, she arrived in front of them in a moment. Under a withered tree, a petite woman was holding a long sword. She was struggling to deal with 4 white bears with their bloody mouths wide open. Although the woman's swordsmanship was exquisite, she was facing the famous white bears of the Yulon Grand Canyon. If it was just 1 or 2 of them, she might be able to escape with her life. However, the white bears had blocked all her escape routes. There was no room for her to dodge. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the scene, she was already in imminent danger. Zhang Xiaohua shouted, "Senior sister, don't be anxious. Hold on a little longer." After she finished speaking, she quickly jumped down. Holding the jade water, she stabbed the nearest white bear. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't have enough true qi and could not casually use the jade water sword light, her qinggong was exquisite and her strength was boundless. She was the nemesis of the white bears. After a few head-on clashes, she repelled the white bear. Finding a gap, she stabbed the white bear's chest. The white bear cried out in pain. Blood gushed out and it collapsed on the ground. When the other 3 white bears saw this, they roared. They abandoned the female disciple and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not panic. She used the ethereal steps to fight the 3 white bears with ease. However, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua executing the ethereal steps so proficiently, a look of astonishment surfaced on the pale face of the female disciple who was already petrified. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face again, a look of pleasant surprise and disbelief immediately surfaced on her face as a blush appeared on her face. Zhang Xiaohua, who was fighting bitterly, held Little Black in one hand and the jade water in the other. She found an opportunity to kill a white bear. Seeing 2 of their companions die, the remaining 2 white bears retreated. They turned and ran towards the depths of the forest. Although the white bears ran clumsily, Zhang Xiaohua did not chase them. She stood there and waited until the white bears were far away. Then she turned around and smiled. "Senior sister, are you hurt?" The petite female disciple stared at Zhang Xiaohua and looked at her again and again. Finally she probed, Are you Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua?" When this familiar name came out of the female disciple's mouth, it gave Zhang Xiaohua a fright. She almost wanted to kill her. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua surprised, the female disciple probed again. I'm Qin Qin. Qin Qin from the Misty School's Mingzue Hall. Do you still remember? Zhang Xiaohua's mouth opened wide. She really did not expect that her luck would explode. She actually met Qin Qin here. Together with the little senior sister who followed behind senior sister Chang'e. When Zhang Xiaohua reacted, the first thing she said was, "Where's my second brother, Zhang Xiaohu? Is he still alive?" Qin Qin was also stunned. She just probed and could not confirm that the young man in front of her was the same as Zhang Xiaohua 4 years ago. She did not expect that Zhang Xiaohua would ask such a question. Seeing that Qin Qin did not speak, an ominous premonition rose from the bottom of her heart. She trembled and said, "Is my second brother? Tell me, is it the Xiang'ism, the Dalan Temple, or the Righteous Alliance?" Then she gritted her teeth and said, "I will let them use the blood of the whole gang to comfort my second brother's soul in heaven." Zhang Xiaohua was so excited that Qin Qin quickly waved her hand and said, "Senior brother is very good. Zhang Xiaohu is still alive. We were just together." Zhang Xiaohua was so happy that she grabbed Qin Qin's hand and said, "Is my second brother still alive? Ah, senior sister, why didn't you say so earlier? My heart is beating so fast that it can't stop thumping." Qin Qin chuckled and said, "Don't mention it. It's all because of your impatience. You guessed before I finished speaking." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "By the way, where is my second brother? Wasn't he with you just now?" Hearing this, Qin Qin's face became serious again and said, "We were picking herbs here and accidentally ran into a pack of blood wolves." "Pack of blood wolves?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Before Qin Qin finished, she asked sharply, "What about my second brother?" Qin Qin cried and said, "Senior brother and senior sister were with me, but seeing that the horse was exhausted and couldn't run anymore, they left me in the tree hole here and rode the horse to lead the pack of blood wolves to other places." Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. She knew how powerful the blood wolves were, not to mention the pack of blood wolves. She immediately shouted, "In which direction did they go?" Qin Qin pointed to the north and said, "It should be in that direction." Okay. Zhang Xiaohua heard and turned to leave. But Qin Qin dragged her and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, although you are good at martial arts, you are still far behind senior brother and senior sister. If you go like this, won't you die in vain?" Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and stretched out her hand to draw a big circle under the big withered tree, which surrounded Qin Qin in the middle. Then she threw out several jade talismans and made an incantation to cast the inhibition. She shouted, "Qin Qin, you sit in this circle and don't take a step out. I'm going to save them and will be back in a while." After that, she stuffed Little Black in her hand into Qin Qin's arms and made an incantation. She flew up with the wind and went straight to the sky in the north. This. Qin Qin held the black puppy that Zhang Xiaohua stuffed into her arms with one hand and reached out to grab Zhang Xiaohua's clothes with the other hand. But when she saw Zhang Xiaohua flying to the sky, she almost screamed. Then she covered her small mouth with her hand and was stunned on the spot. Until Zhang Xiaohua flew out of sight, Qin Qin rubbed her eyes. If it wasn't for the black puppy in her arms, she would have thought that she was having a good dream. She looked at the roars of wild beasts in the distance and looked at the circle that Zhang Xiaohua had just drawn. Thinking of Zhang Xiaohua's advice, Qin Qin felt endless confidence for no reason. She sat down cross-legged and leisurely stroked Little Black in her arms. She smiled and whispered to herself, "This Zhang Xiaohua is really mysterious. I heard senior brother say that he most likely died at the hands of the Tenryu sect. Why did we suddenly appear in the Chuanxiang cult? And he has such a remarkable ability. What kind of mysterious martial arts is this?" North of the wild forest, on a high slope, a pack of thousands of blood wolves was surrounding two people, a man and a woman. The man was tall and held a long sword in his hand. He was trying his best to resist the blood wolves that were pouncing on him. The female disciple who was standing back to back with him also held a long sword. However, one of her arms had been broken and was hanging limply. Blood was constantly flowing out of her shoulder. The long sword in her hand had slowed down and the strength of her stab was also weak. Not far from the high slope, there was a wolf king with golden fur. It was 3 times the size of a normal blood wolf and was standing there leisurely. It was interested in watching the unyielding struggle of the two people in front of it. Thousands of blood wolves were quietly surrounding them. Only 4 or 5 blood wolves were surrounding the two disciples and were constantly attacking. 2 blood wolves pounced on the female disciple. The sword in her hand flashed and split into 2. However, the blood wolf on the left opened its mouth and bit the long sword that was already weak. The blood wolf on the side took the opportunity to open its mouth and bite the female disciple's arm. It raised its head and the female disciple screamed as a piece of flesh was torn from her arm. Her hand loosened and the blood wolf snatched the sword away. The female disciple's legs went soft and she fell to the ground. Feeling the person behind him fall, the male disciple was shocked and shouted, Jianghu, are you all right?" He was anxious to see that he could not turn around to look. He only heard the female disciple gasping for breath and said, "Xiao Huai, I'm afraid I can't hold on. You use your Qinggong to escape." This man and woman were actually Zhang Xiaohu and Jianghu. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he looked at the endless pack of wolves and said with a smile, "Jianghu, don't talk about the thousands of blood wolves. I can't even run away. Even if I could, do you think I would leave you behind?" Xiaohu. Jianghu was moved and said, "Actually, along the way, you had the chance to escape. It's just that for me you followed. don't say that, Jianghu. My martial arts are limited. Don't I still need you as a senior sister to protect me? I'm looking for you to protect me. Hey, don't say these words to make me feel at ease. Others may not know, but do you think I don't know? Although you entered the sect late and missed the best opportunity to practice martial arts, your aptitude is top-notch. Not to mention your swordsmanship, even your attainments in the ethereal divine art, have improved significantly. Even I, as your senior sister, am envious. Even sect leader O would be surprised if he saw your aptitude. If it weren't for the great changes in the sect, otherwise. Senior sister. Zhang Xiaohu wanted to continue but was stopped by Jianghu. She said, Xiaohu, don't speak first. Wait for me to finish. I don't have much time left. There are many things I haven't told you. I know that you're still working hard on martial arts in order to revive the ethereal divine art. So I don't dare to disturb you. Ouch, Zhang Xiaohu screamed. It seemed that he was bitten by a blood wolf. Jianghu immediately asked, Xiaohu, where are you hurt? Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, It's nothing, Jianghu. It's just a superficial wound. It won't get in the way. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohu said in a warm voice, Jianghu, actually, I've always wanted to tell you. Chapter 670. Since Jianghu was bitten by 2 blood wolves and collapsed on the ground, the 2 blood wolves threw their swords on the ground and stood far away, no longer moving forward. However, the 3 blood wolves that Zhang Xiaohu was facing were still tirelessly pouncing on him, making Zhang Xiaohu unable to deal with them. Not far away, the Wolf King with golden fur seemed to be very interested in appreciating everything that happened before. I have always wanted to tell you, Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua said while facing the enemies, I don't know if you want to hear it or not, but if I don't say it today, I may not have the chance to say it in the future. Jianghu endured the pain and said shyly, I know, Xiaohu, this may be God's arrangement. God knows my feelings and wants us to hear each other's hearts in our last moments in this world. You say it? Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohu took a deep breath. It seemed that this sentence was more difficult than dealing with the 3 blood wolves. What's wrong with you? Although Jianghu had lost a lot of blood, her face was still a little red. Zhang Xiaohu finally said the words that he had kept in his heart for 4 years. Jianghu, I want to marry you. Seeing that Jianghu behind him did not speak, Zhang Xiaohu was a little panicked. When he was about to ask again, he was inadvertently bitten by a blood wolf. Zhang Xiaohu could not help but cry out. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu scream, Jianghu's heart ached and she immediately replied, Xiaohu, I'm willing. In fact, this is also what I want to say to you. I know. I am your senior sister and should not have feelings for you, but your shadow is deeply engraved in my heart. I can't forget you no matter what. Misty Hall, although other disciples confessed to me, I rejected them all. I was waiting for you. Zhang Xiaohu also endured the pain and laughed. What senior sister? You are a few months younger than me. This is what you told me. Don't forget you don't know, Jianghu, I have liked you for a long time. As early as when we were still in the Misty School, I was thinking about you. However, I knew that my martial arts were low, so I did not dare to confess to you. I only practiced martial arts so that I could ask for your hand in marriage when I succeeded in martial arts. Moreover, when you told me your birth characters, I also knew your thoughts. So, from then on, I practiced martial arts with more vigor. I knew, as long as I succeeded in martial arts, you would definitely be my wife. Even if the Misty School was destroyed, even if I was humiliated by the fragrance cult at Shirxing Peak, I still believed that I want to be with my wife, Jianghu. Behind him, Jianghu blushed and murmured, Xiaohu, I am willing to be your wife forever, forever. At this time, a voice came from afar. Second brother? Second brother? Jianghu murmured again. Hey, someone is calling second brother. Xiaohu, is it you? Zhang Xiaohu did not have time to listen. He just smiled bitterly and said, the only one who can call me second brother is Xiaohua. Poor Xiaohua, I don't know where she is or whether she is alive. Oh, Jianghu was a little confused now. She whispered, Xiaohu, my husband, if I knew this day would come, I would have asked the hall master to make a decision for me. What senior sister? Junior brother? I just want to be your wife. Me too. Jianghu, I should have asked the master to make a decision for me. Alas, Jianghu, my wife, I didn't marry you in this life. In the next life, I will marry you. Yes, in the next life. Maybe later on let a wolf eat us all. Can't sleep on the same pillow when we are alive but can be buried in a grave when we die. Zhang Xiaohu's heart ached for no reason. The blood wolf in front of him took advantage of the gap and bit off the sword in his hand. The other blood wolf also took advantage of the opportunity to bite his thigh. Immediately, a piece of flesh was bitten off, dripping with blood. Zhang Xiaohu sighed and threw out the broken sword. Unexpectedly, it did not even hurt the blood wolf's fur. At this time he heard Chang'e murmur, "Xiaohu, my husband, I am cold, you hold me." Zhang Xiaohu did not hesitate. He turned around and sat on the ground. He hugged Chang'e and said, "Chang'e, I will hold you. I will hold you for a lifetime." Chang'e raised her little face and said shyly, "Xiaohu, kiss me, I haven't tasted the taste of a kiss yet." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's heart ached again. He leaned over and kissed Chang'e's pale cherry lips. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Second brother, where are you?" "Oh, I am a pighead. Zhang Xiaohu, where are you?" "Zhang Xiaohu? Who called me?" Zhang Xiaohu was a little impatient. "You can call me at any time, why do you have to call me now?" Zhang Xiaohu still leaned over, but just as he was about to kiss Chang'e's red lips, he suddenly reacted in his heart. This person is called Zhang Xiaohu. Second brother, isn't that Zhang Xiaohua? Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu raised his head and shouted, "I am here." However, when Zhang Xiaohu raised his head, he immediately saw the surrounding blood wolves slapping his face. Chang'e opened her eyes slightly and said in confusion, Why are you hitting yourself?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Listening to the voice just now, it seemed to be Xiaohua's, but we are surrounded by wolves. If I agree, won't I have to call Xiaohua? If we die, we die, but we have to implicate Xiaohua. His parents at home probably don't know that he is still alive. And Chang'e understood Zhang Xiaohu's idea. She said, "Quickly tell him to go back. Don't come over. He may not know that there are wolves here." Therefore Zhang Xiaohu immediately raised his head and shouted, "Wolf pack, there is a blood wolf pack here. I don't care if you are little flower or not, don't come over. Run as far as you can. Don't come over." At this time a cry of surprise came from afar. "Second brother, why are you here?" "Wait for me. I will be there soon." The voice was still far away, but when the voice landed, it was already close by. Chang'e muttered, "Xiaohu, look, the god is here, we are saved." After saying that, she fainted in Zhang Xiaohu's arms. Zhang Xiaohu was concerned about Chang'e. After shouting, he looked at Chang'e. That person's voice was not familiar and he was far away. Even if he came over, he and Chang'e had already prepared food for the blood wolves. When he heard Chang'e's words, he unconsciously looked up. Sure enough, from the distant sky, a tall and thin young man with fluttering clothes flew over. In just a few breaths he was above the pack of blood wolves. Looking at the young man's face, he was Zhang Xiaohua from 4 years ago. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. This is flying. At this time, the Wolf King not far away seemed to be tired of the tragedy of life and death. It opened its mouth and let out a long howl. The few blood wolves that had stopped just now roared and pounced towards Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e. Zhang Xiaohua, who was flying in the air, saw his second brother and Chang'e lying on the ground covered in blood. He was already heartbroken. When he saw the blood wolves pouncing towards them, he was even more furious. He threw Chasing Dream towards the nearest blood wolf. At the same time he landed beside Zhang Xiaohu like lightning. Once Chasing Dream was thrown out, it was like a dragon in the sea. The blood wolf that was pouncing towards Zhang Xiaohu did not even have time to react. With a poochie sound, the Chasing Dream drilled into its mouth and came out from the back of its head. After that, it made a turn and flew towards another blood wolf. In the blink of an eye, 3 blood wolves were lying in a pool of blood. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground and was not in a hurry to chase after the blood wolves. He quickly took out a few jade talismans and placed them around Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e. Then he formed a seal to protect the two of them. The sober Zhang Xiaohu at the side felt that he was already in a daze. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua doing what Zhang Xiaohua did, he did not understand what was going on. However, the small sword, which was like a hidden weapon, was able to easily kill the 3 blood wolves that he had been fighting for a long time. This already made him feel a little relieved. Looking at the Blood Wolf King again, seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had easily killed the 3 blood wolves, it immediately became excited. With a low growl, more than 10 blood wolves pounced. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly shouted, "Xiaohua, there are thousands of blood wolves here. You can't deal with them. Your Qinggong is good. If you can fly, then fly away or take Chang'e away." Zhang Xiaohua turned back and smiled. Don't worry, second brother. Since I'm here, I won't let anything in this world hurt you and second sister-in-law. Then pausing for a moment she said word by word, since these blood wolves injured second brother and second sister-in-law, then, let them know. Some people are not to be hurt so easily. Before she finished speaking she pointed her finger and Chasing Dream let out a light cry. Not long later more than 10 blood wolves were killed. Following that, more blood wolves swarmed over. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with anger. Taking out a piece of yuan stone, she absorbed yuan qi while killing the blood wolves. Not long later, more than 100 blood wolves died under Chasing Dream's sword. Zhang Xiaohu, who was initially sitting on the ground, saw this and could not help but feel his blood boil. Standing up he smiled and said, Awesome, awesome. It's a pity that second brother's sword is broken. Otherwise I would also kill the wolves side by side with you. Seeing her second brother stand up, Zhang Xiaohua was in a good mood and asked, Second brother's injuries are not a problem? No problem, your second brother's physique is very good. Good. Saying that, Zhang Xiaohua passed the jade water sword to Zhang Xiaohu and said, Then second brother will use this sword. Zhang Xiaohu took the jade water sword and used his hand to make a few strokes. Smiling he said, This sword is very light. Then he slashed at a blood wolf that Zhang Xiaohua had released. The sword pierced the blood wolf's neck and with a chi sound, it went through. He could not help but exclaim, Good sword, good sword. Then he let loose and fought with a few blood wolves that Zhang Xiaohua had intentionally released. As he stabbed, he said, Second brother's original sword could not even pierce through the skin of these blood wolves. If I had this sword earlier, second brother would have been able to kill a few more blood wolves. Chapter 671. Zhang Xiaohu easily killed a few blood wolves in front of him. His confidence was immediately boosted. With a soft whistle, he raised his sword and stabbed at the other blood wolves. The first few blood wolves had underestimated Zhang Xiaohu and were easily killed by him. The next few blood wolves were more cautious. They moved around and used all kinds of methods. Zhang Xiaohu's jade water sword could not easily succeed. Hence, Zhang Xiaohu also calmed down and displayed his exquisite swordsmanship. He fought with the blood wolves released by Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua used his divine senses to control Chasing Dream and used the dream-weaving swordsmanship to kill the blood wolves, he still paid attention to his second brother's movements. He held a few jade talismans in his hands, waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to be in danger. He firmly believed that as long as the blood wolves were within his divine senses, the blood wolves would not pose any danger to Zhang Xiaohu. At this moment he saw that Zhang Xiaohu's swordsmanship was exquisite. His sword moves were continuous and long. It was the first time he had seen sword moves in his life. Furthermore, he heard that Zhang Xiaohu's breathing, although it was a little rough, did not dissipate. It was enough to show that his inner strength was exquisite. Looking at the inner force in the sword moves, his inner breath was also stable. Although it could not be said to be vigorous, the flow of inner force was smooth. It complemented the exquisite sword moves and complemented each other. He was actually not much worse than Lu Lihong from Wuming Hall. No one knew the foundation of Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts better than Zhang Xiaohua. These two blood-related brothers came to Pingyang City from the Guizhuang house together. It was just that their opportunities were different. Zhang Xiaohua coincidentally embarked on the path of immortality, while Zhang Xiaohu became a direct disciple of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua did not think that Zhang Xiaohu would be so lucky as to be wiped out in the Misty School, go to a faraway place to spread the incense cult, and have a heaven-defying adventure. Therefore, in just 4 to 5 years, Zhang Xiaohu could not have achieved much in martial arts. However, now that he saw that although Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts were not as good as the outer sect disciples trained by Wuming Hall, he was not much worse than ordinary outer sect disciples like Lu Lihong who had been practicing martial arts for decades. He could not help but feel secretly happy. He laughed and said, Since second brother likes this jade water sword, why not give it to second brother? Jade water sword? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu also laughed and said, The ancients have a good saying, draw a sword to break water but water will still flow. This sword can actually repel water, which shows how sharp the sword is. Good sword, good sword. Zhang Xiaohua sweated profusely. It seemed that the repel water sword had nothing to do with this ancient saying, let alone the jade water sword. She could not help but think to herself, second brother has probably been with young master Li Jinfeng for too long. Even his words are sour. Then he glanced at Chang'e, who had fainted beside him, and snickered in his heart. Perhaps it was his jealousy that made elder sister Chang'e faint. Elder sister Chang'e is a charming beauty. Second brother is so lucky. Haha, father and mother will probably be grinning from ear to ear when they see her. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua landed, he had already used his divine sense to check on Chang'e. He knew that she was not in danger for the time being, so he put her aside. Zhang Xiaohu also knew that if he did not drive away the blood wolf, it would be meaningless to save Chang'e first. Therefore he held the sword and fought the enemy together with Zhang Xiaohua. Second brother, it's buy as in dark green, not do as in evade. Zhang Xiaohua corrected him, however this sword has no name. I named it myself. If you want, you can call it the Breaking Water Sword. With a poochie sound, Zhang Xiaohu stabbed the jade water sword into the neck of a blood wolf. He shook his head and said, since it has already been named, second brother will not change it. Moreover, this sword is what you love. How can second brother take away what you love? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and moved his fingers. In an instant, 3 blood wolves that wanted to break through the sword light were killed. He said, the ancients have a good saying, beauty is given to a beauty, and a sword is given to a hero. If this decisive sword is not given to a hero like second brother, who else can it be given to? Zhang Xiaohua was also happy. She had not said the words, the ancients have a good saying, for a long time. At this time she also blurted it out. Zhang Xiaohu wanted to say something, but the 2 blood wolves in front of him pounced on him. He did not have time to speak. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua said, moreover, second brother, do you think your jade water sword is better than mine? Zhang Xiaohu shouted and punched the forehead of a blood wolf. Then he stabbed it into its eye. Following that he kicked the tail of the last blood wolf. Then he stood up and stabbed the chest of the blood wolf. That blood wolf let out a sorrowful howl and died. After stabbing a few blood wolves to death, Zhang Xiaohu let out a long breath. He raised his head and looked at the countless blood wolf corpses within a 1 zhang radius of him. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and blurted out, how can this small sword of yours be so powerful? That's why, second brother, you can take this jade water sword and play with it. This chasing dream is my favorite. Chasing dream? Zhang Xiaohu was enlightened. He nodded and said, it can even kill dreams. It is indeed stronger than breaking water. Pay. Zhang Xiaohua spat a few mouthfuls of saliva on the ground and said, children's words carry no harm, children's words carry no harm. Second brother, you are only chasing dreams, not killing dreams. How did you learn these words from young Master Li? Zhang Xiaohu was enlightened again. He nodded repeatedly and said, I understand. Chasing dreams. Then he slapped his forehead and said, is there a little girl called Dream? It had to be said that the power of a direct bloodline was not to be underestimated. They had just met and he had already guessed Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts. Zhang Xiaohua panicked. A few blood wolves escaped from the sword light and directly pounced on Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu laughed loudly and caught the blood wolves with his sword. He said, you are angry out of humiliation. Xiaohua-sai, I haven't seen you for a few years and you have a girl you like. Aha, you have also grown up. As he spoke he was incomparably gratified. It is better to quickly kill the blood wolves and find time to save second sister-in-law. At the mention of Chang'e, Zhang Xiaohu's heart immediately tightened. He said with concern, Chang'e, she is not that serious, right? At this time Chang'e was after all unconscious. How could Zhang Xiaohu be completely at ease? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, don't worry, second brother. After killing all the blood wolves, I will return you an intact and charming elder sister Chang'e. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so calm and so confident, Zhang Xiaohu was secretly happy. But then he shouted, Xiaohua, this is a pack of thousands of blood wolves. If the Wolf King summons more blood wolves, can you kill them all? Let's drive them away. Zhang Xiaohua said coldly, they hurt you and second sister-in-law. How can I let them go? What's more, if they don't eat us, do you think the Wolf King will give up? While speaking, Zhang Xiaohu was distracted and a blood wolf next to him pounced on him. After all, Zhang Xiaohu had been fighting for a long time. Just now he had given up. At this time, seeing his brother come over, he regained his spirit. Even his internal force was exhausted. How could he fight for a long time? Seeing that he was about to be pounced on by the blood wolf, a green light flew and hit Zhang Xiaohu's body. Immediately, an invisible light shield appeared on Zhang Xiaohu's body. When the blood wolf's claws slashed, the light shield was only slightly dented. But it was extremely tough. Although the blood wolf's strength caused Zhang Xiaohu to fall, it still couldn't hurt Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was pounced on by the blood wolf, but he didn't dare to shout. He was afraid that he would disturb Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing that the blood wolf's claws slid past his body and couldn't hurt him, he was surprised. But without thinking, he immediately stabbed out with his sword and hit the blood wolf's vital point. The wolf's blood immediately spurted out. At this time Zhang Xiaohua jumped over. She stretched out her hands and grabbed the throats of the remaining 2 blood wolves. She exerted force with both hands. Gotcha! The blood wolves' necks were already crushed. She casually threw the corpses of the blood wolves to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, you should rest. Accompany second sister-in-law first. Leave this to me." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua easily took care of the 2 blood wolves, Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. How could she be jealous? She only smiled and said, "Then the capable will do more work. I will rest for a while." After speaking, she handed over the jade water sword. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "No need, second brother. It doesn't matter whether I have the jade water sword or not. I can still use my bare hands." "Don't. Use the sword. Don't let the blood of the blood wolves dirty your hands. I want this jade water sword. You can return it to me when you are done." "Haha, no problem. Second brother, let me show you my swordsmanship." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took the sword. She then divided her attention and let go of the 2 blood wolves. The blood wolves didn't know that they had already become her test subject. They howled and pounced over. Zhang Xiaohua injected what little qi she had into the jade water sword. The jade water sword immediately shot out a 2 qi long sword ray. With a simple wave of the sword ray, the 2 blood wolves were split into 4 pieces. Sword ray? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He wasn't sure if Zhang Xiaohua had used the chasing dream technique, but the sword gleam on the short sword was something he had always dreamed of. He had heard about it from his senior brothers in the Misty Sect countless times. The second of the Misty Six Tigers, Li Jian, had used the green-edged sword gleam to almost defeat the sect leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, when the Misty Sect was destroyed. However, wasn't the sword ray on Zhang Xiaohua's short sword a little too long? It made Zhang Xiaohu feel that it was an exaggeration. Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and smiled. "Second brother actually knows about the sword ray. It seems like you are also an expert in the martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua admitted that it was the sword ray and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If your second brother knew the sword ray, how could he have fallen to such a state? Sword light is a divine ability that your second brother yearns for even in his dreams. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "There's nothing mysterious about this sword ray. It can only be used when one has sufficient inner strength." Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish her sentence, she realized that Zhang Xiaohu had only been cultivating for a few years. He was not like her, who had been absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. How could he have such a strong inner force? However, he immediately thought of what Valley Head Nya of Rejuvenation Valley had said. Wasn't the legendary qi-generating pill in the Jianghu capable of increasing one's power by 30 years? There were still many of these qi-generating pills in her purse. If she let second brother take a few, wouldn't it immediately make his dreams come true? Chapter 672. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua mysteriously said, "Second brother, don't worry. Wait until we kill all these blood wolves, then I'll make your dream come true." How could Zhang Xiaohu believe her? He only curled his lips and said, "I know, Xiaohua, concentrate on killing the wolves. There should be a limit to how much you can comfort your second brother." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not speak. The 2 brothers, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu, had not seen each other for 4 to 5 years. They both thought that the other had met with an accident. Now that they saw each other again, they were naturally excited and talked more. In particular, Zhang Xiaohua was multitasking. While continuously using Chasing Dream to kill the blood wolves, she was also chatting with Zhang Xiaohu. Unexpectedly, she did not put the Blood Wolf King in her heart. At first, the Blood Wolf King did not care and only treated it as an interesting pastime. However, as time passed, more and more blood wolves were killed by Zhang Xiaohua, and the Blood Wolf King gradually realized that something was wrong. The Blood Wolf King looked up to the sky and howled. The remaining blood wolves received the order and moved, surrounding Zhang Xiaohua from all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. How could he be afraid of these blood wolves? Previously, when he had just entered the Yulon Great Grasslands, he had already figured out the weaknesses of the blood wolves. After hunting for a while, he became even more confident. However, he did not panic as he took half a step back and returned to Zhang Xiaohu's side. Soon after, he sat down with his legs crossed. Holding a yuan stone in his hand, he wholeheartedly controlled Chasing Dream to protect the surrounding 10-feet area. Any blood wolf that entered this 10-feet area would immediately be assassinated by Chasing Dream. The Blood Wolf King became a little impatient after seeing that its attacks were not successful. It growled again and the wolf pack's attack changed again. Dozens of huge blood wolves leaped out from the wolf pack and pounced on Zhang Xiaohua and the others from all directions. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could not go very far, but it could only go within 10 feet. Every movement was within the range of his divine sense. Although there were many blood wolves, how could their movements be faster than his divine sense? Like a dozen bolts of lightning, the heads of the blood wolves were pierced through like tofu by Zhu Meng. The corpses of the blood wolves fell to the ground, and Zhu Meng circled around a few more times before stabbing the other blood wolves to death. Good. Zhang Xiaohu, who was watching the battle from the side, could not help but exclaim. Hearing second brother's praise, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had underestimated the blood wolf pack. Just killing dozens of blood wolves seemed easy, but it consumed a lot of divine sense and a lot of qi. Right now, his divine sense was mostly absorbed by the silver eye of unknown origin. Even his divine sense that was gradually recovering was also absorbed by it. Although he was holding a primordial stone in his hand, the amount of yuan qi he could absorb was limited. If it was just like before, it should not be a problem. However, the attack just now made him see his own weakness. He could either rely on the power of the seal to defend or use the method of guerrilla warfare to achieve his goal of killing all the blood wolves. Of course, he also knew that if he could directly kill the Blood Wolf King, the blood wolves that were surrounding him would disperse. However, he had been chased by Huang Feng for the past few days. His heart was filled with anger. Now that he saw second brother injured by the blood wolves, he could not help but be ruthless. He wanted Chasing Dream to take advantage of the situation and leave the thousands of blood wolves behind. Therefore, he did not want to directly face the Blood Wolf King for the time being. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, you stay here first. Don't worry, I will be back soon." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "You go first. Leave the jade water sword behind. I can hold on for a while." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I still need to use the jade water sword. You just watch." Then, Zhang Xiaohu was somewhat puzzled and said, "Then how do I block the blood wolves?" "Aha, second brother, you don't need to. Just sit there and watch the battle." Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly and leaped into the air, throwing himself into the midst of the blood wolves. Chasing Dream followed Zhang Xiaohua and flew into the depths of the blood wolves. In just a few moments, another few blood wolves were beheaded. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua leave, the blood wolves at the side saw an opportunity and pounced at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was also shocked. He wanted to dodge elsewhere, but before he could move, the blood wolf that was pouncing over was blocked by an invisible light barrier. It could no longer pounce in front of him. Zhang Xiaohu was even more surprised. How many mysterious divine arts does this little brother of mine have? Since there was no danger to his life, Zhang Xiaohu naturally turned his attention to Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He used the levitation technique to drift left and right. Wherever he went, Chasing Dream was invincible. He did not care about the blood wolves' attacks at all and stabbed at the blood wolves' vital points from unimaginable angles. Although the blood wolves were innately valiant and rather courageous, they were still ferocious beasts with intelligence. This was the first time they were being killed by someone. After a long time, it was inevitable that they would be afraid. In the end, after a while, wherever Zhang Xiaohua went, the blood wolves avoided him and did not dare to attack. Its sharpness formed a 30-feet gap around Zhang Xiaohua and none of the blood wolves dared to cross it. Although Zhang Xiaohua used the levitation technique and jumped into the blood wolves when they were not on guard, after killing a few more, the blood wolves were even more careful. Zhang Xiaohua almost did not have any chance. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua was a little tired. The one-sided massacre just now had very well alleviated his hatred towards the blood wolves that besieged Zhang Xiaohu. With him around, Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e would not be in any danger. Roughly calculating, the number of blood wolves that died under Chasing Dream Sword was already around 400 to 500, which accounted for more than half of the blood wolves in the pack. Otherwise, the remaining blood wolves would not be so afraid. This kind of incomparable massacre really made Zhang Xiaohua feel very bored. Maybe it's time to end it. Zhang Xiaohua turned to look at the Blood Wolf King that was standing far away. The Blood Wolf King at this time was also constantly roaring, wanting to command the Blood Wolves to surround Zhang Xiaohua. Unfortunately, the Blood Wolves were all frightened and did not listen to its command at all. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua looking at it, the Blood Wolf King also signaled that this was the time for the final battle and howled to the sky. The surrounding Blood Wolves all understood the Blood Wolf King's meaning and consciously opened up a path. At the end of the path was Zhang Xiaohua, who kept the Jade Water Sword. The Blood Wolf King proudly walked through the path with its head held high, as if it was being admired by thousands of people. When it arrived in front of Zhang Xiaohua, it stared at Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua also stared at the Blood Wolf King with interest. The Blood Wolf King's physique was obviously 3 times larger than an ordinary blood wolf. Its tall body looked exceptionally majestic in the mountain wind. Suddenly the Blood Wolf King's thick hind legs stomped, and its entire body was like a huge hill crashing towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's body was tall and thin. Facing the Blood Wolf King that was a head taller than her, it was obvious that she was frail. The Blood Wolf King pounced in front of Zhang Xiaohua, and its thick front claws swiped like a bolt of lightning. Just based on this claw, among all the disciples who were undergoing the Orchid Evening refinement, perhaps only the inner disciples could dodge this attack. However, this move was far from posing any threat to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua raised her fist to meet the attack, nimbly dodging the sharp wolf claws, and her fist landed on the soft fur of the wolf claws. With a ping sound, the Blood Wolf King, who was caught off guard, was sent flying back. The Blood Wolf King was also valiant. It lost its balance and struggled in the air, but it couldn't avoid the fate of being thrown to the ground. After landing, the Blood Wolf King roared and immediately got up, pouncing over again. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't use her bare hands. Instead, she shook the Jade Water Sword and a 2-foot sword ray shot out, piercing towards the Blood Wolf King's throat. The Blood Wolf King was already prepared. Although it was inconvenient to move in the air, it blocked the sword ray with its front claws. With a dang sound, it was the sound of metal colliding with stone. The Blood Wolf King's hard claws actually deflected the invincible sword ray. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. I didn't expect the Blood Wolf King to have such an ability. It seems that even the inner disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with it. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua pulled herself together and went up to fight with the Blood Wolf King. It was a very strange scene. Hundreds of blood wolves quietly surrounded a high slope. On the high slope, a tall and thin young man wielded his sword like a dragon as he fought with a huge golden blood wolf. Not far away among the wolf pack, there was a tall man half huddled on the ground, nervously watching the scene. Beside him, there was a pretty girl lying quietly. Zhang Xiaohua and the Blood Wolf King fought back and forth for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. There was no clear winner or loser. Just as Zhang Xiaohua wanted to change her move, the Blood Wolf King pounced over and waved its front claws, attacking the left side of Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Zhang Xiaohua's Jade Water Sword pierced the wolf's claws. At this moment, the Blood Wolf King suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spat out a mouthful of air towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Zhang Xiaohua was obviously stunned. What kind of move is this? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was surprised, the breath arrived in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua swept it with his divine sense, and his face suddenly changed. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in front of him seemed to have undergone a drastic change. The Blood Wolf King had spat out something that looked like a blade, and it was heading straight for his face. In a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and immediately used the familiar Earth Escape. Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared from the spot and then appeared behind the Blood Wolf King and Zhang Xiaohu in surprise. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. I knew this Blood Wolf King must have some trump card. Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of the ability to spit out wind blades, but presumably the Blood Wolf King had not mastered it. The strength of the wind blades was also very weak. Otherwise, at such a close distance, Zhang Xiaohua would have been seriously injured. Chapter 673. The Blood Wolf King's wind blade was out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations, but it was also within Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. However, he did not expect that the Blood Wolf King would not use this kind of colorless and silent killing technique. This wind blade was really amazing. At first, it was like the sound of the wind. Following the Blood Wolf King's growl, it only started to move when it was close. If not for the help of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, how could he know that this wind-like thing could actually hurt him? Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to turn his head. In his divine sense, the wind blade actually flew out 10 feet away, followed by the wail of a blood wolf. It must have been accidentally injured by the wind blade. Listening to the sound, it was already 40 to 50 feet away. To be able to have such a strong force from such a long distance, it really made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little scared. Good. Fortunately, young master's character is good and has always been releasing his divine sense. Otherwise, Tiske, at least his face would be disfigured. When the Blood Wolf King saw that the wind blade did not work, he was also stunned on the spot. In his impression, this wind blade consummate skill had always been effective in one strike, and it had only failed when facing the two kings of the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, this unfamiliar intruder in front of him actually, seeing that the Blood Wolf King had stopped attacking, Zhang Xiaohua was slightly surprised. Then he laughed. Good. I'll let you experience this young master's methods. After speaking, he flew up. The Jade Water Sword light spat out another 2 feet and directly pierced towards the Blood Wolf King. The Blood Wolf King was stunned for a moment. Seeing that the sword light was about to reach him, he did not dodge. He simply opened his mouth and shot out another invisible wind blade. Zhang Xiaohua also wanted to test the power of the wind blade. He did not dodge and directly pierced the wind blade that was flying towards him. It was strange. The wind blade was clearly a wind-like object, but when the sword gleam pierced it, there was an indescribable sound. Then, the sword gleam suddenly retracted and was suppressed into the body of the Jade Water Sword. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. The Jade Water Sword was given to her second brother. She didn't want it to be broken now. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled back her sword, not daring to use her sword to directly receive the wind blade. At this time, the wind blade was already close to her. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and simulated her true qi into her palm. With a sidestep, she dodged the wind blade and sent out another air-splitting palm. Unfortunately, this time the wind blade showed the characteristics of the wind. The air-splitting palm's inner qi actually flashed and could not hit the wind blade at all. Zhang Xiaohua was a little curious. This is interesting. Then Zhang Xiaohua put away the Jade Water Sword. Together with her right hand's middle finger and index finger, she pointed forward. The chasing dream that had been hovering in mid-air made a Z sound. It was as if it was going to tear through the air and pierce towards the Blood Wolf King's throat. The Blood Wolf King had already seen the power of the chasing dream. At this time, seeing that the small sword actually made a sound, how could he not know that Zhang Xiaohua was using her full strength? The Blood Wolf King was not afraid of the Jade Water Sword light. Not only could it block the wind blade, it could even block its own sharp claws. However, this small sword did not seem to be that simple. Just from seeing that it had pierced through the Blood Wolf King's head like tofu, it did not dare to rashly try. Sure enough, when the chasing dream came close, the Blood Wolf King did not use its front claws to block it. Instead, it twisted its body and that thick tail was like a huge shadow. With a pa sound, it slapped the small sword from top to bottom. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned. After seeing the Blood Wolf King's sturdy claws, she did not dare to be too careless. With a slight movement of her fingers, the small sword suddenly stopped in the air. Then the tip of the sword went up and with a so sound, it met the Blood Wolf King's tail. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the two collided. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was shaken, and the small sword was almost out of control. It swayed and fell to the ground. The Blood Wolf King also let out a low growl, and a few drops of blood dripped from its tail. It seemed to have suffered a minor injury. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and secretly said, "This Blood Wolf King is indeed not ordinary. Since the chasing dream made its move, other than being caught due to its lack of power, this is the first time it has been struck down by force. What should I do?" Zhang Xiaohua could not go against the Blood Wolf King again. However, right after, Zhang Xiaohua's fingers moved again. The chasing dream jumped up from the dust and directly pierced towards the Blood Wolf King's throat. The Blood Wolf King did not dare to hesitate. Since its tail was pierced by the small sword, it could not be careless about the vital point of its throat. The Blood Wolf King twisted its body and opened its mouth. Whoosh! Another wind blade was spat out. Zhang Xiaohua also secretly nodded. Previously they had been testing each other for a long time. Ordinary moves were not effective. At this time they could only compete with each other's divine sense. Thus Zhang Xiaohua also focused. She poured her divine sense into the small sword and faced the wind blade head-on. Poof! The small sword seemed to have pierced into a ball of soft cotton. It did not exert any force. Zhang Xiaohua urged her divine sense and pushed the small sword forward a little. The Blood Wolf King was also stunned. It opened its mouth and shot out another wind blade. The chasing dream could not withstand it and was pushed back in an instant. Zhang Xiaohua pointed her finger and the small sword turned around to get rid of the wind blade. Then it dived into the Blood Wolf King's mouth and stabbed again. Seeing that the wind blade was effective, the Blood Wolf King was no longer nervous and spat out 2 wind blades in a row. Damn! Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Before she could command the small sword to change the angle, the Blood Wolf King also raised its head and shot out 3 wind blades in a row from different angles to block Zhang Xiaohua's escape route. The 3 wind blades were directly aimed at different vital points on Zhang Xiaohua's body. The one who strikes first gains the advantage. Even the Blood Wolf King understood this principle. Huh? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Was the Blood Wolf King a human or a beast? It actually knew the art of war? However, he was confident that he could dodge the attack. He leaped into the air, but before he could stabilize himself in the air, the Blood Wolf King launched a few more wind blades at him. The wind blades were aimed at several vital points on his body without any hesitation. It can't be. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had forgotten that he was in the air, exposing all the vital points on his body. Wouldn't that make him a moving target? Seeing the wind blades flying towards him, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about the elegance of a peerless expert and somersaulted down. The Blood Wolf King took advantage of the situation and became even more unreasonable. Puff, puff, puff. Another 3 wind blades were shot at the place where Zhang Xiaohua landed, blocking Zhang Xiaohua's escape route. Then the Blood Wolf King raised its head and roared, opening its mouth wide. Whoosh! The wind blades were bigger than the previous ones and they were shot towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. This guy is really vicious and merciless. No wonder he's a king. Zhang Xiaohua was in the air, looking at the wind blades coming from above and below. His heart was slightly flustered. Most of his previous opponents were martial artists. The martial arts that Zhang Xiaohua had learned were more than enough. If it did not work, he could use his strength to subdue his opponents. Moreover, the divine powers that he had learned for the time being were unfathomable. He had an advantage in battle. Even when he met Huang Feng not long ago, he only relied on his speed and claws to tear his throat. He did not use any other techniques. Now that he saw the Blood Wolf King's ability, Zhang Xiaohua understood that there was always someone better than him in this world. Huang Feng was not without powerful techniques, but because she was pregnant with little Martin, she did not want to harm her body too much. Therefore she frequently used simple claws. If Huang Feng knew how to use wind blades, he would have died long ago. The water in Jianghu was really deep. In a flash, Zhang Xiaohua thought a lot, but he still had to dodge the wind blades in front of him. He moved his body and breathed, circulating the little amount of true qi in his meridians smoothly. His divine sense carefully identified the speed and gaps of the wind blades. In almost impossible places, he moved his body several times to avoid them. When the wind blades flew past, Zhang Xiaohua's body was already covered in cold sweat. It's all thanks to Yellow Wind. Under its relentless pursuit these past few days, my Imperial Wind technique has really made great progress. Not to mention other things, just the control of my movements has become much more precise. This Blood Wolf King is really despicable. Xiaoxia had just dodged, but it did not rest and shot out another wind blade. Do you not need to pay for these wind blades? Fortunately, at this time he was close to the ground. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua plunged into the ground. However, just as he entered the ground, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. He had escaped, but what about second brother and Chang'e? He did not have much time to think and immediately escaped. Sure enough, when the Blood Wolf King saw Zhang Xiaohua avoid the battle, it immediately shot a wind blade at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohua panicked. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the wind blade. He watched as the wind blade flew over. Inside the restriction, Zhang Xiaohu did not know the danger inside, nor did he know that the wind blade was shot at him. He only saw the Blood Wolf King opening his mouth and yawning. His brother inexplicably popped out of the ground and looked at him nervously. Did something happen here? Suddenly, just around Zhang Xiaohu there was a slight shake and even some light blue brilliance flashed. About 4 feet around him there were some ripples. What is this? Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled. In the distance, Zhang Xiaohua saw that the restriction was not broken by the Blood Wolf King's wind blades, and his heart was slightly relieved. However, even if it could not be broken once, it did not mean that it could not be broken many times. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the jade talisman was limited and could not be replenished by the heaven and earth yuan qi. As long as the Blood Wolf King attacked repeatedly, it was bound to be broken. Zhang Xiaohua knew that from this moment on, he could no longer hide and could only face the difficulties head-on. Shortly after, Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade talisman from her bosom and gently crushed it. A light green protective barrier immediately enveloped Zhang Xiaohua's entire body. This was the first time Zhang Xiaohua had used a defensive jade talisman on herself. By the time Zhang Xiaohua crushed the jade talisman, the Blood Wolf King's wind blades were already flying towards her. Chapter 674. Seeing how ruthless the Blood Wolf King was, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Just now he had killed too many Blood Wolf Kings, so he couldn't help but feel compassion. But now that the wind blades were constantly shooting at the protective barrier, the barrier was getting thinner and thinner. He knew that today was not the day to be kind. Letting go of the Blood Wolf King's wishful thinking would only bring disaster to himself. Therefore he laughed and said, "The Blood Wolf King is only SS. Do you think I only have one jade talisman?" Then he took out another jade talisman and gently crushed it to strengthen the protective barrier. Then another jade talisman appeared in his hand. It was Zhang Xiaohua's best weapon, the dragon binding ring. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had a defensive barrier, he temporarily ignored the Blood Wolf King's wind blades. He threw the dragon binding ring in his hand into the air. The dragon binding ring grew in the wind until it was the same size as the Blood Wolf King. Inside the protective shield, Zhang Xiaohua secretly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Alas, fortunately the Blood Wolf King is not that big. If it were bigger, my Jinqi would not be enough. Zhang Xiaohua rested for a moment and pointed his finger again. The dragon binding ring silently flew towards the Blood Wolf King. When the Blood Wolf King saw Zhang Xiaohua throwing out the dragon binding ring, it was shocked. While it was shooting wind blades at Zhang Xiaohua, it also spat a few mouthfuls of qi at the dragon binding ring. However, Zhang Xiaohua controlled the dragon binding ring to not collide with the wind blades, so the wind blades missed. Seeing the dragon binding ring flying closer, the Blood Wolf King panicked. It sent out a few more wind blades, but they were like clay oxen entering the sea. It quickly dodged to the side. Unfortunately, the dragon binding ring was like a maggot. No matter how it dodged, it was steadily aimed at its head. The Blood Wolf King was even more panicked. With a low roar, it leaped into the air and ran straight into the wolf pack. The wolves received the order from the Blood Wolf King and started to run. For a moment, the entire slope was in chaos. The Blood Wolf King actually wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. It was really shameful for the Blood Wolf King's wolf character. If it was too late, it would attack with all its might. But if it couldn't win, it would immediately escape. It even used its own subordinates as cover. However, the Blood Wolf King actually used wind blades to attack Zhang Xiaohu. This made Zhang Xiaohua very angry. Since she already had the intention to kill it, how could she let it go? Zhang Xiaohua's figure flew straight to the place where the Blood Wolf King disappeared. Although the Blood Wolf King's escape speed was extremely fast, Zhang Xiaohua cultivated the Imperial Wind technique while being chased by the Yellow Wind. It was naturally easy to deal with it now. When Zhang Xiaohua found the Blood Wolf King covered by the pack of wolves, she couldn't help but become angrier. The Blood Wolf King was really vicious. It seemed that it didn't give up and actually quietly moved towards Zhang Xiaohu's direction. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and flew to Zhang Xiaohu's side, blocking the Blood Wolf King's path. The Blood Wolf King saw that its plot was exposed and growled. The pack of wolves received the order and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. As for the Blood Wolf King itself, it turned around and wanted to escape. How could Zhang Xiaohua let it go? She stretched out her hand and took out a few light red jade talismans. She shook her hand and shot them at the Blood Wolf King. Unfortunately, the Blood Wolf King dodged and all of the jade talismans missed and hit the other wolves. A faint fire appeared and several wolves cried out in pain. For a moment, the scene became even more chaotic. Some of the smarter wolves quickly lay down on the ground and tried to extinguish the fire. However, they couldn't do so no matter how hard they tried. The burning wolves fled and passed the fire to the wolves next to them. Not long after, many of the wolves were caught in the fire. The wolves that were on fire earlier screamed miserably as they were burned to death by the fire. The rest of the wolves were even crazier. Seeing this scene, they immediately retreated and distanced themselves from the burning wolves. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to watch the development of the situation. He didn't dare to use the fire talisman because he was afraid that it would cause the wolves to panic and lead the fire to the Yulon Prairie. Since he had already used it, he needed to quickly get rid of the Blood Wolf King and then deal with the aftermath. The retreat of the wolves also gave Zhang Xiaohua some convenience. The order of the Blood Wolf King couldn't be heard by the frenzied wolves. Zhang Xiaohua could easily see the Blood Wolf King fleeing in a hurry. With a low whistle, Zhang Xiaohua activated the Imperial Wind technique and rushed to the top of the Blood Wolf King. With a wave of her hand, the dragon binding ring fell from the sky. This was a high slope. Without the help of the wolves, even if the Blood Wolf King fled, it couldn't outrun the speed of the spiritual sense. After a while, the dragon binding ring was firmly wrapped around the Blood Wolf King's neck. Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay and formed a hand seal. The dragon binding ring was large but small, tightly wrapped around the Blood Wolf King's neck. Then he ruthlessly pointed with his hand. With a light kacha sound, the Blood Wolf King's neck was immediately broken by the dragon binding ring. A stream of blood flowed out from the Blood Wolf King's mouth and it immediately died on the spot. At this time Zhang Xiaohua also fell from the sky. The dragon binding ring consumed too much spiritual sense and Jin Qi. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to use it because he was afraid that even if he killed the Blood Wolf King, his body would run out of Jin Qi. Then wouldn't he die in the mouths of the wolves? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He reluctantly used his remaining Jin Qi to escape into the ground. With 2 primordial stones in his hand, he quickly recovered his Jin Qi. However, before he could escape into the ground, the remaining Jin Qi in his meridians wasn't enough to support the escape technique. The hard ground forced him out of the ground. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He looked around and saw that the surrounding blood wolves were still in a mess and didn't notice him. He quickly hid in a bush and lay there to absorb Jin Qi. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Jin Qi in his meridians was replenished. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua's heart feel at ease. Worried about his second brother's situation, he didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly got up. Looking at the Blood Wolf King that was strangled to death by the dragon binding ring, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had successfully refined the dragon binding ring before coming to the Valley Orchid Dusk. Otherwise, even if he could escape today, his second brother and Jianghu would be in trouble. Thinking about the yellow wind, that was even more powerful than the Blood Wolf King, Zhang Xiaohua truly knew that he was dancing on the tip of a knife a few days ago. Then Zhang Xiaohua patted Little Black who was sleeping in his arms and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to you, little guy. Otherwise, this young master would have already become a wandering soul under your mother's claws. If I don't treat you well in the future, wouldn't I be letting you down?" Zhang Xiaohua walked to the Blood Wolf King's corpse and bent down to pick up the corpse that was even taller than himself. He walked up the high slope in large strides and when he reached the highest point he looked around. Fortunately, although the Yuan Qi in the Valley Orchid was abundant, it wasn't enough to support the flames. After the remaining blood wolves were burned to death for 2 minutes, the flames no longer spread outside. At this moment the blood wolves were somewhat scattered, but they still circled around in 2s and 3s. They didn't go far and were probably waiting for the Blood Wolf King's orders. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand and raised the Blood Wolf King's corpse above his head. He opened his mouth and let out a long howl. The sound shook the surroundings and attracted all the blood wolves that were still alive. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua raise the Blood Wolf King's corpse, the eyes of the blood wolves couldn't help but reveal fear. Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste time with them and shouted loudly, "Hey! If you don't leave now, when will you?" All the blood wolves' 4 legs trembled and they immediately clamped their tails. Like dogs that had lost a fight, they were about to disperse. At this moment, suddenly not far away, a blood wolf let out a low howl. It raised its head to look at Zhang Xiaohua and the Blood Wolf King's corpse in his hands and slowly ran up the high slope. "What is this?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He immediately took out the jade water sword from his bosom and stared at the blood wolf that was running over. The blood wolf ran to the front, but it didn't move forward. It only bent its body, bent its legs and slightly lowered its head. The surrounding blood wolves also listened and obediently stood there. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. "What is this?" For a moment, one person and one wolf stood there in silence. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the blood wolf remained in the same position and didn't change. Even the surrounding blood wolves quietly stood there without moving, as if they were waiting for something. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and whispered, "Brother Wolf, what are you playing at? What do you mean by this?" I really don't understand. When the blood wolf heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, it unconsciously raised its head and quietly looked at Zhang Xiaohua. There was no other expression in its eyes except for a faint trace of expectation and a trace of fear. Zhang Xiaohua took a step forward. The blood wolf crouched and involuntarily took half a step back. However, it quickly lowered its head and took a step forward. Sigh, it said that skills don't weigh on one's body. I should learn the beast language again. Otherwise, communication won't be so troublesome. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Seeing that the blood wolf didn't seem to have any evil intentions, she thought for a moment and threw the blood wolf king's corpse in front of it. Brother wolf, do you want to take your blood wolf king back and bury it? The blood wolf naturally didn't reply. However, when it saw Zhang Xiaohua throw the blood wolf king to the ground, its eyes revealed joy. It stepped forward and bit the blood wolf king's neck. Blood immediately flowed into the blood wolf king's mouth. The blood wolf king didn't hesitate and immediately drank until the wound on its neck stopped bleeding. Then, it threw the blood wolf king's corpse away and walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side. It half squatted and raised its head to howl. This howl was very different from the previous one. There was a bit of the blood wolf king's aura in the howl. When the surrounding wolves heard the howls of the blood wolves, they all revealed joyous expressions and howled towards the sky. The simultaneous howls of several hundred blood wolves spread far and wide across the vast grassland. Even the floating clouds in the sky changed color. Chapter 675. Seeing the behavior of the wolves, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened, but he was also somewhat apprehensive. At this time he understood that this pack of blood wolves must have a king to guide them. Otherwise the pack of wolves may disperse or be eaten by other fierce beasts. Their inheritance of the king should be the way that blood wolf drank the blood of the blood wolf king. Well, maybe this was just a superficial phenomenon and he didn't know the truth. But today the blood wolf king was killed by him. Seeing that the throne of the blood wolves was about to be lost, this blood wolf king bravely stepped forward and came to him at the risk of being killed by him, hoping that he would return the throne to them. For the sake of the entire wolf pack, the blood wolf king was actually willing to sacrifice his own life. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously looked at the blood wolf king in a new light. But what made him apprehensive was whether the blood wolf king who had just inherited the throne would continue to follow the will of the previous blood wolf king and attack him. Soon the new blood wolf king immediately expressed its stance. After it led the wolf pack to howl, it immediately squatted down and placed its head under Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Then it used its head to slowly nudge against Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. This was similar to the performance of the lazy dog in the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua naturally stroked its head and said, "Brother Wolf, congratulations on obtaining the throne. But I'm very sorry, I don't have any meat bones here so I can't celebrate with you. Please forgive me." How could the new blood wolf king understand? When it saw Zhang Xiaohua stroking its head, it was very happy and proud. The surrounding wolves also seemed to be envious and let out a low growl. Suddenly the new blood wolf king's face changed. Its nose twitched a few times and its face became even more respectful. It turned its head and sniffed Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She thought that it was being naughty. She waved her hand and smiled. "Do you want to find a place to sleep like Little Black?" However, the new blood wolf king still put his nose on Zhang Xiaohua's chest and even used his mouth to enter Zhang Xiaohua's bosom. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She put her hand into her bosom and immediately understood. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he carried little Martin out. At this moment little Martin's eyes were still closed and he did not care about the outside world. However, when Zhang Xiaohua carried little Martin out, the new blood wolf king immediately revealed a look of fear and respect as it quickly prostrated itself on the ground. The surrounding blood wolves were also half fearful and half respectful. They bent their forelegs and bent their bodies as if they were paying respects to their queen. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. If she knew that Little Black was so powerful when it was sleeping, she would have taken it out earlier. She had been so tired and worried for nothing. The wolves had been paying respects to Little Black for a long time. Naturally, Little Black ignored them. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she said, "New brother wolf, this child is still young and can't pay attention to you. When it grows up, you can pay respects to it." After that, she put Little Black back into her bosom. The new blood wolf king only dared to raise his head when he smelled little Martin's breath. However, he still did not dare to stand up. He crouched down and crawled in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He used his head to nod behind her. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua understood. This action was similar to what Huan Huan did at the beginning. It meant that she was going to ride on it. However, this glory belonged to Little Black and she was just basking in its glory. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and rode on it. When the Blood Wolf King saw these people riding on it, it was very excited. It stood up and slowly carried Zhang Xiaohua down the slope. Seeing this scene, the entire wolf pack howled as if this was a supreme glory. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not be thick-skinned anymore. She took out Little Black and hugged it in front of her chest. Thus, the wolf pack became even more excited. The Blood Wolf King carried them down the slope and turned around a few times before walking towards Zhang Xiaohu's direction. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu was completely stunned. He was even more shocked than when he saw Zhang Xiaohua descending from the sky. These were blood wolves that ate people without spitting out their bones. However, they were as docile as the mangy dogs in the Guizhuang house. Oh, they were even more docile than mangy dogs. At least when they had no bones, mangy dogs would ignore you. Walking to Zhang Xiaohu's side, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down and smiled at the Blood Wolf King. Well, you also worked hard. You should go back and reorganize your team. I think you also have a long way to go. I killed a lot of these blood wolves. The Blood Wolf King let out a low howl and circled around Zhang Xiaohua, but it didn't leave. It actually crouched down in the grass nearby. The pack of wolves behind it did the same. They were leisurely circling around in the same place, not in a hurry. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. She really did not know what they meant. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu was also looking at her. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, don't look at me. I also don't know what they are doing. My matter can be dealt with later. First, let's take a look at your injuries." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "All right. Anyway, looking at their appearance, they seem harmless. Let them stay. Oh, don't look at me first. If you want to look, you have to look at Chang'e first." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second sister-in-law's injuries, when I came here, I have already seen it. There is no danger to her life. You can rest assured. But just now you fought for a while. I still don't know the situation in your body. Let's take a look at you first." Zhang Xiaohu said embarrassedly, "That? I don't know what you saw. Second sister-in-law seems to be a little early. If you shout now, only the two of us can hear it. When Chang'e wakes up, don't talk nonsense." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I naturally saw what I should see. As for what I shouldn't see, I didn't see it at all. Second brother, you can rest assured." After that, she grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's wrist. First, she looked at his pulse, then she transferred a strand of true qi into his meridians. After a round of inspection, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu's heart thumped. Then he comforted, "Xiaohua, is it very serious? It doesn't matter if you don't know how to treat it. Wait until we return to Shixin Peak." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "It is a bit serious. Just now, some flesh was bitten off by the blood wolf and a lot of blood flowed out. Moreover, there are some internal injuries in my body. It seems to be an old injury from before. The meridians in my body are somewhat atrophied. It should be caused by my exhaustion just now." Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. "Xiaohua, why do you say the same thing as the doctor in the hall? Your words are clear and logical. This internal injury was caused in the Misty Mountain Villa. There has been no medicine to treat it, so I kept it." Then he sighed, "Now many of the brothers in the hall are injured. The medicine provided by the fragrant religion is not enough. This time, Hall Master Yang asked the sect leader for permission to let us come to the Yulon Grand Canyon to collect herbs for alchemy." "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhang Xiaohua understood and suddenly asked, "By the way, what about Captain He? Is he also at Shixin Peak?" "Yitianshu?" Zhang Xiaohu did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to ask so suddenly. He hesitated, "Well, he is at Shixin Peak." Then he changed the topic. "Not only Captain He, Marshal Uncle Shui, Marshal Uncle Wen, Marshal Uncle Lu and the others are also at Shixin Peak." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. "I was worried about them. It turns out that they are still alive. Are they all well?" "Well, they are all well." Zhang Xiaohu hesitated and said, "By the way, do you have the blood-replenishing pill of the fragrant religion? If you have it, give me one. Oh, if you have two, give me one and keep the other one for Chang'e." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and took out a bottle from her arms. She threw it to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "There are only 4 pills. I will give them all to you. It's hard for you to remember second sister-in-law." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and opened the jade bottle. He poured out one pill, but he frowned when he smelled the medicine. He turned his head and said, Xiaohua, this doesn't seem to be the blood-replenishing pill. I have seen the blood-replenishing pill of the fragrant religion. It is different from this one. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Of course this is not the blood-replenishing pill. This is the Yuhuandan pill. You have internal injuries, so it is better to take the Yuhuandan pill. What? Yuhuandan pill? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. His hands trembled and he almost dropped the jade bottle on the ground. He cried out in amazement, This is the legendary Yuhuandan pill used by the inner disciples of the fragrant religion peak? Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed and said, Second brother, look at how surprised you are. Don't say that you are my second brother in the future. It is just the Yuhuandan pill. For the time being there are only 4 pills. Maybe there will be more in the future. You take it first. I will help second sister-in-law connect her wound to her broken arm, and then you can help her take it. This? Zhang Xiaohu looked at the Yuhuandan pill in his hand and thought for a while. He said awkwardly, Xiaohua, do you have any blood-replenishing pills? My injuries are not serious, so don't waste the precious pills. You should keep it for yourself. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua thought of Nie Qinyu and thought, people who care about themselves are indeed different from others. If it was someone else, they would have taken it even if they were not convinced. She immediately shook her head. I have no use for this. Second brother, you should take it quickly. If you don't need it, I will keep it for master. What happened to Hero One? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. She then thought of the news she heard earlier and asked carefully, Is it because of your internal strength? Zhang Xiaohu nodded sadly. That is one thing. The main thing is that your internal injuries are more serious than mine. It has been so many years. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Yes, don't you have 4 pills? You can keep one for master. But there is still Master's Junior Lu. She saved you and Big Brother before. Zhang Xiaohua felt a lump in her throat. Chapter 676. Zhang Xiaohua's nose twitched and then she said seriously, Second brother, don't worry. I'll take care of it. I'll give you enough Yuhuandan pill. You should take it now. You're my second brother. If I don't give you any pills, I'll be in vain. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, That's what you said. I'm convinced. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, Take it, take it. Take it as much as you want. As long as you keep the one for second sister-in-law, you can take the other 3. It doesn't matter. Then Zhang Xiaohua's heart flashed and he instructed, I don't have that many pills on hand right now. I'll give them to you when we get back. But you can't say that I gave them to you. What? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. I have my own plan. Don't ask so much. Zhang Xiaohua made a mysterious face. Zhang Xiaohu had no choice but to hold up the Yuhuandan pill and said, I'm convinced. Just take it. No one is stopping you. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes grumpily. She bent over and sat beside Chang'e. After taking Chang'e's pulse and checking her meridians with genuine qi, Zhang Xiaohua had a plan. She turned to Zhang Xiaohu, who had taken the Yuhuandan pill, and said, Second brother, although second sister-in-law fainted, she just lost too much blood. She didn't have any internal injuries and her meridians are still stable. You don't have to take the Yuhuandan pill. I still have the blood-replenishing pill. She'll be fine after taking it. Zhang Xiaohu was unhappy when he heard that. He said angrily, Look at you. You just said that you'd give your second sister-in-law the Yuhuandan pill. Why do you change your mind now? No. As he spoke, he walked in front of Jianghu and squatted down. He supported Changji's upper body and poured a jade rejuvenation pill into Changji's mouth. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Isn't she called Chang'e? Why are you calling her second sister-in-law now? Zhang Xiaohu blushed. It was a slip of the tongue. Then with a straight face she said, Why aren't you setting your elder sister Chang'e's bones? Do you want her to wake up and beg you? I wouldn't dare. Zhang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue. He hit all of Chang'e's major acupoints with his fingers and skillfully reconnected Chang'e's arm. Then he cut a few straight planks from a big tree in the distance to fix Chang'e's arm. At this time Zhang Xiaohu sighed and said, I heard that the fragrant religion has a kind of small bone congealing pill that can heal bones. When we go back, I will ask the hall master to get some from the inner disciples. Oh, that's right. Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about this. She then took out a jade bottle from her bosom and poured out a pill. Second brother, help second sister-in-law feed it. Ha! Zhang Xiaohu was very surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua's bosom and said in amazement, Xiaohua, could it be that you have 100 treasures pouch in your bosom? You can have anything I say? You actually have a small bone congealing pill with you? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, this isn't a small bone congealing pill. This is a genuine bone congealing pill. A genuine bone congealing pill? Zhang Xiaohu couldn't believe it. He took it and sniffed it. He shook his head and said, if you said it was a Yuandan pill, I would have believed it. Lingering fragrance peak has it. The bone congealing pill has been lost in the fragrant religion for a long time. Where did you get it? Moreover, this pill doesn't have any medicinal smell. How can it be a pill? Your second brother is very smart. You can't fool him. It's up to you whether you want it or not. You still dare to doubt it. Zhang Xiaohua made a move to snatch the pill back. Zhang Xiaohu dodged and said with a smile, it's a good deal. I don't believe that you're using a fake pill to fool your second. Ahem, your elder sister Chang'e. After he finished speaking, he helped Chang'e feed the pill. Zhang Xiaohua took out some pills to stop bleeding and give them to Zhang Xiaohu. She helped him apply them externally and let him do the same for Chang'e. Only then did she feel completely relieved. She unsealed the sealed acupoints on Chang'e's body. The Yuandan pill and bone congealing pill were really miraculous. In just a moment the medicine took effect. Chang'e's pale face was already slightly red. Zhang Xiaohu also nodded and said, my body is warm and really comfortable. The wound almost doesn't hurt anymore. At this time the setting sun was still shining dazzlingly and refused to set. Zhang Xiaohua also felt warm in her heart. Zhang Xiaohu asked again, by the way Xiaohua, how did you know we were here? We were so far away. Before he finished his words, Zhang Xiaohua jumped up and shouted, oh, second brother, I've been talking to you so much that I've forgotten about Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohu was also shocked. You met Chen Chen? Where is she? Is she okay? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, she was fine just now. Now, she should be fine. After that, she was about to fly away, but her eyes caught the Blood Wolf King and she immediately waved to it. The Blood Wolf King saw this and jumped up happily. Zhang Xiaohua flew up and patted its head as if she was patting Huan Huan. The Blood Wolf King was stunned, but it knew what Zhang Xiaohua meant. It growled and quickly walked in the direction indicated by Zhang Xiaohua. Dozens of blood wolves around it immediately stood up and followed it. The other blood wolves still stayed quietly in their original places. The Blood Wolf King ran very fast. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, it arrived at the edge of the wild forest. When it arrived, it did not wait for Zhang Xiaohua's order and immediately rushed into the forest as if it had smelled something. Before Chen Chen's location, Zhang Xiaohua saw a lot of black beasts in front of them. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this was bad. Could it be that Chen Chen had met with some mishap? However, he immediately felt that it could not be. Although he had left in a hurry, he had set up the restrictions. There was no reason for a beast to break through the restrictions. Could it be that another beast like the Blood Wolf King had appeared? But when she got closer, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be stunned. She saw that in the middle of the beasts, Chen Chen was sitting in the circle that Zhang Xiaohua had drawn. Her beautiful face was pale and her lips were trembling. She held the black puppy in one hand and kept stroking the black puppy's back with the other to get rid of her fear. However, the terrified Chen Chen completely forgot to look at the expressions and postures of the surrounding beasts. They were all prostrating on the ground, showing respect to a king. Seeing the appearance of the beasts and the black puppy in Chen Chen's hand, Zhang Xiaohua understood the reason. She jumped down from the Blood Wolf King's back. The Blood Wolf King also quickly fell to the ground and respectfully bowed to the black puppy. When Chen Chen saw Zhang Xiaohua appear, it was as if she had seen her savior. She stood up at once and rushed forward. Thinking of Zhang Xiaohua's instructions, she did not dare to go out of the circle and looked anxious. Zhang Xiaohua walked closer and took the jade talismans. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior sister Chen Chen. It's all over now." "Really?" Chen Chen said in surprise. "Senior brother and senior sister are all right." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Of course." As if seeing Zhang Xiaohua in the martial arts exhibition, Chen Chen laughed out loud. Then she looked around timidly and pulled Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, after you left for a while, these beasts came and scared me to death. Hehe, your circle is really useful. They don't dare to cross it at all. You are getting more and more powerful. You are really great." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and thought, although my restriction is useful, it's not as good as Little Black's. However, he could not tell her and only smiled. It's good that you know. I've always been low-key. Don't tell others. Hee hee. Chin laughed again and said, I won't. Well, let's go and see second brother and the others. After that she called a blood wolf and let Chin ride it. How could Chin dare to ride it? She had been chased by a blood wolf for a long time and even saw a senior brother being eaten by a blood wolf. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and jumped on the blood wolf king. She said, if you don't get on, I'll leave. Now you're out of the circle and don't have my protection. Chin heard this and jumped on the back of a blood wolf. 2 blood wolves roared and carried the 2 of them back to the high slope. All the other beasts also ran behind them. Seeing another group of beasts coming from afar, Zhang Xiaohu was anxious. Before he could react, he saw Zhang Xiaohua and Chin riding a blood wolf in front of him. Only then did he feel relieved. Senior brother, what happened to senior sister? Chin jumped off the blood wolf's back and tears fell down. He went straight to Chang'e. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, it's okay. She just took the elixir and is sleeping now. I think she'll wake up tomorrow morning. Elixir? Chin was stunned and said, where did we get the elixir from? But then he woke up and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He said, thank you Zhang Xiaohua. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, how can I not save my own sister-in-law? How can I let an outsider like you thank me? Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky and said, second brother, it's not early anymore. Let's find a place to rest. If you didn't bring a tent, you can only find a cave. Second. Before she could say the words second sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaohu stared at her and she could only say, Sister Chang'e just took the elixir. We have to find a suitable place. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and pointed to a small mountain in the distance. He said, that's where we rested last night. But it's a little far. Isn't it inconvenient? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it's not inconvenient at all. As long as you can carry Sister Chang'e, it's fine. After saying that, little Martin escaped from his arms and walked to a mammoth. When the mammoth saw little Martin, it immediately bent its limbs. Zhang Xiaohua patted its head and turned to say, second brother, you carry Sister Chang'e? Sister Chang'e will sit on this big guy. Oh, Chin and I will ride the blood wolf. Zhang Xiaohu was naturally happy. He carefully carried Chang'e and jumped on the mammoth's back. Chin didn't dare to ride the blood wolf and had to find an elephant to ride. Zhang Xiaohua was still riding the blood wolf king. The 4 of them went straight to the small mountain in front of them with a fierce beast. Chapter 677. Of course. Chang'e pursed her lips and smiled. Actually, as Chin said just now, your second brother's internal strength should be more than 30 years, but his real internal strength is only 20 years. This is what I was puzzled about. Of course, this situation also shows that as long as Xiaohu works hard, the difference of 10 years can be achieved very quickly. In other words, my second brother doesn't need to spend another 10 years of hard work to achieve the internal strength that other people need 10 years to achieve? That should be the case. Chang'e nodded. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked, then what if my second brother gains another 30 years of internal strength? What? How is this possible? The 3 of them were very surprised and cried out at the same time. Chang'e opened her eyes wide and said, Xiaohua, the thing you gave Xiaohu, is it the legendary magical pill that increases internal strength? Do you have the same kind of pill? Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to nod, she explained, maybe you don't know, this kind of pill that increases internal strength, although it's good, seems to be very harmful to the meridians. Think about it, it's a narrow road for a person to walk on. If you suddenly let 3 rows of carriages walk side by side, there will definitely be a big problem. I think that the signs of Xiaohu's qi deviation just now are because his meridians can't adapt to the huge amount of internal strength. Then doesn't that mean that no one dares to take the pill that increases internal strength? Zhang Xiaohua knew that Chang'e's guess was wrong, but she still asked curiously. This situation is also because your second brother has just started cultivating inner force. If he has been cultivating for a long time, like our Misty sect leader O, which one of them hasn't been immersed in inner force for decades? Their meridians have been tempered to be incomparably tough. This sudden increase in inner force makes it easier to control. Oh, so it's like that. Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood. Of course, his heart was more at ease. What was the meridian nourishing pill for? It was to nourish the meridians and temper the meridians. Zhang Xiaohu had taken this soothing meridians pill, so the meridians in his body were definitely comparable to those of experts who had cultivated for decades. Then Chang'e said, "There's another problem. Each kind of elixir is only effective for the first time. If you continue to take it, the effect will be greatly reduced. I estimate that if you give the same elixir to Xiaohu, it will definitely not increase his power by more than 10 years. At most, it will increase his power by 3 to 5 years." Zhang Xiaohua was still unwilling to give up and asked, "Then, what if it's a different type of pill?" This? Chang'e looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he was looking at a monster. In Jianghu, he had only heard of the elixir that could increase power but had never seen it. Even in the Misty School, he used to pick up the licorice roots from the secret site and refine some elixirs that could increase power by a little. But this was not something that Chang'e could know. Moreover, as long as one could get this kind of elixir, he didn't know how much virtue he had accumulated in his previous life. When Chang'e saw that Zhang Xiaohu's power suddenly increased by more than 10 years, of course, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua only had one elixir. Then, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, and Chang'e naturally thought that maybe there were 2 elixirs. This possibility had reached the limit of Chang'e's imagination. At this time, when he heard that there was another kind of elixir that could increase power, Chang'e almost thought that he was dreaming or that Zhang Xiaohua was joking. Although Qin Qin's kung fu was not as good as Chang'e's, and her knowledge was not as good as Chang'e's, she had heard about this kind of magical elixir. At this time she unconsciously curled her lips and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you really know how to brag." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. When he was about to speak, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He thought of the joke Zhang Xiaohua made yesterday, Sword Radiance. Sword Radiance was not something that could be done with more than 20 years of power. Since Zhang Xiaohua said so yesterday, could it be? Zhang Xiaohua looked at his second brother, his future second sister-in-law, and then at the petite and dainty Qin Qin, who had a look of disbelief on her face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. If they could not be trusted, then who else in this world could be trusted? So Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's affirmative action, Chang'e almost felt that all his cognition was about to change. Everything could happen to this child in his impression. Well, she somewhat forgot that yesterday before she fainted, she saw the immortal falling from the sky. Do you really have other elixirs that can increase one's power? Even Qin Qin felt that her mouth and tongue were dry, and still asked in disbelief. Zhang Xiaohua raised her chin and somewhat disdained to answer. Qin Qin stamped her feet and used her shoulder to support Chang'e, who was supported by her. Chang'e did not care about their business. She only thought for a moment and said, "Even if there are more elixirs, Xiaohu should not take them at this time." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua and his brother were puzzled, Qin Qin next to them said, "On the first day of practicing internal strength, didn't Master say that the most important thing to practice internal strength is to take one step at a time? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Senior brother has got more than 20 years of power, but he hasn't mastered it well. Just now he almost went mad. If he suddenly increases his power, won't it be more difficult to control it? Let's wait until senior brother carefully practices the internal strength that he got for free and uses it freely." After that, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You don't even know this? What did your master teach you?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly sighed and said, "It's so good to have a master. If it weren't for Chang'e and Qin Qin, I would have done something bad with good intentions." Then she cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your explanation, Master Qin. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known. Thank you for your advice." Bah. Qin Qin spat, and her expression was very similar to Nye Qinyu's. But soon her expression changed and was completely different from Nye Qinyu's. She said shyly, "Senior brother can't take it today. Don't you want to give me one of the elixirs for the sake of my explanation?" Then she stretched out her chubby little hand. "Okay." Hearing that, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate at all. She took out a jade bottle and poured 2 elixirs into Qin Qin's hand. "Huh?" Qin Qin was stunned and said, You're really giving it to me?" Then she smelled it and then laughed. "Zhang Xiaohua, what kind of elixir is this? It doesn't smell like medicine at all. Are you trying to fool a little boy?" "Hehe, I know this elixir is expensive, but I'm just teasing you. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why do you give me a fake elixir? You even gave me 2 of them. It shows that you're generous." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, "One is for you and the other is for Sister Chang'e." "Hehe, you even want to fool senior Sister Chang'e?" Qin Qin still did not believe it. "Qin Qin." Zhang Xiaohu next to her scolded, "Don't make trouble with Xiaohua. Last night Xiaohua gave me this elixir." Qin had always been Changa's little tail, and now she was naturally taken care of by Zhang Xiaohu. She did not dare to disobey Zhang Xiaohu's words and did not dare to not believe them. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, she could not help but tremble in her hands, and the 2 meridian-nourishing elixirs almost fell to the ground. She stammered, "Zhang Xiaohua, you really want to give this elixir to me and to senior sister Chang'e?" Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qin was defeated, and she was secretly happy. She nodded and said, "A gentleman keeps his word. I said it's for you, so it's for you." Chang'e next to her said, "No, it's so expensive." Before she finished her words, Qin pulled her arm and said reluctantly, "Senior sister Chang'e, this is 20 years worth of power, ahem." Zhang Xiao, who also coughed a few times, stared at Chang'e and said, "Xiaohua gave it to you. Just take it. Why are you complaining?" Hearing this, Chang'e was a little angry, but her face was flushed. She did not know that everything yesterday had been seen clearly by Zhang Xiaohua in the air. She had always put on airs and thought that she was Zhang Xiaohu's senior sister. At this time, when she was scolded by Zhang Xiaohu, everything was exposed. How could she not be ashamed and angry? Alas, it was just that she did not realize it herself. When she talked about Zhang Xiaohu just now, she called him Xiaohu and Xiaohu, but did not hear her call him junior fellow apprentice Zhang. Then Chang'e was a little shy and said, "Since it's Xiaohua's kindness, I won't stand on ceremony. In fact, I also miss it very much." Seeing that Chang'e was not any different from the old Chang'e, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. She looked at her second brother who was smiling foolishly next to her and really despised him. "Xiaohua, do you still have?" Chang'e asked very hesitantly. She could not even finish her sentence. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood and said with a smile, "Sister Chang'e, do you think I have many of these pills? Moreover, even if I do, can I let others know about it except for you?" Chang'e nodded and did not ask any more questions. "That's right, senior sister. My martial arts in the sect aren't high to begin with. Only after I take this pill can I show them my prowess. If they all take it and their martial arts are higher than mine, what fun would there be?" Zhang Xiaohu also nodded and took a step forward. "You must be careful about this. Don't let others know about it, especially the people of the fragrance cult. I heard that the Misty School was destroyed because of this. We must not repeat the same mistake." "I know, senior brother." Qin said softly, "I'm not that stupid." Chang'e naturally nodded. Then Zhang Xiaohu asked, "Xiaohua, when is it suitable for Chang'e and Qin to take this pill? Will Chang'e's injury affect it?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, "Sister Chang'e, the bones in your arm are broken and now I'm fixing it. Don't you know that it will affect your internal strength?" Chang'e smiled and said, "When I woke up just now, I already tried it. It didn't affect me much." "Well, that's good." Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's best to take it after the bones are healed, but it's okay to take it now." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu immediately urged, "Then what are you waiting for? It takes 100 days to break bones and tendons. When Chang'e's arm is healed, won't it take a few months? Not to mention that Xiaohua may not be cheap, the environment of the Misty Hall is not suitable for taking this kind of pill. Everything should be done in the Yulon Canyon." Zhang Xiaohu was even more anxious than Chang'e. "Please vote monthly, please vote, please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 678. So the Blood Wolf King took the lead with a tall and thin Zhang Xiaohua riding on its back. Behind them were 2 huge mammoths and an elephant, each carrying 3 people, followed by a group of fierce beasts, which were surrounded by hundreds of blood wolves. Together they walked towards the distant hill. When they were halfway there, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. She patted her forehead and said loudly, "Second brother, you go first. I'll be back soon." After that, she jumped off the Blood Wolf King, turned around and disappeared. Zhang Xiaohu and Qin heard the sound and turned around. But there was no sign of Zhang Xiaohua on the back of the Blood Wolf King. "This kid, she's so old but she's still so careless." Zhang Xiaohu shook his head slightly and ignored her. He was only worried about the warm beauty in his arms. She could even enter and leave the Blood Wolf King, so why should he worry about her? Qin's eyes were full of stars. She didn't have time to ask Zhang Xiaohua how she flew into the sky, but now she disappeared in a flash. What kind of elixir had this little country boy been fed? The blood wolves, mammoths and other fierce beasts ran very fast. When the sun went down, they had already reached the hill. Zhang Xiaohu occasionally looked back and couldn't help but cry out, "Xiaohua, when did you come back?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, when you saw Sister Changa's injury on the way, I came back. Zhang Xiaohu blushed and said, why didn't you say hello when you came back? This. Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the back of the Blood Wolf King and said, I saw that you were concentrating, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. He carried Chang'e and carefully jumped down from the tall mammoth. Qin looked at the caves halfway up the mountain and her face was extremely gloomy. Needless to say, last night, there were dozens of disciples in the hall and it was lively here. Now there were only 3 people left. How could she not be sad? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to comfort him. Didn't she also feel terrible for a long time when she saw the disciples of the Pill Expansion Hall being killed? This was human nature. If this was not the case, this person would be heartless. The hill was not high. Although Zhang Xiaohu was injured, he could still climb it. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the surrounding beasts and patted the Blood Wolf King's head. She waved her hand outside and said, Brother Wolf, let them all go. I have seen your intentions. When your 2 little princes, or little princesses wake up, I will tell them. They can't see anything now, so I have the final say in your performance. So you don't have to wait here. It's getting late and we need to rest. The Blood Wolf King was not very human. It growled a few times. Except for a few beasts that seemed to be more qualified than the Blood Wolf King, they ignored it. The other beasts looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing beside the Blood Wolf King, and reluctantly turned around and left. Then the Blood Wolf King turned its head and opened its mouth. Its blood-red tongue stuck out for a long time and it seemed to be reporting to Zhang Xiaohua. It seemed that there was still some grievance in its eyes. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, Are you going to snitch now? Then he patted its head to show that he understood. Then he pointed at the hundreds of wolves around them and waved his hand. The Blood Wolf King was very aggrieved and it groaned in a low voice to protest. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Where is the demeanor of the Blood Wolf King? Why do you look more and more like a mangy dog from the Guozhuang house? However, since Zhang Xiaohua had already told the Blood Wolf King what she wanted, it was not up to Zhang Xiaohua to decide whether it would go or not. In fact, if there was a blood wolf to protect her, she would be able to sleep peacefully at night. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua ignored the Blood Wolf King and walked to Zhang Xiaohu's side and said, Second brother, let's go up. Oh, this mountain is quite high. You are injured. Do you want me to carry Sister Chang'e? Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips and said, It's just a small mountain. How can it be a high mountain in your mouth? Chang'e is not heavy. I can carry her. If I move here and there, I'm afraid I'll hurt my wound. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Qin, Senior sister, you lead the way. Qin suppressed her sadness and said in a low voice, Okay. Then she stretched her body and used her qigong to go up the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua jumped to Zhang Xiaohu's side and supported him with one hand. She did not use the wind-controlling technique, only the Misty School's qigong, and slowly followed behind Qin. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohu still wanted to use his internal force, but just as he started to use his internal force, there was a piercing pain in his meridians, so he did not dare to use his internal force again. Moreover, seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was effortlessly pulling him along and was not much slower than Qin, he simply did not exert any strength at all. He did not even take a step forward and only focused on protecting the stability of his arms. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and smiled. She only used a little strength with her left hand to lift the 2 of them and walked up the mountain easily. Not long after, the 4 of them came to the mountainside where there were 3 caves. The entrances of the caves had been repaired. Obviously, they were the caves where the disciples of the Misty Hall lived yesterday. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the caves and said, Among the 3 caves, the one on the far left is the largest. Yesterday, our ordinary disciples all lived there. The one in the middle is a little smaller and only the female disciples lived there. The one on the far right can only accommodate 2 people, which is where senior brother Qin, the leader, lived. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, I also wanted to say that it might be dangerous at night and we should live together. Since second brother said so, I guess you must be careful and not bully others. Then we have to let Sister Chang'e and Qin live in the small cave. Not only did Zhang Xiaohua finish her words, but Zhang Xiaohu also spat and said, angrily, I am not Li Jinfeng. Is it necessary? I just told you about the layout of the 3 caves and also remembered the brothers who died yesterday. When did I go too far? Chang'e was hurt like this, how could I bear to? How could I let Qin take care of her alone? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. His smile was filled with joy. She seemed to have never been so happy in the past few years. Zhang Xiaohu also pursed his lips and couldn't restrain his smile. The dark clouds that had been in his heart for many years were swept away the moment he saw Zhang Xiaohua today. Qinshan also said quickly, "I'd better live with senior brother and senior sister. In the past, when there were many people and there was no place to live, didn't we still live together? Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. There are only a few of us. Senior brother will protect you well." Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and said to Qinshan gently, "Okay." Qinshan was like a cheerful bird and said, "I'll go to the middle cave to tidy up and make a warm bedding for each of you." Zhang Xiaohu said quickly, "Don't bother. Make a bedding for your senior sister Chang'e first and let her lie down first." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "The bedding is not as warm as second brother's arms." Zhang Xiaohu's face turned red and he said, "I'm tired too." While they were talking, Qinshan shouted from inside, "Senior brother, come in. I've made the bedding." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, "So fast. They were all used last night. Just tidy them up." Zhang Xiaohu said angrily. He greatly despised Zhang Xiaohua's lack of common sense. When they entered the cave, it was already dusk. There was already a torch lit in the cave. Perhaps it was used last night. Zhang Xiaohu carefully put Chang'e on the hay near the inside and turned back to say, "Xiaohua, come and take a look. Is there anything wrong with her after the bumpy journey?" Seeing that her second brother cared so much about Chang'e, Zhang Xiaohua obeyed and stepped forward. She placed her fingers on Chang'e's wrist and carefully examined her pulse. Then she used her true qi to check her meridians. In the end, she was still worried and released her remaining divine sense to check everything. Only then did she say, "Don't worry, everything is normal. With me, the great genius doctor of Rejuvenation Valley, nothing will happen to elder sister Chang'e." Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect that the Qi Huang technique she learned in Rejuvenation Valley would be used on second brother and Chang'e in Yulon Canyon. Rejuvenation Valley? Great doctor? Qinshan was curious at first, then he laughed and asked, "When did you go to Rejuvenation Valley?" "That year Villa Master O wanted to go there but he returned halfway." "Haha, not only did you go there but you also became a great doctor? By the way, I saw you checking her pulse just now. Do you really have medical skills?" Zhang Xiaohua patted his chest casually and said with a smile, "Of course, great Dr. Zhang, it's true." Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything at this time. Zhang Xiaohua had already skillfully helped them bandage and set their bones. Although she couldn't be called a great doctor, she couldn't take off the hat of knowing medical skills. "Well then quickly tell me how you learn medical skills?" Qinshan was extremely curious and opened her eyes wide. "I'm going to faint." Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his eyes. If it weren't for the torches in the cave, he almost thought that the small and delicate Qinshan in front of him was the inner disciple Qinshan of Lingxiang Peak. "Why is every woman so curious?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly said. However, he walked out of the cave and said, "There are many stories in 4 or 5 years. Let's talk slowly." After walking out of the cave, the voice came again, "I'll go get some dry wood first and make a bonfire." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was about to say something to stop him, but then he thought that since the Blood Wolf King had become Zhang Xiaohua's mount, he wouldn't be afraid of raising a bonfire and attracting fierce beasts. Sure enough, not long after, Zhang Xiaohua came up with a big bundle of dry wood. Just behind him, there was a blood wolf meekly carrying an even bigger bundle of dry wood. Zhang Xiaohua put it in the cave and the blood wolf obediently went away. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his hands and said, "Good luck. I really can't help it." The Blood Wolf King left but left a lot of blood wolves around. I saw them just now and casually took them. It seemed that only Zhang Xiaohua could make a blood wolf carry firewood. In this Yulon Grand Canyon, it was probably the first time in thousands of years. Zhang Xiaohu and Qinshan were dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaohua easily made a bonfire. For a while, the cave became much warmer. Chapter 679. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua skillfully raising the bonfire, Zhang Xiaohu's heart felt sour for no reason. His younger brother had grown up with him. Even before they parted at Shizue Mountain, he had never seen him tend to any bonfire. Now that he saw him skillfully, he didn't know how much hardship he had suffered. Zhang Xiaohu had forgotten that his younger brother was already an 18-year-old adult. He should still know the necessary common sense. People said that in the eyes of parents, children would never grow up. Wasn't it the same in the eyes of an older brother? Zhang Xiaohu softly asked, "Xiaohua, where have you been these past few years? How did you suddenly appear in the fragrance cult? Why did you appear in the Yulon Grand Canyon? You haven't gone home to see your parents, right?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Second brother, there have been too many things in the past few years. I can't explain it all in a short time. Since I can see you, we brothers have plenty of time. There's no need to rush. Oh, I have already returned to the Guizhuang house. Father and mother are very good. Ah. Sister-in-law also gave birth to a big fat boy. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohu was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't heard any news from his hometown for a long time. At this time, when he heard the news, his eyes suddenly became moist. Good. Mother and father are all well. With big brother and sister-in-law at home, I can rest assured. Now that I have a grandson to hold, mother also has something to do. Look at you, it seems that you don't want to go home. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at his second brother and said, when I came out, mother was very worried about you. She heard that the Misty School was destroyed. She didn't know whether you were alive or not. I came to the fragrance cult to look for you. I didn't expect to meet you here before I even reached Chirxin Peak. This god is really interesting. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, his heart thumped and he said, then, what should we do? The fragrance cult has always been a place where people can enter but can't leave. How can they pass our news to father and mother? Zhang Xiaohua stretched lazily and said, since you're living well, I'm relieved. Although my parents are worried, it's still good news. After a few years, when someone from the incense cult leaves, we'll think of something. Right now, it's definitely impossible. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment. What his younger brother said was right. Although the two brothers were outside, they were still alive and well. This was what his parents were most concerned about. It was only a matter of time before the news reached home. It was better than bad news. Zhang Xiaohua smiled when she saw that her second brother was a little sad. Don't think too much. Just take care of yourself. That's the best way to comfort your parents. Immediately, he looked at Chang'e, who was lying on the bed, and said in a low voice, he also brought back a charming wife. Father and mother will probably laugh their teeth off. As he said this, he put his shoulder on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and made a you-know expression. Zhang Xiaohu's face turned red. Looking at Chang'e's red cheeks, his eyes softened and his complexion became much better. Looking at the sky outside, Zhang Xiaohua said, second brother, it is not early. I think it is better to heal your meridians as soon as possible. This internal injury can be cured sooner. Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled and said, it is still early. Healing in the dead of night is the right way. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, you have time but I don't. When the time comes, I won't be able to protect you. Zhang Xiaohu was startled and immediately understood. He said with a smile, you still can't wake up at night. Shrugging, Zhang Xiaohua said, who knows? Having a good sleep, full of energy and a good appetite is not a bad thing. Then she looked at Qin, who was lying beside Chang'e and snoring because of a day of fear. She got up and walked out of the cave. She cast a few jade talismans and sealed the entrance of the cave firmly. Then she turned around and said, I happen to have a medicinal pill for healing meridians. I'll let you have a taste. After saying this, under Zhang Xiaohu's incredulous gaze, she took out a jade bottle from her arms. It was the meridian nourishing pill that Zhang Xiaohua refined in Rejuvenation Valley. It was written in the formula that the main effect of the meridian nourishing pill was to nourish the meridians in the body and repair damaged meridians. Although this effect was targeted at practitioners of the way of immortality, the meridians used by the internal strength of martial arts were the same as those of the way of immortality. Presumably, it would be effective. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua hadn't thought of using the refined Crimson Flame pill, but the Crimson Flame pill was obviously a byproduct of the meridian nourishing pill. Moreover, according to Rejuvenation Valley, it only increased one's power and didn't know if it had the effect of repairing meridians. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want his second brother to try this. Moreover, the Crimson Flame pill was a medicinal pill of the way of immortality, and the meridian nourishing pill was its byproduct. Even if Zhang Xiaohua was given 10,000 reasons, he would choose the best medicinal pill for his second brother first. Zhang Xiaohu watched as Zhang Xiaohua poured out a medicinal pill from the bottle. He took it with his hand and very naturally put it in front of his nose to smell it. He said curiously, why doesn't this medicinal pill have any medicinal smell? Don't tell me it's already lost its effect. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head with a smile. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohu said again, it seems that apart from the Yuandan pill, you gave me the bone-solidifying pill just now and this medicinal pill are all strange. Other good medicinal pills overflow with medicinal fragrance and have good appearance. This medicinal pill of yours, however, has nothing at all. Right, what's the name of this? Meridian nourishing pill, Zhang Xiaohua said unhappily, it's specially made to repair meridians. If you don't like it, then just don't eat it. Haven't you heard of the saying of the ancients? A good medicinal pill doesn't show off its appearance? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head with a deadpan expression. I really haven't heard of it. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohu walked to a corner slightly further away from Chang'e and the others. He sat down cross-legged and asked, how do I take this medicinal pill? Of course it's taken orally. Zhang Xiaohua said with a beaming smile. Immediately she also walked to Zhang Xiaohu's side and said, second brother, before you take the pill, you have to tell me the route of your meridian's cultivation. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu shook his head like a rattledrum. No, this is our Misty School's divine skill, I can't. At this point he couldn't continue and covered up. Without master's permission I can't tell anyone. Even if you're my biological brother, I can't violate the rules of the faction. Okay. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, Zhang Xiaohua was also happy. This meant that the disciples of the Misty School still regarded her as a disciple of the Misty School and not as a disciple of the Misty Hall. This was what Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged behind Zhang Xiaohu and said, take the medicinal pill, then follow the route of your internal strength cultivation and circulate the medicinal power in your meridians 3 times. You don't have to worry about anything else. So simple? Zhang Xiaohu couldn't believe it. Can my meridians be repaired just like that? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It's that simple. Haven't you heard that simple is true? Okay. Zhang Xiaohu listened to Zhang Xiaohua's words. Putting the soothing meridians pill into his mouth, he only felt that the medicinal pill melted in his mouth. His mouth was full of medicinal fragrance. Zhang Xiaohu thought, it seems that Xiaohua didn't trick me. Alas, if Zhang Xiaohua knew that second brother was thinking like this, wouldn't she vomit blood? When the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it turned into a warm current. Zhang Xiaohu carefully guided this warm current into his meridians. Then, according to the route recorded in the ethereal divine art, it slowly flowed in his meridians. Zhang Xiaohua sat beside her second brother and had already transferred a strand of qi to him. Wrapped in the medicinal power of this soothing meridians pill, it slowly flowed along the route that Zhang Xiaohu had pointed out. This soothing meridians pill was an immortal medicinal pill. Its effect on the martial arts meridians was still unknown. Although Zhang Xiaohua wanted to leave the best things for her family, she also had to ensure their safety. Zhang Xiaohua slowly controlled her qi to release the medicinal power of the soothing meridians pill. The medicinal power of the soothing meridians pill, combined with the faint star power in it, slowly, carefully and quickly repaired Zhang Xiaohu's broken meridians. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohu lived in the Guizhuang house, he had lived in the same room as Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua practiced at night, she also practiced the ethereal divine art. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua was already able to attract starlight, so when Zhang Xiaohu guided his internal energy, some starlight also entered his meridians. The effect of the starlight was still unknown, but as early as the first time Zhang Xiaohua attracted lightning, she was already able to completely repair the meridians that had been torn by the violent lightning. Therefore, although Zhang Xiaohu only absorbed a small amount of star power, it was still very important to him. When Zhang Xiaohu started practicing the art of ethereal divination, he was already 18 years old. He had long since passed the best time to practice internal energy. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to have greater achievements in the area of internal energy. However, it just so happened that this older disciple, who everyone looked down on as a direct disciple, achieved achievements that ordinary people could not achieve in 10 years in just 4 years. It was just that the Misty School was in a state of decline and no one paid attention to him, so Zhang Xiaohu did not have any opportunity to show off. It had to be said that all of this was related to the changes in his meridians caused by the star power that Zhang Xiaohu had introduced into his body. At this time, the soothing meridians pill itself was a miraculous medicine that could repair meridians. In addition, when Zhang Xiaohua was refining the pill, she had also introduced starlight into the pill. Wasn't the effect of this soothing meridians pill more than doubled? Furthermore, there were other effects that no one knew about. Zhang Xiaohua's true energy wrapped around the medicinal power of the soothing meridians pill, and repaired Zhang Xiaohua's torn meridians bit by bit. After circulating one cycle, all the meridians were repaired. However, Zhang Xiaohua had previously told Zhang Xiaohu to circulate 3 cycles, so Zhang Xiaohu did not hesitate to start a new cycle from the lower dantian. Seeing that her second brother was continuing, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay. Just like before, she slowly released the medicinal power of the Soothing Meridians pill. This time, her meridians were completely repaired. The medicinal power of the Soothing Meridians pill and the star power began to transform and expand them. After one cycle, the flexibility and elasticity of her meridians changed dramatically. Even the width of her meridians had increased by 30%. Following that was the third cycle. This time, the effect of the Soothing Meridians pill was not as strong as the second time, but there was still some improvement and the width of her meridians had also increased. Chapter 680. After 3 circulations, Zhang Xiaohu's meridians were completely different from before. Just based on the refinement of his meridians, it could be said that he was on par with the 6 ethereal tigers of the past. However, when the Meridian Soothing Pill's medicinal power returned to his lower dantian, there was still a lot of medicinal power left. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning. He instantly thought of the time when he was in Lu Town, when he rescued that little girl on the 7th of July and pointed out that evil thief's dantian. Since he could use his internal energy to poke a hole in the dantian, preventing his internal energy from being stored in the dantian, then could he also repair the hole in the dantian and restore the internal energy in his body? Moreover, since the Meridian Soothing Pill's medicinal power could repair his meridians, it should also be able to repair his dantian. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua didn't greet Zhang Xiaohu. He wrapped the Meridian Soothing Pill's medicinal power with his vital energy and slowly released the medicinal power around his dantian in an attempt to repair his lower dantian. Sure enough, the Meridian Soothing Pill's lower dantian had the same effect as the meridians. Not only did it completely repair some parts of Zhang Xiaohua's lower dantian, it also transformed his lower dantian into a tougher and wider one. This kind of effect was something that could not be achieved by any other martial Dao cultivation method. Seeing that his lower dantian had been completely refined and that the Meridian Soothing Pill's medicinal power was still half gone, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to withdraw her vital energy and whisper, "Second brother, the Meridian Soothing Pill's medicinal power doesn't seem to be completely used up. You should circulate your energy and refine it. Perhaps there will be an unexpected gain." An unexpected gain? Zhang Xiaohu was also puzzled. However, he still followed Zhang Xiaohua's instructions and silently circulated the ethereal divine art, to slowly refine the medicinal power left in his dantian. This tempering process was not a big deal, but rather, an extremely exquisite medicinal power rose from his dantian and flowed along his meridians. Every inch it flowed, a portion of inner energy would be generated. Every time it circulated, a portion of inner energy would be generated. Every time it circulated, a portion of inner energy would be generated. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed, but he didn't have time to tell Zhang Xiaohua about it. He just focused on absorbing this rare opportunity. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother was concentrating on his training, she didn't bother with him anymore. He was very clear that since the Crimson Flame pill could increase one's cultivation by 5 years, the remaining Meridian Soothing pill should also be able to increase one's internal energy. As for how much it could increase one's internal energy, he didn't care because the Meridian Soothing pill wasn't the most important pill. He also had the illustrious, qi-generating pill, prepared to give to Zhang Xiaohu. After settling Zhang Xiaohu down, Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyes to look at the bonfire that was no longer very bright. She added some more dry wood to the side and the flames immediately rose a lot higher. The entire cave suddenly became bright again. Because Chang'e had taken the pill, her body was absorbing the medicinal power. Not only did she not look cold, but the tip of her nose also exuded fine beads of sweat. On the other hand, Qin, who was lying on her side, didn't bring any bedding because she had run away in a hurry. At this moment, she was curled up with the black puppy in her arms and was sleeping soundly. It seemed that she was still a little cold. Pinching her chin and thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua took out the new clothes that Nie Qinyu had sewn for her from her purse and covered Qin's body. She then got some dry grass from the side to cover herself. Only then did she walk to a corner alone and take out the primordial stones to restore the true energy in her body. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and raised her hand to look at the faint crack on her left hand. She revealed a bitter smile. At present, this silver pupil seemed to only be able to emit a silver beam of light and open the cave where the black lightning and yellow wind were buried. Its other functions were completely unknown. However, this thing was really not something that Zhang Xiaohua could control at the moment. Well, not to mention using it, it was impossible to make it behave. It had absorbed 90% of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense and 50% of her true energy. It directly reduced Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation to the 4th or 5th level of the qi refining stage. However, except for the faint tiredness in the pupil, Zhang Xiaohua knew nothing about this thing. She could only regard it as a treasure in her heart. That was all. Moreover, if she connected the essence of herbalism with this thing, Zhang Xiaohua's entire body and mind would be exhausted, so much so that Zhang Xiaohua did not even have the mood to pay attention to it. The effort and the gain were really not proportionate. I made a deal that made me lose money. Alas, I was careless. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but complain to herself. However, this silver pupil had already trapped Zhang Xiaohua's left hand. It was too late to regret. Zhang Xiaohua watched as Huang Feng easily extracted the silver eye from between his eyebrows. When it was time for him to control it, he didn't know how to do it. He could only let the mysterious eye live in his left hand temporarily. Looking at the time, it was already late. Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged, picked up 2 vitality stones and did her routine homework. Not long after, starlight fell from the sky, enveloping Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was not far away. Most of his body was within the starlight. Tonight's practice was not much different from Zhang Xiaohua's previous practice. However, when the starlight shone, the silver pupil in Zhang Xiaohua's left hand gradually opened on its own. There was no expression in the pupil, only a faint suction force. Regardless of whether it was the starlight from the sky or the qi of heaven and earth in the vitality stones, it was all sucked into the pupil. The next day, the first ray of sunlight shone into the cave. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and the surrounding starlight immediately disappeared. The pupil in her left hand also quietly closed, leaving only a crack. Zhang Xiaohua checked the vital energy in her body and shook her head slightly. It was only a little more than last night. The fruits of her hard work this night had been reaped by the detestable pupil in her left hand. She raised her eyes to look at Zhang Xiaohua. He was still sitting cross-legged in the same manner as before. However, at this moment, there was a faint white gas emitting from his head. It was the crucial moment of refining the medicinal power. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to disturb second brother. Her body floated up slightly and she directly left the cave. At this time, the sun had just risen and the sky was bright. It should be the time for birds to chirp. However, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua stood at the entrance of the cave and did not hear much movement. Only the faint noise of birds could be heard from far away. When Zhang Xiaohua looked down, she could not help but find it funny. In front of the small mountain, there were hundreds of blood wolves. They were separated by a distance of several feet. They were orderly and scattered as if they were patrolling. They surrounded the area tightly. Presumably, the surrounding birds were scared away by them. The status of yellow wind and black lightning in this Yulon Grand Canyon is really indescribable. Zhang Xiaohua secretly sighed. She immediately removed the restriction at the entrance of the cave and practiced the Big Dipper magical fist in the open space at the entrance of the cave. While she was practicing, she heard a shout from behind her. Why is it still the same fist technique? You didn't learn any other fist techniques? Zhang Xiaohua knew that her second brother had come out. However, there were still a few times left to practice. She raised her voice and said, "Second brother, wait a moment. I will finish practicing this fist technique." Okay. It just so happens that I haven't practiced the 6 he fist for a long time. I will take this opportunity to exercise my hands and feet. As he said this, Zhang Xiaohu started practicing at the side. However, when Zhang Xiaohu finished practicing, Zhang Xiaohua still had not finished practicing. This made Zhang Xiaohu feel very strange. When he was at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, Zhang Xiaohu did not cultivate inner strength and could only practice fist techniques. Naturally, he practiced the 6 he fists over and over again. When he cultivated inner strength, especially the Misty School's core inner strength, he already understood that no matter how exquisite a fist technique was, as long as it met with exquisite inner strength, it would be unrivaled. Therefore, he had already put all his energy into cultivating inner strength. It had also been a long time since he practiced the 6 he fists. Now that he saw that Zhang Xiaohua not only learned this fist technique, but also practiced it over and over again, he was puzzled. When Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing the last round, he could not help but ask the question in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Everyone has their own fate. How about this, second brother, let's spar. You can use all your inner strength. We will know after we spar." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he did not reply. He took a big stride forward and leaped in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm. It was one of the moves of the 6 fists. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and raised her arm to catch it. This move seemed right but was actually wrong. However, it blocked Zhang Xiaohu's angle of attack. Because he was sparring with his younger brother, Zhang Xiaohu did not use his inner strength in the beginning. After more than 10 moves like this, he did not gain any advantage at all. Only then did he gradually use his inner strength. However, as Zhang Xiaohu's inner strength increased, Zhang Xiaohua's strength also gradually increased. Zhang Xiaohu still did not gain any advantage. When he thought of his younger brother's divine ability, Zhang Xiaohu did not hold back anymore. He used all his inner strength and did not hold back with his fists and legs. He attacked Zhang Xiaohua with all his strength. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, which covered an area of 3 feet. She did not use her true qi. She began to rely only on her strength to fight with Zhang Xiaohu. After dozens of moves, Zhang Xiaohu's moves gradually became smooth and his control of his inner strength was also skillful. Above his head, a faint white mist gradually condensed into a line, which went straight up faintly. At this time, the sound of the 2 brothers fighting had already awakened the 2 people in the cave. Chang'e slowly walked out with the help of Qin Qin. Chang'e should have heard Qin Qin's explanation. Therefore she only glanced at Zhang Xiaohua's face, which did not change much. Then she saw the white line on Zhang Xiaohu's head. Immediately her face was full of horror. Her small cherry mouth was wide open at this time, but her eyes were full of joy. Qin Qin, on the other hand, looked at the 2 people who seemed to be fighting with their lives. He was somewhat puzzled. He held the black puppy in one hand and supported Chang'e in the other. He stood there very strangely. At this time he heard Zhang Xiaohu shout, "Xiaohua, I'm going to use my full strength. If you can't block it, then move aside." As he spoke, he put his palms together and directly hit Zhang Xiaohua's chest with an earth-shattering force. How could Zhang Xiaohua dodge? She raised one arm and her palm horizontally, blocking Zhang Xiaohu's palms. At this time she no longer used pure strength. She used some of her true qi and used the soaring dragon mantra on her arm. Chapter 681. The soaring dragon cultivation method was indeed exquisite. Only 30% of his jinqi was able to suppress Zhang Xiaohu's internal energy. When Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid at all and was able to easily block his internal energy, his heart was filled with joy. Last night, Zhang Xiaohu used his internal energy to refine the effects of the meridian nourishing pill. Although he used an entire night of hard work, his foundation was still poor. He had only cultivated for 4 years, so by the time the sun rose, there was still a small portion of the medicinal effects that had not been refined. Furthermore, just the crimson flame pill alone was able to increase one's internal energy by 5 years. If it was refined using the immortal Tao method, it would be able to increase one's internal energy by 15 years. Zhang Xiaohua's internal energy had suddenly increased by 10 years for no reason. How could she freely control it? He took the opportunity to exchange pointers with Zhang Xiaohua. On one hand he wanted to exercise his hands and feet. On the other hand he wanted to use this opportunity to familiarize himself with the 10 years of internal energy that he had just obtained. Zhang Xiaohu originally wanted to slowly refine the remaining medicinal effects in his dantian in the future. However, now that he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was able to easily block his internal energy, a thought arose in his mind. Wasn't this a great opportunity to refine the remaining medicinal effects? Therefore he immediately silently used the divine ethereal art, and urged the medicinal effects in his dantian to rush into his meridians. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother's internal energy had reached its peak and suddenly had new internal energy. She originally wanted to dissuade him, but she immediately understood. She smiled and said, "Second brother, so you still have some medicinal effects that you haven't refined. Then I'll give you a hand." After she finished speaking, she increased the amount of jinqi in her hand. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still able to speak in such a battle of internal energy, Zhang Xiaohu's heart felt more at ease. He urged the medicinal effects and directly rushed to his arm. Jianghu and Qin Qin's expressions changed slightly when they saw the two of them directly fighting with their internal energy. Especially Jianghu. When she saw Zhang Xiaohu's internal energy surge, she was afraid that he would accidentally injure Zhang Xiaohua. Now that she saw Zhang Xiaohua speak so easily, she let out a sigh of relief. She immediately thought about how she had descended from the sky yesterday and subdued the entire blood wolf pack. How could she be injured by Zhang Xiaohu's hands? After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the internal energy coming from her second brother's hand. She immediately said, "Second brother, the medicinal effects should be completely refined. You should slowly withdraw your energy." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he did not dare to delay and slowly withdrew his internal energy. Fortunately, this was a battle between brothers. Zhang Xiaohu also knew that his younger brother would definitely not take the opportunity to attack. Otherwise, when he withdrew his internal energy, his opponent would take the opportunity to attack him. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. When Zhang Xiaohu withdrew a portion of his internal energy, Zhang Xiaohua also withdrew a portion. After a while, both of their hands had no internal energy left. Zhang Xiaohu did not care about anything else. He immediately sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky and quietly adjusted his internal energy. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she nodded slightly to Jianghu and Qin who were standing beside her. She stood beside Zhang Xiaohu and released her divine sense to protect him. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not practice internal energy, she knew the dangers involved. Back then, words such as qi deviation were always on the tip of her tongue. Now that she saw her second brother immediately adjusting his internal energy without asking anything, she knew the reason. Chang Ji's body had not yet recovered, so the responsibility of protecting him must be taken up by him. At this time, within Zhang Xiaohu's meridians, due to the impact of Zhang Xiaohua's powerful internal energy and his own deliberate indulgence, the last part of the medicinal effect of the meridian-nourishing pill had been forcibly refined. The surging internal energy madly produced in Zhang Xiaohu's lower dantian and then rushed into the meridians in his body. Zhang Xiaohu was now like a weak child, trying to use his slender arms to control a small boat. He felt very powerless. Fortunately, his meridians had been transformed by the meridian-nourishing pill last night. They were tougher and wider than most people's meridians. Under the impact of the huge internal energy, there was not the slightest damage. Under the galloping internal energy, there were even signs of the meridians faintly expanding. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to be careless. He calmly guarded his heart and tried to control the somewhat crazy internal energy. It went along the meridians in his body, one cycle after another. Jianghu, who stood to the side and did not speak, was more nervous than Zhang Xiaohu at this time. The internal energy in Zhang Xiaohu's meridians was frantic. From the outside, his face was constantly changing between green and red. The white qi that had been condensed into a line above his head was sometimes scattered and sometimes gathered. It was a sign of qi deviation. However, even though Chang Ji's fingernails were clenched into the flesh, she could not help Zhang Xiaohu in the slightest. At this moment, Jianghu almost wanted to suffer for Zhang Xiaohu. Jianghu felt that Zhang Xiaohu was in danger. Zhang Xiaohua, who had already released her divine sense, was one step ahead of him. She saw Zhang Xiaohua stretch out her finger, which was only a few inches away from Zhang Xiaohu's back. As long as she saw the slightest trace of inheritance, she would immediately point it out. However, Zhang Xiaohua herself was also clear that the internal energy cultivation should be the same as the true qi. Only when she could control it, it could be her own cultivation. If she had the help of others, her future achievements would inevitably be limited. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, the true qi on Zhang Xiaohua's finger could not be transferred. In another half a cup of tea's time, she did not know how many cycles the internal energy had run in Zhang Xiaohu's body. She only saw that Zhang Xiaohu's face was becoming more and more normal, and the white line condensed by the internal energy above his head was gradually condensed. It became more and more shaped, pointing straight to the sky. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's finger quietly withdrew. In fact, she did not point this finger at the beginning. Zhang Xiaohua already knew in her heart that the most difficult moment had passed. In the future, Zhang Xiaohu could only be more skillful, and there was no need for her to intervene. Sure enough, in another half a cup of tea's time, the white line above Zhang Xiaohu's head gradually disappeared. Following that, Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with surprise. When he woke up in the morning, he only roughly checked his internal energy. He only knew that it had increased by a lot, but as for how much, he did not have a direct idea. He immediately compared it with Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, he had refined the remaining medicinal power of the soothing pulse pill, and combined it with the internal energy that had increased last night. At this time, he felt that the internal energy in his meridians was like a turbulent river, continuous and unending. It was a realm that he had never dreamed of before. When he raised his head and was about to ask Zhang Xiaohua, he saw a pair of watery eyes looking at him with concern. Immediately, his face revealed a gentle expression and he said with a smile, "Are you okay?" Changa's face was slightly red, as if she was thinking of yesterday's charm and gentleness. She slightly lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "I'm okay. How about the injuries on your body? Does it still hurt?" "It didn't hurt a long time ago. The places where I was bitten by the blood wolf and the places where my bones were broken are all warm and itchy. I think it's because of the magic of Xiaohua's pill yesterday." Immediately she said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, thank you. Second. Sister Chang'e, we're all family. Please don't mention the word, thank you." This family did not know whether it was the Zhang family or the Misty School. In short, Chang'e was embarrassed to think too much. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu again and probed, "Xiaohua, just now when you were practicing martial arts with Xiaohua, it seems that your internal energy has improved a lot. And when you were practicing your internal energy, you actually condensed it into a line. This is the appearance of internal energy practicing to the perfection stage. You." Zhang Xiaohu talked about what happened yesterday and just now. He also said in a puzzled tone, "I feel that I have a lot of internal energy in my body, but I don't know to what extent I've practiced it." Chang'e laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaohu was telling the truth. He had only practiced internal energy for a few years. In addition to the changes in the Misty School, he didn't have a better practice environment. He didn't know a lot of basic knowledge. Of course, he didn't know to what extent he had practiced his internal energy. In fact, even Zhang Xiaohua didn't know this question. If he answered, it would only be a number from Rejuvenation Valley. "Come here and let me see." Chang'e nodded. Zhang Xiaohu obediently walked in front of Chang'e and stretched out his hand. Chang'e stretched out her hand and a stream of internal energy entered Zhang Xiaohu's meridians. As the internal energy went deeper, Chang'e's face was first filled with surprise, but it slowly turned into confusion. She frowned slightly. Seeing Chang'e like this, Zhang Xiaohu was also nervous. When Chang'e finally withdrew her hand, he immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside him, was also watching anxiously. He didn't want to ruin his second brother's cultivation with his good intentions. Chang'e pondered for a moment and said hesitantly, "There's nothing wrong. Just feels a little strange." Chen also said, "Senior sister, is it that the appearance of senior brother condensing his qi into a line is different from his actual cultivation?" "Yes, it's like that." Chang'e nodded and said, "When the internal energy is condensed into a line, it should be more than 30 years of internal energy cultivation. How many years have you been cultivating? How can you have such an achievement? However, the internal energy in your meridians is abundant. Although it's not 30 years, it should still be more than 20 years of internal energy cultivation." Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded and said with his mouth wide open, "Chang'e, are you sure you didn't see wrong? I actually have more than 20 years of cultivation?" Chang'e still nodded. "I've been cultivating internal energy for more than 10 years. Although I don't know what 30 years of internal energy cultivation is like, I've heard about it from Master. Previously you worked hard to cultivate and made rapid progress. 4 years of hard work is equivalent to 7 years of other people's internal energy cultivation. However, after I didn't see you for a night, I woke up and found that your cultivation is something I can't even catch up to." As she spoke, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zhang Xiaohu knew that his cultivation had improved greatly, but he didn't expect it to be such a huge improvement. This good news made him feel a little dizzy. He could only open his mouth and smile foolishly. Zhang Xiaohua next to him asked, "Sister Chang'e, my second brother's internal energy has improved by leaps and bounds. Is there anything wrong with it?" Chapter 682. Of course. Chang'e pursed her lips and smiled. "Actually, as Chen said just now, your second brother's internal strength should be more than 30 years, but his real internal strength is only 20 years. This is what I was puzzled about. Of course, this situation also shows that as long as Xiaohu works hard, the difference of 10 years can be achieved very quickly. In other words, my second brother doesn't need to spend another 10 years of hard work to achieve the internal strength that other people need 10 years to achieve? That should be the case." Chang'e nodded. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked, Then what if my second brother gains another 30 years of internal strength? What? How is this possible? The three of them were very surprised and cried out at the same time. Chang'e opened her eyes wide and said, Xiaohua, the thing you gave Xiaohu, is it the legendary magical pill that increases internal strength? Do you have the same kind of pill? Then without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to nod, she explained, maybe you don't know, this kind of pill that increases internal strength, although it's good, seems to be very harmful to the meridians. Think about it, it's a narrow road for a person to walk on. If you suddenly let 3 rows of carriages walk side by side, there will definitely be a big problem. I think that the signs of Xiaohu's qi deviation just now are because his meridians can't adapt to the huge amount of internal strength. Then doesn't that mean that no one dares to take the pill that increases internal strength? Zhang Xiaohua knew that Chang'e's guess was wrong, but she still asked curiously. This situation is because your second brother has just started cultivating inner force. If he has been cultivating for a long time, like our Misty sect leader O, which one of them hasn't been immersed in inner force for dozens of years? Their meridians have been tempered to be incomparably tough. This sudden increase in inner force makes it easier to control. Oh, so it's like that. Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood. Of course, his heart was more at ease. What was the meridian nourishing pill for? It was to nourish and refine the meridians. After Zhang Xiaohu took the meridian nourishing pill, the meridians in his body were definitely comparable to masters who practiced for dozens of years. Then Chang'e said, there's another problem. Each kind of pill is only effective for the first time. If you continue to take it, the effect will be greatly reduced. I think if you give Xiaohu the same pill, it won't increase his internal strength for more than 10 years. At most it's 3 to 5 years. Zhang Xiaohua was still unwilling to give up and asked, then, what if it's a different type of pill? This? Chang'e looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he was looking at a monster. In Jianghu, he had only heard of the elixir that could increase one's power, but he had never seen it. Even in the ethereal sect, he had only picked up some spirit herbs from the secret land and refined some elixirs that could increase his power. However, this was not something that Chang'e could know. Moreover, as long as one could get this kind of elixir, he didn't know how much merit he had accumulated in his previous life. When Chang'e saw that Zhang Xiaohu's internal strength suddenly increased by dozens of years, of course he thought that Zhang Xiaohua only had one elixir. Then Zhang Xiaohua asked again, and Chang'e naturally thought that maybe there were 2. This possibility was the limit of Chang'e's imagination. At this time, when he heard that there was another kind of elixir that could increase internal strength, Chang'e almost thought that he was dreaming or Zhang Xiaohua was joking. Although Qin Chen's kung fu was not as good as Chang'e's, and her knowledge was not as good as Chang'e's, she had heard about this kind of magical elixir. At this time she couldn't help but curl her lips and say, Zhang Xiaohua, you really know how to brag. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. When he was about to speak, his heart suddenly thumped. He thought of the joke Zhang Xiaohua made yesterday, sword light. Sword light was not something that could be done with more than 20 years of internal strength. Since Zhang Xiaohua said so yesterday, could it be? Zhang Xiaohua looked at his second brother, his future second sister-in-law, and then at the petite Qin who had a look of disbelief on her face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. If they could not be trusted, then who else in this world could be trusted? So Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's affirmative action, Chang'e almost felt that all his cognition was about to change. Everything could happen to this child in his impression. Well, she somewhat forgot that yesterday before she fainted, she saw the immortal falling from the sky. Do you really have other elixirs that can increase internal strength? Even Qin felt that his mouth and tongue were dry, and he still didn't believe it. Zhang Xiaohua raised his chin and somewhat disdained to answer. Qin stamped his foot and used his shoulder to support Chang'e. Chang'e didn't care about their business. She just thought for a while and said, even if I have other elixirs, it's not suitable for Xiaohu to take them at this time. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and his brother's puzzlement, Qin next to them said, on the first day of practicing internal strength, didn't Master say that the most important thing to practice internal strength is to take one step at a time? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Senior brother has got more than 20 years of internal strength, but he hasn't mastered it well. Just now he almost went mad. If he suddenly increases his internal strength, won't it be more difficult to control it? Let's wait until senior brother carefully understands the internal strength that he got for free and can use it freely. After that, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and said, you don't even know this? What did your master teach you? Zhang Xiaohua secretly sighed and said, "It's so good to have a master. If it weren't for Chang'e and Qin Qin, I would have done something bad with good intentions." Then she cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your explanation, Master Qin. If you didn't tell me I wouldn't have known. Thank you for your advice." Bah. Qin Qin spat and her expression was very similar to Nye Qinyu's. But soon her expression changed and was completely different from Nye Qinyu's. She said shyly, "Senior brother can't take it today. Don't you want to give me one of the elixirs for the sake of my explanation?" Then she stretched out her chubby little hand. "Okay." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. She took out a jade bottle and poured 2 elixirs into Qin Qin's hand. "Huh?" Qin Qin was stunned and said, You're really giving it to me?" Then she smelled it and then laughed. "Zhang Xiaohua, what kind of elixir is this? It doesn't smell like medicine at all. Are you trying to fool a little boy?" I know this elixir is precious, but I'm just teasing you. If you don't want to give it to me, I won't give it to you. Why do you give me a fake elixir? You even gave me 2 of them. It shows that you're generous." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, "One is for you and the other is for Sister Chang'e." You even want to fool senior sister." Qin Qin still didn't believe it. "Qin Qin." Zhang Xiaohu next to her scolded, "Don't make trouble with Xiaohua. Last night Xiaohua gave me this elixir." Qin Qin had always been Chang'e's little tail, and now she was naturally taken care of by Zhang Xiaohu. She didn't dare to disobey Zhang Xiaohu's words and didn't dare to not believe them. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, she couldn't help trembling in her hands, and the 2 made nourishing elixirs almost fell to the ground. She stammered, "Zhang Xiaohua, you really want to give this elixir to me and to senior sister?" Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qin Qin was defeated, and she was secretly happy. She nodded and said, "A gentleman keeps his word. If I say it's for you, it's for you." Chang'e next to her said, "No, it's so precious." Before she finished her words, Qin Qin pulled her arm and said reluctantly, "Senior sister, this is 20 years' worth of power." Ahem. Zhang Xiao, who also coughed a few times, stared at Chang'e and said, "Xiaohua gave it to you. Just take it. Don't talk nonsense." Hearing this, Chang'e was a little angry, but her face was flushed. She didn't know that everything yesterday was clearly seen by Zhang Xiaohua in the air. She had been putting on airs and thinking that she was Zhang Xiaohu's senior sister. At this time, when she was scolded by Zhang Xiaohu, everything was exposed. How could she not be angry out of shame? Alas, it was just that she didn't realize it herself. When she talked about Zhang Xiaohu just now, she called him Xiaohu, and didn't hear her call him junior brother Zhang. Then Chang'e was a little shy and said, "Since it's Xiaohua's good intention, I won't be polite. In fact, I also want it very much." Seeing that Chang'e was not different from the old Chang'e, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. She looked at her second brother who was smiling foolishly next to her and really despised him. "Xiaohua, do you still have?" Chang'e asked very hesitantly, but she couldn't even finish her sentence. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood and said with a smile, "Sister Chang'e, do you think I have many of these pills? And even if I do, can I let others know except for you?" Chang'e nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "That's right, senior sister. My martial arts in the sect aren't high to begin with. Only after I take this pill can I show them my prowess. If they all take it and their martial arts are higher than mine, what fun would there be?" Zhang Xiaohu also nodded and took a step forward. "We must be careful about this matter. We must not let others know about it, especially the people from the fragrant cult. I heard that the destruction of our Misty sect seemed to be related to this matter. We must not repeat the same mistake." "I know, senior brother." Qin Qin said softly, "I'm not that stupid." Chang'e naturally nodded. Then Zhang Xiaohu asked, "Xiaohua, when is it suitable for Chang'e and Qin Qin to take these pills? Will Chang'e's injury affect them?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, "Sister Chang'e, the bones in your arm are broken and now I'm fixing them. Don't you know that it will affect your internal strength?" Chang'e smiled and said, "When I woke up just now, I already tried it. It didn't affect me much." "Well, that's good." Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's best to take it after the bones are healed, but it's okay to take it now." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he immediately urged, "Then what are you hesitating for? If Chang'e's arm is healed after 100 days, won't it take a few months? Not to mention that Xiaohua may not be cheap. Even the environment of our Misty Hall is not suitable to take this kind of pill. Everything should be done in the Yulon Grand Canyon." Zhang Xiaohu, on the other hand, was more anxious than Chang'e. Chapter 683. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Xiaohu's words. She only thought that the situation of Shirxing Peak was the same as what she had heard from Bai Huan, which was under the supervision of the fragrance cult. It was definitely inappropriate to help Chang'e and Qinshin improve their skills. So she nodded and said, "Second brother is right. I am now a little pharmacist in the Tuodan Hall, and I stay in Qinmu Peak. It is unrealistic to go to your Shirxing Peak. Sister Chang'e's meridians are smooth and her arms are not affected too much." Tuodan Hall? Little pharmacist? Qinmu Peak? The three people were even more surprised and exclaimed. They had been in the fragrance cult for a long time and were clear about the affairs of the fragrance cult. When they were about to ask in detail, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Let's not talk about the specific story. It's too long. You just need to know." Then she looked at the sky and said, "Anyway, it will take a long time to refine orchid dusk. We might as well stay here for one more day and take the elixir." Chang'e didn't answer and looked up at Zhang Xiaohu. 20 years of skills was like a pie falling from the sky. If Chang'e wasn't tempted, it was definitely not true. However, since yesterday the window paper between Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu was broken. Chang'e was no longer just Zhang Xiaohu's senior sister. Chang'e still had to listen to Zhang Xiaohu's opinion on some things. It had to be said that Chang'e was really a nice person. Before Zhang Xiaohu said anything, Qinshin was happy. She pulled out her hand holding Chang'e and snapped her fingers, shouting, "Zhang Xiaohua, you are great." Zhang Xiaohu wouldn't stop her. He looked at Chang'e and said, "Xiaohua is right. We still have time, so we might as well do it here." Then she turned her head and asked, "Xiaohua, shall we take it now?" "Well, there's no time to lose. Let's go to the cave and let Sister Chang'e take it first, then let Qinshin take it." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua call her Qinshin again, Qinshin was a little unhappy. "Zhang Xiaohua, I'm your senior sister. Why do you call Chang'e senior sister and call me by my name?" "This?" Looking at Qinshin, who was a full head shorter than him, Zhang Xiaohua really did not know whether she was older or younger than him. Back then, at the Ethereal Villa Martial Arts exhibition, he had only seen Qinshin once. At that time, Qinshin was not much taller than him. Moreover, she also had a round face with baby fat, so it was impossible to tell her age. How could he call her senior sister? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Shouldn't a girl's age be kept a secret?" Qinshin was stunned and didn't know what Zhang Xiaohua meant. He nodded and said, "Yes. What's wrong?" "So, I don't know your age and you can't tell me. Since you're younger than me, you can't escape from being called junior sister. However, between junior sister and Qinshin, which name will you choose?" Qinshin was anxious and cried, "How can you call me junior sister?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "So, I call you Qinshin? What's wrong with that?" "This." Qinshin was a little confused and didn't understand what was wrong. Chang'e stood beside Qinshin with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Since she came to the fragrance cult, it was very difficult for Chang'e to have such a smile on her face. However, she had laughed more in the past 2 days than in the previous years. At this moment there was a wolf howl at the foot of the mountain. Everyone looked in the direction of the howl and saw that it was the new Blood Wolf King leading dozens of blood wolves. Soon the wolf pack came to the foot of the mountain. The Blood Wolf King went straight up the mountain and the other blood wolves quickly walked to the side of the previous blood wolves. The blood wolves from last night all howled and ran in the direction of the Blood Wolf King. When the Blood Wolf King came up to the hill, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. She hadn't seen the Blood Wolf King for a night and there seemed to be some changes. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see many subtle changes, but the original brown fur had gradually turned yellow and there was a golden luster, which Zhang Xiaohua could see clearly. Maybe the new Blood Wolf King drank the blood of the previous Blood Wolf King yesterday, so the new Blood Wolf King changed like this. Zhang Xiaohua understood. Blood Wolf, maybe this is the meaning of the word blood? The Blood Wolf King came to Zhang Xiaohua's side and circled around Zhang Xiaohua, then walked to Qinshin. Qinshin knew that the Blood Wolf King wouldn't hurt her, but after all she was still afraid. Although Chang'e heard about it from Qinshin in the morning, now that she saw it, she couldn't help trembling with fear. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and quickly caught up with the Blood Wolf King. She took the black puppy from Qinshin and said, "You help Sister Chang'e back to the cave first. You two stay a little further away. Don't be in a hurry to take the blood. Regulate your internal force and wait for me to go in and take it. I'll help you to dissolve the medicine." Chang'e and Chang'e couldn't wait to leave, so they just casually agreed and walked away. The black puppy, which was not much bigger than little Martin, was held by Zhang Xiaohua with one hand. It was still like little Martin with its eyes tightly closed. The Blood Wolf King came closer, but stopped when it was about 3 steps away. It respectfully squatted on the ground and quietly watched. Zhang Xiaohua touched the black puppy's smooth and shiny fur and said with a smile, "Brother Wolf, don't be so polite. Little Martin is still asleep and can't see you." The Blood Wolf King didn't quite understand, so it only growled a few times and still sat upright. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Although you can't speak, I guess you're here to guard little Martin. Then you should carefully squat here. I have something to do in the cave. If you don't come in, don't come in." After that she said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Let's go, second brother. Let's also enter the cave. With the Blood Wolf King guarding the entrance for us, which beast in the Yulon Grand Canyon would dare to disturb us?" The two laughed and entered the cave. The Blood Wolf King was still squatting there, quietly and without making a sound. Inside the cave, Chang'e and Qin sat on opposite sides with their eyes closed. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the black puppy and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu. "You hold it, second brother. This is our protective talisman in the Yulon Grand Canyon." Zhang Xiaohu was startled. He carefully took it from Zhang Xiaohua's hands and said, "Xiaohua, what do you mean? How come I don't understand? This puppy looks like it hasn't reached full term. Maybe it will die in a while. How can it be our protective talisman?" After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Forget it, it's nothing. Second brother, you just hold it." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. This black puppy was so pitiful. What was the big deal about carefully holding it? While they were talking, Qin and Chang'e opened their eyes at the same time and said, "Xiaohua, you've done 3 cycles of internal energy. Is it okay?" "Yes, it's okay." "Sister Chang'e, are your meridians blocked?" Chang'e smiled and said, "Before I fell into a coma yesterday, the internal energy in my meridians was exhausted and I was seriously injured. However, there was no blockage. After taking your elixir, I checked it just now and it's much better." "Very good." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said to Qin, "I'll help Sister Chang'e dissolve the medicine first. Wait a moment." "Okay." Qin got up and handed a soothing pulse pill to Chang'e. Chang'e took it with her uninjured hand and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. "Then I'm convinced." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded slightly. Chang'e looked at Zhang Xiaohu again and put the soothing pulse pill into her mouth. Just like Zhang Xiaohu, the refreshing fragrance of the medicine immediately spread out from her mouth and a warm current rushed into her meridians. Chang'e didn't dare to delay and immediately used her internal energy to guide the warm current along her meridians into her lower dantian. Zhang Xiaohua also transferred her internal energy into Chang'e's meridians at the beginning. Although Chang'e's meridians hadn't been nourished and transformed by starlight, her internal energy had been tempered by the Misty School for more than 10 years. Zhang Xiaohua wrapped the soothing pulse pill with her internal energy and slowly released its efficacy. Chang'e's meridians were also repaired and tempered inch by inch under the effect of the soothing pulse pill. After an unknown period of time, Chang'e had run her internal breath 3 times. At this time, the efficacy of the meridian moistening pill had refined her tendons and meridians 3 times. The width and toughness of her tendons and meridians had changed dramatically. However, Chang'e's tendons and meridians were weaker than Zhang Xiaohu's. Therefore, the meridian moistening pill's transformation of her tendons and meridians was still inferior to Zhang Xiaohu's. Even the remaining efficacy was much more than Zhang Xiaohu's. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He retracted his jinqi and whispered, "Elder Sister Chang'e, I've already helped you absorb a portion of the pill's medicinal strength. The rest will depend on you. However, don't be like my second brother and absorb it all at once. It's best if you absorb it bit by bit." Chang'e's internal energy cultivation compared to Zhang Xiaohu's was like the difference between heaven and earth. How could she not understand this principle? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish speaking, Zhang Xiaohu immediately activated his heart sutra and began to refine it bit by bit. Even Zhang Xiaohu's control and precision of Zhang Chang'e's internal energy was something that Zhang Xiaohu could not match. Seeing that Chang'e had begun to refine the remaining efficacy of the pill, Zhang Xiaohua walked to Qin's side and helped him transform his meridians. Needless to say, Qin's meridians were much worse than Chang'e's. His meridians were narrow and fragile. Zhang Xiaohua had to be more careful in controlling the release of the efficacy of the pill. She was afraid that Qin's meridians would swell and burst. After 3 cycles of transformation, the remaining efficacy of the nourishing meridians pill in Qin's lower dantian was more than Chang'e's. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. It seemed that this pill that increased power had different effects on different people. Just this, Nourishing Meridians pill, alone had so much efficacy that it could not be used up. Then what about the qi-generating pill? Zhang Xiaohua had temporarily given up the idea of letting them take the qi-generating pill. For Qin, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to withdraw her internal energy immediately. Instead, she waited for Qin to refine a little bit of the efficacy of the pill. After she knew that there would be no problems, she withdrew it. She said to Zhang Xiaohu, who had been watching from the side, "Well, second brother, I've done what I can do. What's left is to refine the efficacy of the pill. I think second brother also knows this. As for how many years of power it can increase, that depends on each person's fate." Then he took the little black dog from Zhang Xiaohu's hands and said in a low voice, "Second brother, you should also quickly adjust your breathing. If you can properly control the power of these 20 years before we leave the valley, we can do it for a few more decades." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He had always heard that inner strength was cultivated by oneself. Why did Zhang Xiaohua say that it was obtained? Chapter 684. In the blue sky, the sun hung high in the sky. The huge halo around it shot out 7 colors. The whole sun was several times bigger than usual. On the great serene orchid prairie, a cool breeze still blew, causing the knee-high grass to sway left and right. Elk, antelope, grass rabbits, and the like were all leisurely nibbling on the grass and drinking water. When they were happy, they would even jump and run around as if they were in a good mood. Everything was peaceful. Suddenly, on the east side of the prairie near a mountain, the small animals stopped and straightened their ears. Then they all ran as far as they could, sometimes looking back as if something terrible had happened. Not long after, a group of tall blood wolves came from the distance. But strangely, they ignored the small animals and walked slowly, unhurriedly. This grassland was originally the territory of elk and other animals. Blood wolves were rare here, and it was really thought-provoking that they swaggered so openly. What was even more strange was that in the middle of the group of blood wolves, there were 4 carriages pulled by elk. Of the 4 carriages, only the first one had a tall and thin young man sitting lazily in the driver's seat. But he also closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. He didn't hold a whip. As long as the elk pulling the carriage deviated slightly or slacked off, a blood wolf would immediately run out from the wolf pack. With a sweep of its broom-sized tail, the elk would immediately change direction and obediently walk forward. The young man driving the carriage didn't need to do anything. The 3 carriages followed closely behind. The curtains were blown open and there were some boxes inside. There was no one inside. At this time, not far from the cliff, a large group of jackdaws seemed to be alarmed by the advancing blood wolves. They cawed and sat cross-legged in the air in front of the carriage. They didn't fly away as if attracted by something. From the side of the first carriage, a blood wolf with light golden fur quickly rushed out. The young man in the carriage let out a low growl and quickly rushed forward. At this time, a clear female voice came from the carriage. "Zhang Xiaohua, why are there jackdaws in front?" Along the way, although we saw many dried bloodstains, there were no corpses left. Jackdaws that specialize in pecking at carrion have never existed before. The young man opened his eyes and said, Qin, this is the first time I've seen this jackdaw. How can I answer you? Won't we know when the Blood Wolf King returns? What can the Blood Wolf King say to you? Why don't we go up and take a look? If it's not Elk's corpse, then it's a disciple of the Aroma sect. It's better to have a complete corpse so that we can reincarnate well. A calm female voice said, Xiaohua, don't keep telling Xiaohua what to do. Now that you've refined the medicinal power of the pills, your internal energy cultivation is much higher than ours. It's time for you to go and take a look. Let second brother rest. He'll pass by in a while. We'll just bury him. The 4 of them were Zhang Xiaohua and her companions. That day, Zhang Xiaohua helped Chang'e and Qin take the meridian nourishing pill to transform the meridians in their bodies. He left them another day and night to refine the remaining medicinal power. However, that was nearly 20 years of internal strength after all. It was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. The next day, Chang'e suggested that they go back. Although there was no danger in the Yulon Canyon, it was not a safe place. Therefore, no one had any objections. In the beginning, the 4 of them were like before, riding on ferocious beasts. However, when they passed by the forest where Zhang Xiaohu and the rest had first encountered the blood wolf, Chang'e's heart skipped a beat. There were more than 50 people from the Misty Hall and they had already picked a lot of spiritual herbs. These were things that the hall urgently needed. If they were to be left here, then the dozens of lives that were left here would be worthless. Therefore she wanted to bring back the dozens of carriages in the forest. This idea was beautiful, but how could it be justified? Even if the 4 of them had the elk, how could they bring back dozens of carriages? The disciples of the fragrance cult would not think that the beasts in the Yulon Canyon had changed to eating grass. In fact, even if the 4 of them each drove a carriage, it would be surprising. Zhang Xiaohua had raised an objection at that time. However, Zhang Xiaohu knew that the Misty Hall was short of these spiritual herbs. Moreover, they were the painstaking efforts of the dead disciples. If they did not bring them back, it would be really painful. Therefore the 3 of them weighed the pros and cons. Well, except for Zhang Xiaohua, they collected the most precious spiritual herbs in the 4 carriages and let the blood wolf capture 4 elk to pull the carriages. Thus there were now 4 large carriages. Of the dozens of spiritual herbs in the carriages, only 4 could be taken away. Chang'e and the others were of course very regretful. Just when they were about to leave the woods with extreme disappointment, Zhang Xiaohua found an excuse to leave for a moment. She returned to the woods and put the rest of the spiritual herbs into her belt. After all, Zhang Xiaohua had to spend a lot of effort to explain how she could ride the wind. In the end, it was not easy to convince them that as long as she practiced the ethereal steps to the 9th level, she could do it. This belt could store so many things, perhaps even the divine skills of the Misty School could not explain it. Of course, Qinshin was very curious and asked, "How did you get the ethereal steps?" While Zhang Xiaohua fondly remembered O Peng, Master O, she also told her that this was a secret that Zhang Xiaohua and O Peng could not tell her. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the 3rd level of the ethereal steps, so now, after listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, he was convinced. Therefore, Qinshin pestered Zhang Xiaohua again to tell her what happened after Zhang Xiaohua was in Shizue Mountain. She only regarded Zhang Xiaohua as a hero and her eyes were full of stars. "I'm helpless, helpless." Thinking about how her mouth was dry from talking with Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qinshin these days, Zhang Xiaohua felt a lingering fear. This trick of making up a story can only be done by those literati. I'm a rough person, so I can't do it. I was almost exposed several times, but I'm quite skilled at it after making it up a few times. When we get out of Chuanxiang cult, we can also play with literature and write a few books about chivalry and earn some money. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua did not want to tell the whole story to her second brother and her future sister-in-law. After all, her eldest brother and sister-in-law also knew about it. She could not favor one and discriminate against the other. However, thinking of the dungeon on Baiyufeng, Zhang Xiaohua had a bad feeling. In such a dangerous place, it was better to keep a secret. She was not only responsible for herself, but also for her relatives. These days the journey was also leisurely. Zhang Xiaohu had basically adapted to the newly added 20 years' worth of skills. When he occasionally sparred with Zhang Xiaohua, he would not reveal the white line on the top of his head. The wind between his fists and feet was also slowly restrained, gradually returning to the original state. In terms of refining the medicinal power, Chang'e and Qinshin were not as good as Zhang Xiaohu. They could only refine a small part of the remaining medicinal power every day. This was related to the foundation of their meridians and also because they were women. However, they were not in a hurry. After all, they were from a famous family. They knew that the slower they refined, the more solid their foundation would be. Moreover, in just a few days they had gained several years' worth of skills. They could not even dream of it, so how could they have other thoughts? Therefore, along the way, only Zhang Xiaohua sat in front of the carriage, seemingly driving the carriage. The others hid in the carriage and worked hard. At this time, they had already left the mountain ridge and entered the Yulon Prairie. If there were no accidents, they would reach the mouth of the Yulon Canyon in 2 or 3 days. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a little depressed. Second brother was found, and he was in good condition. Her task of passing on the incense cult had been completed. Perhaps the next step should be to cultivate at the top of Tianmu Peak. After all, after seeing the abilities of Huang Feng and the Blood Wolf King, her cultivation of the middle qi refining stage was really a little weak. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu walked out of the carriage and approached Zhang Xiaohua. He whispered, "What's wrong? Are you thinking about that little fishy of yours?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She curled her lips and said, "Second brother, we haven't seen each other for a few years. You've made great progress. Do you think everyone is like you? Once you see elder sister Chang'e, you'll lose your soul and even call out her name in your dreams. Little Fishy and I have a pure relationship of brother and sister." Xiaohua, you're not young anymore. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Haven't you heard of the saying in Lingering Fragrance Peak, guard against fire, theft, and senior brothers? It's referring to senior brothers like you who talk about pure relationships with others. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. She said, how can there be such an interesting saying? I've never heard of it. Well, that's right. You've only been here for less than 2 months. No wonder you haven't heard of it. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly understood. He then said, if you tell your second brother the secret of using the sword, I'll let your second sister-in-law talk to little fishy about it. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood what her second brother was planning. Zhang Xiaohu was the only one who knew about the dream-chasing sword. Zhang Xiaohua had never mentioned it in front of him. However, Zhang Xiaohu had only seen such a magical thing in the legends of chivalry. He had been itching for it for a long time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not mention it, he knew that it was an extremely secretive thing. He did not ask about it in front of her and only asked secretly. Zhang Xiaohua only used some gimmicks to coax him. How could Zhang Xiaohu be fooled? Therefore, as long as he found an opportunity, he would come up and coerce her. Second brother, if that's the case, I'll tell this to my second sister-in-law. You're Qin Chen's senior brother. Shouldn't Qin Chen also guard against you? Zhang Xiaohu's face turned red. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, don't ask about this matter. You should focus on cultivating the Misty Seven Swords and use the Jade Water Sword to form the Sword Light. Then you can go anywhere you want in this world. Speaking of the Jade Water Sword, Zhang Xiaohu took it out from his bosom and caressed it lovingly. He smiled and said, forget it. Seeing that you've given me a treasured sword, I won't force you. However, if you want to force the sword out, you'll need at least 50 years of cultivation. While they were talking, the Blood Wolf King howled and ran over from a distance. Hearing the sound, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Second brother, is there something up ahead? Calm, there are more chapters. Chapter 685. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. That's right, we are not loved by our grandparents and no one cares about us. This is a good excuse. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, the key is that you should have strong martial arts, but I shouldn't have strong martial arts. So you can be my saviors. Then her eyes lit up and said, I can use this excuse to visit you at Shirxing Peak. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Good, this matter is settled. It's just a word. Right, speaking of female disciples, it seems that Shuyu Hall doesn't have any female disciples, but Qingquan Hall seems to have some. But I don't know if any of the female disciples of Qingquan Hall came this time. Well, there are also female inner sect disciples and inner sect alchemy disciples. When I was in the trial, I saw a female inner sect alchemy disciple. It's unlikely that there are female inner sect disciples. Their martial arts are very high, so how could they fall into this ordinary Yulon Twilight Canyon? If it's possible, then she must be one of the inner sect alchemy disciples you mentioned. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Zhang Xiaohu's analysis was not wrong. Judging from the woman's meridians and residual internal force, this woman's martial arts were about the same as the inner sect alchemy disciple Zhang Pinger. Perhaps they both came to the Yulon Grand Canyon to collect rare spiritual herbs. Only the two of them could run around in this Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhang Pinger's luck was good. She had bumped into him 3 times, which was why she didn't turn into beast dung early on. This woman's luck was slightly worse. She bumped into him before she died. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it was. At this time, Qin Chen shouted, 2 scholars, we have finished our work. Should we carry her to the front of the carriage? Chang Ji's arm was injured and was fixed by Zhang Xiaohua. Most of the cleaning and dressing was done by Qin Chen. At this time, her forehead was already sweating. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and walked to the woman's side. He looked at her face that had already been washed. The 2 eye sockets were very miserable without any eyeballs. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wrapped it around her eyes. He said, wait a moment. I still have to straighten the bones in her head. Then she said to Zhang Xiaohu, second brother, help me get some straight branches. I have to fix this woman's broken bones. Saying this, she covered the woman's head with her hand and lifted it up. As Zhang Xiaohua's right hand left, the woman's hair fell off, revealing a pale and blood-stained scalp. Zhang Xiaohua put her hand on the head again and silently used her genuine qi to move the displaced skull back to its original position. Then she took water from Qin Chen and carefully washed the head, applying the blood coagulation pill. At this time Zhang Xiaohu took the branches back. Zhang Xiaohua fixed the woman's thighs and arms one by one. Finally, she took out a jade bottle from her bosom and wanted to pour out a bone coagulation pill. But when she held it in her hand, she muttered. After thinking for a while, she took it back and took out another jade bottle from her bosom. She poured out 2 pills and fed them to the woman. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua clapping his hands and looking like he was done, the 3 beside him heaved a sigh of relief. They were very lucky to have met Zhang Xiaohua. If it weren't for him, they would have lost their lives. Even if they had come here and met this dying female disciple, they probably wouldn't have been able to help even if they wanted to. However, Qinshan was very surprised to see that Zhang Xiaohua could take out different kinds of pills from her bosom and asked, "How many pills do you have?" Zhang Xiaohua looked unfathomable. "I can't tell you. I can't tell you." Chang'e asked, "What kind of pills did you give her? Is it the bone coagulation pill? Why did you change it in the middle?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "No, it's the small bone coagulation pill." Then she explained, "She is an inner disciple. This bone coagulation pill is not from the fragrance cult. If it is found by her teacher, it seems that we can't explain it. Although we want to save her, we can't get ourselves involved." "Well, Sister Chang'e, don't worry. Although these 2 small bone coagulation pills are not as good as the bone coagulation pill, they are enough." "They are not from the fragrance cult?" Qinshan and Chang'e were stunned. Seeing that they were a little stunned, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Sister Chang'e, you and Qinshan can tidy up the second carriage. Put more dry and soft things on it. I'll send her to the carriage now." Okay. Chang'e and Qinshan woke up from their dream and hurried back to tidy up. Soon they waved their hands in the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua knew that everything was ready. She silently ran her genuine qi and cast several incantations to fix the woman's body. Then she stretched out her arms to hold the woman steadily and slowly sent her to the carriage. After everything was done, the 4 of them got on the carriage again. Qinshan didn't forget to ask, "Is she alone in the carriage behind? Do you need me to keep an eye on her?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "No, if there is no big change, she will not wake up for 10 days or half a month. You can't do anything by her side." Qinshan's face was full of longing. She said, "Zhang Xiaohua, your medical skills are really good. Did you learn from Ye Xiaoyu?" Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of black lines. She regretted telling them too much. Then she said angrily, "I learned from her senior brother." "Well, let's not talk about it. We still have to hurry, but we have to slow down in the future. Don't let the carriage be too bumpy. It will probably take 1 more day." 1 more day is 1 more day. Qinshan picked up the little black dog from the carriage and looked at the blood wolves surrounding the carriage. There were also some other beasts around. She said with a smile, "With these beasts protecting us, I'll just treat it as a spring walk." Of course, with Zhang Xiaohua's protection and the protection of hundreds of blood wolves around the carriage, Qinshan and the others were naturally not in any danger. 5 days later, they steadily approached the mouth of the Yulon Grand Canyon. Seeing the mouth of the canyon, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to let the blood wolves go any further. If the people of the fragrance cult saw a pack of blood wolves escorting them, wouldn't they transfer the hatred of the many disciples to them? After a few days of getting along, the Blood Wolf King gradually became more intelligent and was more familiar with Zhang Xiaohua. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua rubbing its head and pointing in the direction they came from, it already understood what he meant. It was just that it was reluctant to leave, so it rubbed its head on Zhang Xiaohua's body and licked Zhang Xiaohua's hand with its tongue. "This guy is becoming more and more like the big yellow dog from the Guizhuang house," Zhang Xiaohua thought maliciously. Then he walked to the back of the carriage and carried Chang'e and the others. He picked up the little yellow mink and the little black dog and placed them in front of his chest. The hundreds of blood wolves and other beasts all growled and prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were worshipping him. Then they got up, shook off the dust and left in the direction they came from. Not long after, they all disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua held the little mink and the little dog in his arms and turned the carriage around. He said with a smile, "Okay, the master who sent the guests off has returned. We should go back." At this time Qinshan shouted, "Where's my little black dog? Give it back to me." Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and said, "It's clearly mine. When did it become yours?" However, as he spoke, he still took out the small black puppy that was not much bigger than a mouse and handed it over. However, the little black puppy that had been sleeping in Qinshan's arms all this while was not behaving well at this moment. Its eyes were closed and its little head was swaying left and right. Its little nose was sniffing non-stop and its entire body was twisting here and there. Chin did not understand and wondered, could it be that this little black puppy is female? It stuck to Zhang Xiaohua when he hugged it? As he said that, he handed it over to Zhang Xiaohua. Indeed, once the little black dog was in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, its nose stopped twitching and it obediently bent down. Its little head even tried to burrow into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Ah! The other two were also a little dumbfounded. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua did not pay much attention to the little black dog. It was almost always carried by Chin. How could it be ungrateful when it passed through Zhang Xiaohua's arms? I knew it. This little black dog must be a girl. Chin was very indignant. Fine. Seeing the little black dog like this, Zhang Xiaohua did not hand it over to Chin. There were two little mice on the left and right and he could hold as much as he wanted in his arms, so he still put it together with the little mink. Next to the little mink was a small primordial stone that Zhang Xiaohua usually used for cultivation. The carriage traveled for another half an hour and had already arrived at the mouth of the canyon. It was the place where Huang Feng killed the disciples of Wuming Hall that day. At that time, when Zhang Xiaohua escaped, the mouth of the valley was still piled up like a mountain. The bodies of many disciples were casually thrown at the mouth of the valley. At this time, the mouth of the valley was clean. There were only black bloodstains on the ground, scattered long swords, and tattered rags occasionally blown away by the wind, indicating that there had been a heroic moment here. Zhang Xiaohu and the other two did not witness it with their own eyes, but with Zhang Xiaohua's narration, they also saw their fellow disciples become food in the mouth of the blood wolf. Naturally, they could empathize with the tragedy at that time. Now that they saw the ground that had long been soaked in blood, they could not help but become solemn. It was just that the mouth of the valley was too clean, which made Zhang Xiaohua a little puzzled. The bodies of so many disciples of Wuming Hall, were they taken away by the people of the fragrance cult? Or were they eaten by the ferocious beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon? However, Zhang Xiaohua would not ask such questions to Chang'e and Chin. After waiting for a while, she said, "Second brother, it's going to be dusk soon. Do you know the time and route to leave the valley?" Zhang Xiaohu raised his eyes to look at the sun that was still hanging in the west. He nodded and said, "I know. Before we entered the valley, the hall master specially explained everything, especially the matters of entering and exiting the valley. Everyone remembered it by heart. This time is just right. When we reach the dense forest, we should be able to leave." "Good. Second brother, from now on, I am the disciple of the pill repository hall that you saved." After saying that, she jumped into the third carriage and sat obediently with a frightened expression on her face. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's behavior, Chin almost burst out laughing. "Zhang Xiaohua, the valley is still far away. Why are you pretending so early?" "I'm just practicing. It's been a long time since I tricked people. I'm a little rusty," Zhang Xiaohua said in all seriousness. "Okay, let's go." Zhang Xiaohu patted the elk's buttocks, and the elk pulled the carriage straight out of the Yulon Grand Canyon. Seeing the huge mountain range receding from her side, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little sad. That day there were nearly 500 disciples who entered the valley. However, when it ended, only 9 of them survived. She wondered what kind of expression the hall master of the pill repository hall, Old Man Zishin, would have on his face if he knew this news. Sigh, let bygones be bygones. Senior brothers, may your souls rest in peace. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and looked back at the valley entrance that was getting narrower and narrower. She secretly prayed in her heart. The Yulon dusk refinement was finally over. Chapter 686. It was still early. When Zhang Xiaohua and the others came out of the valley and came to the open space between the valley and the dense forest, the setting sun was still high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to stay in the third carriage. After looking for a long time, she did not see any disciples of the fragrance cult. Could it be that the trial has already passed? Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. She counted with her fingers and found that it had only been 20 days. Was 1 month too long? Could it be that the inhibition has been activated in advance? Zhang Xiaohua frowned for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhang Xiaohua flew to Zhang Xiaohu's carriage. Zhang Xiaohu, who was driving the carriage, was surprised. He patted his chest and said, "Xiaohua, your lightness skill is too good. I heard from my master that Master O is just SOSO. Pretend, just pretend. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. I didn't see you speak so exaggeratedly at home. Now why are you so? Chang'e, who was behind the carriage, asked. Xiaohua, what was your second brother like at home? Nothing, Sister Chang'e. When my second brother was at home, he was a flower in the field. Everyone praised him. Qin and Chang'e both laughed and said, we heard your second brother say that a flower in the field depends on dung. Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. Then she rolled her eyes and was about to speak, but she was interrupted by the blushing Zhang Xiaohu. He said, why don't you pretend to be injured in the back? What are you doing here? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, there is no one here. Who will see me? When Qin heard this, he suddenly said, by the way, Zhang Xiaohua, since you can pretend to be seriously injured, why don't you just pretend to be dead? There's no need to return to the pill-expanding hall. Follow us to Shixing Peak. A few days ago, didn't you ask about your villa Master O and Sister Chiao Tong? Come with us now. They might be very happy to see you. Oh? Zhang Xiaohua slapped her head and said, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Inside the carriage, Chang'e smiled and said, it's a pity that Xiaohua can't change her appearance. If it's the same as changing her name, she can change into another person. Otherwise, although the fragrant cult is big, it will be seen by the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall. At that time it would be bad. Zhang Xiaohu also sighed and said, how can it be that easy? Even if she can change into another person, there will be one more person in our Shixing Peak. How can the fragrant cult not know? In fact, Zhang Xiaohua immediately realized that Qin was joking with her. She also said, unless I become one of the disciples who came here for the trial, otherwise don't mention it. Speaking of the disciples of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu and the rest were equally sad. They recalled the cheerful voices and laughter of their fellow disciples. These were the elites of the Misty Hall. Now all of them were buried in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Only the 3 of them managed to return. For the Misty Hall, it was like adding one disaster after another. However, thinking of the rare spiritual herbs in the 4 carriages and the situation in the Misty Hall, they only hoped that the harvest this time could slightly compensate for the loss. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead again and said, I forgot one thing. Oh, forget it. Let's talk about it when I have time to go to Shixing Peak in person. Qin was curious and asked, what is it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I don't know if Sister Chiao Tong is married. If she is, we have to be careful about this matter. Qin was even more puzzled and said, no, Chiao Tong and O Yen are all alone. That's good. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I still have the confession letter from Sister Chiao Tong's admirer. After that, she told them about her exploration of the Righteous Alliance in the past. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Needless to say, this disciple of the Misty School must have been buried in the unforgettable annihilation of the Misty School's disciples. If not for Qiuju's intentions, this disciple's intentions would have dissipated between heaven and earth. Well, you have to personally pass this letter to Chiao Tong. Chang'e also agreed. To comfort this disciple's soul in heaven. While talking, the 4 carriages had already reached the edge of the dense forest, but the white fog still covered the entire forest. How could they see the way out? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, second brother, do you think the restriction of Twilight Orchid will be closed in advance? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his expression changed and he said, this is really hard to say. When the 2 people in the carriage heard this, they also walked out. Zhang Xiaohua said, I don't know what you told us when you came, but since it can be opened in advance, it's very likely that it will close in advance. It's been more than 20 days, so it's normal for there to be some changes. Qin said involuntarily, if we can't get out, won't we have to stay here for 5 years? It's said that the disciples who didn't get out in time, even the inner disciples, have never been seen again. Zhang Xiaohua didn't agree with this. He had seen the remarkable power of Huang Feng with his own eyes, and also saw the fall of Huang Feng and He Dian. He roughly knew that these were probably the actions of those 2 in the past. Now, little Huang Feng and little He Dian were in his arms, waiting for him to be their father. How could he and the others follow in the footsteps of others? Zhang Xiaohu looked at the graceful Chang'e on the carriage, and a smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself, if it's like this, then it's a kind of immortal-like life. Chang'e also understood Zhang Xiaohu's thoughts and nodded slightly at him. Zhang Xiaohu's heart was instantly filled with sweetness. Not to mention the two of them, the sun on the western mountain ridge was halfway down. Qin looked at the dense fog in the forest and said in surprise, "Senior sister, senior brother, look, the white fog has begun to recede." Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e reluctantly moved their eyes away from each other and looked into the forest. Sure enough, the milky fog was gradually retreating from the edge of the forest into the forest. The more it retreated, the clearer it became. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua also felt relieved. Although it was not necessarily a bad thing to be able to live freely in the Yulon Grand Canyon for 5 years, he still wanted to pass the news of Zhang Xiaohu's survival to the Guizhuang house as soon as possible, so that his parents could live peacefully in their old age. Get ready, Xiaohua. This is the last part of the trip out of the valley, so there isn't much danger. But you still have to be careful, don't fail at the last step. I know, second brother. When we came in, our caravan encountered a lot of accidents. While they were talking, the 4 elks pulling the carriage suddenly panicked. They knocked their hooves and retreated slightly. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and suddenly remembered that when the yellow wind chased the inner disciples of the lingering fragrance peak, it only chased them to the entrance of the valley and stopped, not daring to take half a step forward. The elks were also wild beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. How could they reach the edge of the forest? Oh no, if the elks can't pass through the forest or if they are afraid of the forest, what should we do? While he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua's heart gave him another warning. His spiritual sense was currently suppressed by the restriction of the fragrant religion and was also absorbed by the silver eye in his left hand. He could only see about 3 meters ahead of him, which was far less effective than when he first started the Yulon Twilight refinement. His heart was on alert and presumably danger wasn't far away. Without thinking, Zhang Xiaohua took out several jade talismans from his bosom and crushed them with his hands, throwing them around the 4 carriages. 4 water-like ripples were transmitted from the restriction, and the 4 elks gradually calmed down. However, they were still hesitant as they looked at the forest in front of them. At this moment, the setting sun had already approached the mountain range of the Yulon Grand Canyon. A ray of brilliance streaked across the sky and illuminated the forest. Not long after, a path of light appeared from afar and meandered under everyone's feet. However, this path of light was clearly not as bright as when Zhang Xiaohua and the others had first entered. Now it was much dimmer. Needless to say, anyone who saw it knew that there wasn't much time left on this path of light. Or perhaps, it wouldn't exist for long, so they needed to pass through it in time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He asked Chang'e and Qin for several silk scarves and other things, and covered the eyes of the elks. They were like the fragrant religion's caravan crossing the mountain stream. The blindfolded elks were much more stable, but in this case Chang'e and Qin would each need a carriage. And this was in line with Zhang Xiaohua's previous plan. In addition, each of them had to drive a carriage, so it was reasonable. Zhang Xiaohua drove the first carriage, followed by Chang'e, Qin, and Zhang Xiaohua of course was still at the back. Moreover, he was still standing high on the carriage. He released his divine sense to cover the 4 carriages. The path of light was still calm, strange and long. After traveling for more than half an hour, they still didn't see any movement. Instead, there were some inexplicable attacks from the dense forest from time to time. They gently hit the restriction that Zhang Xiaohua had previously placed on the carriage. It was unknown whether the attacks were aimed at the group or the elks. Although the attacks were silent and Zhang Xiaohua and the others didn't notice, they were frequent. Not long after, the restriction of the jade talisman was broken. Zhang Xiaohua had to use the jade talisman again. After traveling for more than half of the distance, Zhang Xiaohua's defensive jade talisman had been exhausted. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. He couldn't bring enough jade talismans with him, so Zhang Xiaohua could only take out primordial stones to absorb the primordial qi and replenish the magic incantation for the 4 carriages. However, the speed of absorption was far slower than the speed of consumption. Seeing that 2 hours were almost up, the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body was also exhausted. Seeing that there seemed to be no end to the path of light ahead, Zhang Xiaohua was very anxious. At this time he understood the feeling of senior brother Qin, the leader of Wuming Hall. Would they die here in the end? While he was thinking, he suddenly heard Zhang Xiaohua say with a smile, "Chang'e, hold on a little longer. I have already seen the light ahead." What? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell off the carriage. As the saying goes, when you marry a wife, you forget your mother. This sentence is really right. Your brother is so busy behind you, but you don't even say a word of comfort. Your wife is just pretending, but you are so concerned about her. Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua, this guy, he even got jealous over such things. Chapter 687. On the other side of the forest, more than 10 tall horses were carrying more than 10 middle-aged men with bulging temples. They were wandering in the open space about 20 zhang in front of the forest. The few of them stood slightly forward and stared at the path of light in the forest that was getting dimmer and dimmer. The vigilance in their eyes also disappeared. However, the few of them tightly pulled on the reins of their horses and were determined not to take a step closer to the forest. One of them laughed and said, "Senior Brother Ma, let's go back. Seeing that the path of light has already collapsed, it is impossible for anyone to come out today. Moreover, looking at the white fog in the forest and the condition of the path of light, I don't think it will appear tomorrow." That Senior Brother Ma nodded and said, "Junior Brother Tan's words are very reasonable. According to my experience, today should be the last day of the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement restriction. Tomorrow we don't have to keep watch." Another said, "Senior Brother Ma has been patrolling this valley for decades. Wasn't it also Senior Brother Ma who noticed the early opening of the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement? Moreover, the hall also rewarded Senior Brother Ma. Since you think the path of light will not appear tomorrow, it must be so. Alas, this year's Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement is really strange. It opened early and closed early. Counting with my fingers, it has only been 20 days. There is still a long time before the 1-month deadline. Yes, but compared to the tragedy in the valley, this is nothing. In fact, let's not talk about the tragedy in the valley. Even if there was no yellow wind, and the beast tide, just the early closing of the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement would have caused many disciples to die. This tragedy has long been doomed. Not necessarily. The tragedy now is that many of our ordinary disciples have died. Alas, hundreds of people in the Wuming Hall have died without a corpse. Adding the brothers of other halls, the number of people who have lost their lives in the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement is in the thousands. If the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement was closed, the number would be even greater. Even the inner disciples wouldn't be able to come out. Your words are wrong. Do you think our Senior Brother Ma has been guarding here for nothing? Didn't he say a few days ago that the restriction at the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement would be closed? At this time, Senior Brother Ma had a complacent look on his face as he laughed. What a pity, what's the use of knowing the warning signs? This Yulon Grand Canyon is filled with ferocious beasts. Our fragrant religion's disciples have all turned into excrement. That's right. Fortunately, I had already gone through the trial 5 years ago. This is only the outer sect test, so I don't have much confidence. The hall also didn't allow me to enter again. Otherwise, I would also have been buried in the Grand Canyon. Junior Brother Tan's face was filled with lingering fear as he continued, "Only?" He looked around and whispered, "I heard from the inner disciples that many disciples died at the entrance of the valley. Why didn't they clean up the mess in the hall? It's always good to be buried in peace." Junior Marshal Brother Ma smiled but didn't say anything. Another person mocked, "Junior Marshal Brother Tan is kind-hearted. Why don't you go in and collect the body? If you ask me, since you dared to enter the valley, you must be prepared to die." "Hee, to tell you the truth, Junior Brother Tan, I feel that this is..." Pat your chest. "Don't you feel that the following outer sect test will be much easier?" Hee. Junior Marshal Brother Tan only smiled and didn't say anything. Senior Brother Ma scolded, "Junior Brother Fan, what are you talking about? They were all fellow disciples. Even if there was some competition, you can't disregard their lives. No matter how you look at it, you have to grieve for them." Grief? If that's the case, then we should ask the inner disciples to bring out the corpses of our Wuming Hall disciples. Moreover, lingering fragrance peak can't just do nothing. These words were somewhat muttered, and Senior Marshal Brother Ma only pretended not to hear. As the three of them talked, the other 10 people stood far away and didn't come forward. Although they didn't have weapons in their hands were very close to the scabbards at their waists. Their eyes glanced at the dense forest from time to time. If there was any abnormality, they could draw their swords in time. Seeing that the dense fog in the dense forest had gathered, the trees and other objects had become blurry. Even the light path out of the forest was not clear. Senior Marshal Brother Ma waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Junior Marshal Brothers, this time's Orchid Dusk Refinement has come to an end. Tomorrow I will come and take a look and confirm it myself." Okay, Senior Marshal Brother Ma has worked hard. To be honest, when I came here, my hair stood on end. I really didn't want to stay here for a moment. Obviously, All the disciples are in the Death Valley. Why did they make us wait here? Everyone turned their horses around. One of them smiled and said, "It's just to let the other disciples who haven't gone through the trial see that the cult of fragrance won't give up any chance to save the disciples." Moreover, a few days ago, as he was speaking, this person inadvertently turned his head. His face immediately turned pale with fright as he shouted, "Beast tied, beast tied." This shout didn't matter. The other two people immediately panicked. They didn't dare to turn their heads back. With a shake of the reins, they rushed forward and shouted, "Quickly go and report to the hall master." The beast tied really rushed out of the dense forest. The dozen people in the distance had already turned their horses around. When they heard this, they flattered their horses even more, afraid that they would fall behind. Senior Marshal Brother Ma ran a few feet before turning his head back in disbelief. He had been on guard duty here for dozens of years and had never seen any ferocious beasts come out. Not even a small squirrel. Elk, Senior Marshal Brother Ma was shocked. This was a ferocious beast from the Great Orchid Prairie. How could it run out? Oh no. When Senior Marshal Brother Ma looked carefully, he saw that the elk was pulling a carriage behind it. Moreover, there seemed to be a person in the carriage. Although the carriage was far away, it was a model commonly used by the cult of fragrance. Senior Marshal Brother Ma could recognize it at a glance. His mind raced. Could it be that there are still disciples alive? Just as he was thinking, the forest was already shrouded in fog. The light path also collapsed. At this moment, 3 carriages rushed out of the forest. Senior Marshal Brother Ma hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "Senior Marshal Brothers, please stop. There are still disciples alive." Just when Senior Brother Ma turned around, he missed a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. After the 3 carriages, the 4th carriage flew out from the top of the 3rd carriage. At the moment the thick fog closed with a whoosh, and landed diagonally on the empty ground. And a thin and tall figure, like a ghost, dashed out from under the carriage and landed directly on top of the carriage. The sound of the carriage landing was so loud that even Zhang Xiaohu, who was walking in front, was stunned. He immediately turned his head, but when he turned his head, a scene that made his heart ache appeared. He saw that the thin and tall figure had just landed on the carriage. Immediately, his figure swayed twice and with a piu sound he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and immediately pulled the reins. However, the strangest scene appeared. The elk, whose eyes were covered by a silk scarf, was still energetically pulling the carriage forward. At this moment, its 4 legs were soft. There was no need for Zhang Xiaohu and the others to exert any strength. It immediately stopped and fell to the ground as if there was 1,000 pounds of weight on it. It couldn't even move. Its 4 limbs twitched a few times, followed by a few howls. A mouthful of blood was spat out from its mouth. It seemed that it was going to die on the spot. Senior Marshal Brother Ma's shout and the sound of Zhang Xiaohua's carriage landing attracted the attention of the people who were running for their lives. A few brave people turned their heads and saw the 4 carriages appear in the open space in front of the forest. Therefore they gradually pressed down on the horse's head. However, when the elk appeared and died, they were terrified. Who would dare to go forward? Even Senior Marshal Brother Ma, who had called out to everyone, hesitated and stopped 200 feet away. At this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohu have the time to look at the elk? He jumped down in a big stride. He didn't even care about his wife and hurriedly ran to Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting paralyzed on the carriage with a sallow face. He anxiously asked, "Xiaohua, what's wrong with you? Did you injure your meridians?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a sweetness in her throat. A mouthful of blood surged up and she spat it out on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his bosom and poured out a yuandan pill. He was about to feed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him and said, "Second brother, it's fine." "What do you mean it's fine? You're already vomiting blood, how can you be fine?" Zhang Xiaohu kicked Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Hurry up and take this jade restoration pill." After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Zhang Xiaohua felt a lot better. He had just protected the 4 carriages and used up all the Jinqi in his meridians. Moreover, at the last moment, just like when he entered the valley, he didn't have time to get out. If it was a normal day, he would have used his lightness skill to follow. But the moment he flew up, he thought, "This carriage is filled with the spiritual herbs that Zhang Xiaohu painstakingly brought back to the Misty Hall. Not to mention that it is something that second brother cares about. Even if it is brought back to the Misty Hall, many disciples of the Misty School will benefit. When he thought of this, he knew that he could no longer escape on his own. Thus, he forcefully circulated his true qi and flew out of the forest with the cart full of spirit herbs. Although he managed to protect the spirit herbs, he also suffered internal injuries. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "It's really fine. Second brother, you should take a look at second sister-in-law first. She must have been frightened just now. She is injured." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then he understood. He rubbed Zhang Xiaohua's head and said, "You child, what kind of injuries can she have? She's already telling me that she's alive and kicking. Don't worry about her." After saying that, he was about to personally feed the Yuhuandan pill into Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Second brother, it's really not necessary. I have other pills here. Moreover, did you forget? Didn't I just pretend to be injured? Isn't this a good opportunity?" Zhang Xiaohu muttered to himself and put the pill into the jade bottle. He was about to stuff it into Zhang Xiaohua's arms and said, "Then quickly take this pill. When you have time, quickly take it. Internal injuries can't be delayed." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She smiled and said, "It's really not necessary." "Look." After saying that, she took out a jade bottle from her bosom and said, "I have other healing pills. They are even better than the Yuhuandan pill." Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's seemingly endless supply of pills and hesitated. He naturally knew that if there was a pill better than the Yuhuandan pill, Zhang Xiaohua would have given it to him. Her words were obviously a lie. Therefore he glared at her. Chapter 688. Just as Zhang Xiaohua and his brother were pushing the jade rejuvenation pill back and forth, each wanting the other to take it, the people of Wuming Hall in the distance finally came to their senses. Senior brother Ma, junior brother Tan, and the others also braced themselves and came forward. Zhang Xiaohua winked at Zhang Xiaohu. She winked at him and said, "Don't be long-winded, second brother. I have my own way. Just deal with the disciples who are coming. Remember, my name is Ren Xiaoyao and I'm a disciple of Tuodu Hall." Zhang Xiaohu saw that his brother refused to take the pill and sighed in his heart. He put away the jade bottle and turned to Chang'e and others who were about to run over. He said, "It's okay. Ren Xiaoyao is fine." Ren Xiaoyao? Chang'e and Qinshin also understood. They looked up at the disciples who were approaching and said vaguely, "Oh, that's good." However, they still looked at Zhang Xiaohua with concern and refused to go back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't wipe the blood from the corners of her mouth and just nodded slightly, indicating that they didn't need to worry. At this time, senior brother Ma shouted from afar, "Are you a disciple of our fragrance cult? May I ask which hall you belong to?" It was already dusk and it was hard to see clearly. Zhang Xiaohu walked to the front of the carriage and looked at the dead elk on the ground. He ignored senior brother Ma's shout and just wondered why the elk died here for no reason. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu ignored them, senior brother Ma and others had to walk forward about 10 feet and then shouted, "The disciple of the hall in front, please say hello." Zhang Xiaohu raised his head at this time and looked at the disciple of Wuming Hall who was more than 10 feet away with contempt. He shouted, "I'm a disciple of Misty Hall. May I know who you are?" Although Zhang Xiaohu called him senior brother, he didn't show the respect of a senior brother and didn't even tell him his name. Hearing that he was a disciple of Misty Hall, senior brother Ma was surprised and blurted out, "A disciple of Misty Hall? Are you still alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly urged his horse forward. When he got closer, he looked at the clothes of the four people and cupped his hands. "I am Ma Qi, a disciple of Wuming Hall. May I know your name?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't seem to like the disciples of the fragrant religion. However, seeing that the disciple was so polite, he returned the greeting and said, "I am Zhang Xiaohu from the Misty Hall. These are my two junior sisters." As they spoke, the other disciples also arrived in front of them. A disciple pointed his horsewhip at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Who is he?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly struggled to get up and said in a low voice, "Senior martial brother, please know. I am an alchemy apprentice from the Tianmu Peak of the Dan Sprouting Hall. My name is Ren Xiaoyao. A few days ago I was chased by a ferocious beast. Fortunately, this senior martial brother of the Misty Hall saved me. Until today I followed them out of the Orchid Valley." Pill Tower Hall? The dozens of people present were even more surprised. The man with the horsewhip frowned and asked, "Are you really a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Is this a good disguise? This is strange. In this Orchid Valley evening refinement, Shuyu Hall, Chengquan Hall and others were all wiped out. Even my Wuming Hall only had a few disciples escape. Your Pill Tower Hall had several people escape before. Today you appear again. This is really puzzling. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she felt a little relieved. It seemed that Lu Chaoxian and others had already escaped safely. It was not wrong for her to take the risk to lead the Yellow Wind away. At this time, a short and fat man next to him said, "Is there anyone else from the Misty Hall alive? Why are you not together after escaping? Who else came back alive?" When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was overjoyed and asked eagerly. Senior Brother Ma said with a smile, "A few days ago, only one disciple escaped alive. It seems that his surname is Chen. He is the only disciple who escaped alive in more than 10 days. We thought he was the luckiest one." Senior Brother Chen? Zhang Xiaohu looked at the surprised expressions of Chang'e and Qin Qin and asked unconsciously. He didn't say much. He only said that his surname is Chen. "We have sent him back. You can ask him when you go back to Shixing Peak." Senior Brother Ma looked up at the dense forest which had been filled with dense fog and said with a smile, "Junior Brother Zhang is luckier. Today is the last day of the Orchid Valley evening refinement. If you go back tomorrow you can't even find the way out of the valley." After that, he waved his hand and a whistling arrow rushed into the air. It was the daily communication signal of the fragrance cult. Then a slightly older disciple said, "Junior Brother Ma, give your horses to them first. Let's leave this place first and wait until we arrive at the station of the front hall." Senior Brother Ma and the other two jumped off their horses and led them to Zhang Xiaohu. Another person said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, come here and get on the horse with me." He didn't care about Zhang Xiaohua's injury at all. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Senior Brother Ma. Please give us 4 horses. We still have to take these 4 carriages back to Shixing Peak." "Carriages? Why take carriages back?" Senior Brother Ma was a little puzzled. "It was not easy for you to escape. Why do you need carriages?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't explain and shook his head. "In the carriages are the spiritual herbs picked by the disciples of the Misty Hall. I have to take them back to Shixing Peak." This. Senior Brother Ma was a little hesitant. The older disciple said impatiently, "Junior Brother Quan, give your horses to them. They will arrive at the station in a while." Junior Brother Quan had no choice but to jump off his horse and lead his horse to Zhang Xiaohua's carriage. Zhang Xiaohu rushed over and tied the horse to the carriage. Then he went back and settled the 3 carriages. Then he remembered something and pointed to the second carriage. "By the way, I forgot that in addition to saving Ren Xiaoyao of the Pill Expanding Hall, we also met a female disciple who was about to die. However, I don't know which hall she belongs to. I guess she may be an inner disciple." Huh? Everyone turned pale with fright. They didn't care about the dense forest and jumped off their horses. The older disciple took the lead and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Under the dim light, he looked at the female disciple lying on the carriage. At this time, the female disciple's whole body was bandaged. How could he see anything? The older disciple didn't dare to confirm and said hesitantly, "Junior Brother Zhang, how do you know she is an inner disciple?" Zhang Xiaohu sneered, "Except for inner disciples, which hall can let female disciples enter? In such a dangerous time, who can stay alive?" The senior disciple suddenly came to his senses. He no longer hesitated. He waved his hand and another whistling arrow whizzed into the air. Then a huge signal appeared in the air. It was an emergency signal that was several times more advanced than the signal of Senior Brother Ma. Then the senior disciple instructed, "Quickly, the senior sister of the inner court is heavily injured and cannot be delayed. I'll take a few people to drive a carriage and send her to Lingering Fragrance Peak overnight. You guys escort these junior brothers back to First Faith Peak." After saying that, he was about to leave when Zhang Xiaohu shouted, "How can you do that?" The older disciple was stunned and said unhappily, "Why not? Lingering Fragrance Peak has an order. Whenever an inner disciple comes out, we must inform them immediately and escort them back to Lingering Fragrance Peak overnight. Moreover, this senior sister is seriously injured." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Senior brother, of course you can escort her back to Lingering Fragrance Peak. But I won't lend you this carriage." Junior Brother Quan, who was standing at the side, became anxious and berated loudly, "You brat, this is the senior sister of Lingering Fragrance Peak. If anything happens to her, can you, a little disciple of Misty Hall, bear the responsibility?" Your carriage only has some spiritual herbs. Do you think we will be greedy? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. I don't know if you are greedy or not. First, this senior sister's life is not in danger. Second, the things in the carriage were exchanged with the lives of dozens of disciples of Misty Hall. There is no reason for me to give it to others for free. Junior brother Quan was a little angry. He was angry at this disciple's ignorance and lack of sense of organization. So be it. The senior disciple thought for a while and said, Lingering Fragrance Peak and Shirxin Peak are not in the same direction, but we can go together for a while. Let's go together for the time being. When the carriage of Wuming Hall comes, we will escort the senior sister to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Junior brother Tan, you ride a fast horse. Go to the station quickly and find the best carriage. Yes, senior brother. Junior brother Tan jumped on the horse and hurried away. Let's go, junior brother Zhang. You take care of your own carriage. I will drive this one. The senior disciple jumped on the carriage carrying the female disciple and said, Okay. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless and let Chang'e and Qin Qin get on the other two carriages. At this time, the senior disciple saw Zhang Xiaohua sitting in the last carriage and said softly, Junior brother Quan, you don't need to drive the carriage. Take this disciple of Pill Expanding Hall to Baiyue Peak. Hearing this, junior brother Quan was very unhappy, but he couldn't say anything. He had to take the reins from a disciple and scolded Zhang Xiaohua impatiently, Let's go, little pharmacist. I will send you back to Pill Expanding Hall. Zhang Xiaohu was anxious and said, He is injured. Let him sit in the carriage. When the carriage comes, it will not be too late to send him away. The senior disciple also said disdainfully, No, it's just a minor injury. He can hold on for a while. It's only a day's journey to Baiyue Peak by taking a shortcut. There is a place to rest in the middle. We will arrive at noon tomorrow. The earlier we leave, the earlier we can go back to Pill Expanding Hall. Moreover, Baiyue Peak is not in the same direction as Lingering Fragrance Peak and Shirxin Peak. Well? Zhang Xiaohu didn't know what to say. He really didn't want his injured brother to go back with a bumpy journey, but he had no reason to keep Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua stood up with difficulty and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. Senior brother Zhang, thank you for saving my life. When I return to Baiyue Peak and recover from my injury, I will go to Shirxin Peak to thank you for your kindness. Then, junior brother Ren, take care. Zhang Xiaohu was reluctant to part with him. Chang'e and Qin Qin also looked at him eagerly. Zhang Xiaohua nodded to the three people. Junior brother Quan was already impatient and said, Get on quickly. If you are late, you won't even be able to make it to the camp. Zhang Xiaohua climbed onto the horse's back with some difficulty. Junior brother Quan shook the reins, and the horse let out a low neigh before galloping away. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at his second brother with great nostalgia. He also knew that even though they were both in the incense cult, it would be extremely difficult for him to see his brother again unless there was a special reason. Chapter 689. The next day it was a gloomy day. Two horses were galloping on a small mountain path, with the tall and skinny Zhang Xiaohua sitting behind them. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was still as pale as gold, no different from the day before. Senior brother Quan, who was faster than Zhang Xiaohua by 3 or 4 horse lengths, looked back from time to time. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua who was lagging behind, he scolded impatiently, Can't you be faster? It's almost noon and there's still a distance to Baiyue Peak. Even if you take a shortcut, you won't be able to get any closer. The senior disciple of Wuming Hall was right. This was indeed a shortcut, but this shortcut was abnormally rugged and bumpy. It was basically using difficulty to exchange for distance. Zhang Xiaohua had just been injured, how could he travel like this? 2 hours ago, he had spat out a mouthful of blood and did not dare to increase the speed of his horse. Senior brother Quan saw this and changed from urging him to nagging. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him coldly and did not reply. He carefully steered the horse and picked a stable path to travel. Around midnight last night, he and senior brother Quan had arrived at Wuming Hall's outpost. Senior brother Quan didn't care whether he was dead or alive. He simply threw him into a small hut and went to sleep. It seemed like he was very dissatisfied with the task of escorting Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua reached the hut, he did not intend to take any elixirs. He originally wanted to use his injury to hide it from the disciples of Pill Expansion Hall. If he took the blood-replenishing elixir and stopped his injury, wouldn't he have failed in his plan? But when he checked his meridians, he suddenly found that his meridians were recovering steadily. He did not know where the thing in his meridians came from, but it was repairing the damaged parts bit by bit. Even when he checked his internal injuries, there was a mysterious force that was gradually repairing them. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua saw that the speed of the repair was even faster than the Yuandan pill. She was completely at a loss. Well, it could only be described as being at a loss. Zhang Xiaohua really did not know how to deal with it. She could only watch helplessly as her meridians were mended and she fell asleep. When he woke up the next day and checked his meridians, he found that almost half of them had been repaired. It was more effective than the Yuandan pill that Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e took. Well, I was still thinking about taking pills. Looks like there's no need for that now. Zhang Xiaohua laughed at herself. I still wanted to use the meridian-nourishing pill to transform my meridians. Looking at the recovery of my meridians, the meridian-nourishing pill is no match for it. I might as well save it. Alas, what a miserable person. The pills that I worked so hard to refine are not suitable for me at all. Isn't this purely making a wedding dress for others? Seeing that senior brother Quan was rushing with all his strength, Zhang Xiaohua was actually willing to do so. He did not want Bai Yefeng to think that his injuries had been mostly healed. Then the blood he spat out would have been in vain. However, this mountain path was indeed not suitable for people who were seriously injured, let alone galloping. Even if he had the Yuandan pill, which was a panacea for healing injuries, he still could not prevent his injuries from worsening. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua almost suspected the sinister intentions of the senior disciple of Wuming Hall. After another 2 hours, it was already past noon. The red clouds in the sky were low, and there were even a few rays of sunlight piercing through. It was very dull. Seeing that there was a tall mountain in front of them after turning a corner, senior brother Quan's face showed a trace of a smile. He looked back at Zhang Xiaohua, who was already 10 horse lengths behind, and said with a smile, "Well, we've arrived at your hometown." After that, he still ignored Zhang Xiaohua and galloped straight to the front of the mountain. Before he got close, he heard someone shouting on the side of the road, "Excuse me, is this senior brother from Wuming Hall?" Senior brother Quan was not surprised. He immediately reined in his horse and laughed loudly, "I am Quan Buley, a disciple of Wuming Hall." A disciple of Pill Tower Hall holding a long sword came out from the side of the road. He came in front of Quan Buley's horse and bowed respectfully, "Senior brother Quan, what can I do for you to come to Bai Yefeng?" While they were talking, Zhang Xiaohua, who was lagging behind, also caught up. Seeing a disciple of Pill Tower Hall on the side of the road, she was surprised and stopped her horse. Her chest tightened and she spat out a small stream of blood. This is... The disciple of Pill Tower Hall obviously did not know Zhang Xiaohua. Quan Buley was a little surprised when he heard this. He felt something was wrong last night, but he could not tell what it was. He had been on the road since dawn, so he did not pay attention to it. At this time, when he heard the disciple of Pill Tower Hall ask such a question, his mind unconsciously lit up. Of course, the person riding behind him, who looked tired, was not wearing the uniform of Pill Tower Hall. No wonder he felt awkward. It was dark last night, so he did not notice it. Quan Buley could not help but have a trace of vigilance. He scolded, "Ren Xiaoyao, are you a medicine boy of Pill Tower Hall?" Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She straightened her back and said snappily, "What's the point of pretending to be a medicine boy of Pill Tower Hall?" She then cupped her hands and said to the disciple of Pill Tower Hall, "Senior brother, I am the medicine boy of Head Qin Feng Xiao of Tianmu Peak. My name is Ren Xiaoyao. I went to participate in the Orchid Dusk Refinement, and just escaped with my life." Orchid Dusk Refinement? You. The disciple of Pill Tower Hall felt a little incredulous. Then he looked at Quan Buley. Quan Buley thought for a while and said, "This guy really came out of the Orchid Grand Canyon. I can guarantee this," but at this point he did not continue speaking. Zhang Xiaohua sneered and turned to the disciple of Pill Tower Hall. "I followed Lu Chaoxian and other senior brothers out of the canyon, but later I was chased by fierce beasts." This time, before Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, the disciple of Pill Tower Hall interrupted Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. He pointed at her and shouted, You are Ren Xiaoyao?" Yes, Ren Xiaoyao, I know it's you." "Haha, you risked your life to lead the fierce beast away." The disciple seemed a little inarticulate as he spoke. Quan Buley's face froze when he heard this. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohua but immediately relaxed. He cupped his hands and said to the disciple of Pill Tower Hall, "So, this junior brother is a disciple of your Pill Tower Hall?" "Yes, this junior brother should be Ren Xiaoyao." "That's good, then I'll leave him to you. I'll go back to Wuming Hall to report." Then the disciple of Pill Tower Hall could not say anything. He turned his horse and headed in one direction. The disciple of Pill Tower Hall behind him was taken aback and then shouted, "Senior brother, did you go the wrong way? That direction is to Lingering Fragrance Peak, this direction is to Dragon Head Peak." It was a pity that Quan Buley had already gone far away, and no one knew if these words had reached his ears. Hearing the senior brother of Pill Tower Hall remind Quan Buley, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood that the reason for rushing here last night and today was not for anything else, but for the inner court female disciple that she had saved. At this time, the senior brother of Pill Tower Hall came forward and cupped his hands. "Junior brother Ren, I'm Li Qingxiu, a disciple of the Pill Department of White Mountain Peak. Junior brother is famous. Haha, although there's no public praise but in private, all the disciples admire you." Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly cupped her hands and coughed. "It's nothing. Cough cough." Seeing this, Li Qingxiu hurriedly took out a jade bottle and handed it over. "Junior brother Ren, could it be that you've taken all the elixirs? These are some blood coagulation pills, I don't know if junior brother needs them. Please accept them." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She waved her hand and said, "Thank you, senior brother. This is an internal injury, the blood coagulation pills probably won't work. I appreciate senior brother's kindness." As she spoke, a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Li Qingxiu hurriedly said, "Junior brother, wait a moment, I'll get the carriage to come down." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, she sent out a signal. Then she smiled and said, "Junior brother, get off the horse and wait for a moment. The carriage will come in a while. You're injured so badly, it's not suitable for you to ride a horse." Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on her face. She thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother Li, I think it's better to go forward. I've been rushing here for half a day, a little bit of time doesn't matter." "Oh, junior brother's words make sense." Li Qingxiu nodded and said, "The hall master has ordered that all the disciples who escaped from the Orchid Dusk must go to 100 Herb Hall. Junior brother, come with me." After he finished speaking, he pulled out a horse from the side and leaped onto it. Then he led Zhang Xiaohua forward. As they walked, they heard Zhang Xiaohua ask, "Senior brother Li, I remember that when we came to White Mountain Peak before, our Pill Hall didn't set up any sentries at the foot of the mountain. Now," Li Qingxiu smiled and said, "isn't it because of the Orchid Dusk?" Then there was some fear on her face and she said, "This time, more than 500 people from our Pill Hall were buried in the belly of the beasts. Although I don't know the number of people from the other halls, basically no one was able to come out alive. It caused the various peaks to be in a state of panic, fearing that some beast would rush out of the Orchid Grand Canyon. Not only are there sentries at the foot of each mountain, even Wuming Hall has set up stations all over the sect. If there's any movement at any of the halls, they can provide support." With that, she curiously asked, "Junior brother, I want to ask, I heard that the beast was very fierce, how did you escape with your life?" Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared the answer to this question. She smiled and said, "Senior brother, I only know a little bit of martial arts. At that time, it was critical and I only wanted to use my Qinggong to escape as far as possible, so that I could lead the invisible beast away and let senior brother Lu and the others escape. I ran until everything turned dark and I didn't know where I ran to. Later, I was saved by the senior brothers of the Misty Hall and followed them out of the Grand Canyon. Think about it, with my martial arts, even the inner and outer disciples can't deal with the beast. How can I be sure? It's just pure luck and good character." Li Qingxiu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to say so. He unconsciously gave a thumbs up and said, "Junior brother Ren, you are benevolent and righteous." But in her heart she secretly said, "Sure enough, he is a young man who just came to spread the incense sect. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Alas, it can be said that fortune favors fools." Chapter 690. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua and Li Qingxiu came across a carriage coming down from the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua did not decline and boarded the carriage, still looking sickly. On the Baiyue Peak, inside the Pill Repository Hall, everything was the same as before. There were absolutely no cries of grief as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. Every disciple she encountered was in a hurry and did not even look at Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the carriage. It was as if nothing had happened. When the carriage arrived at the 100-herb hall, Zhang Xiaohua alighted. Li Qingxiu smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, wait here. I will go and report. The hall master will definitely reward you later." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I hope so." Li Qingxiu turned and entered the courtyard. Inside the 100-herb hall, Elder Zishan was frowning and drinking tea. He seemed to have some difficult matters to settle. When he heard someone report, he casually called them in. Li Qingxiu entered the room and said respectfully, "Congratulations, Hall Master. Another disciple from our pill repository hall who participated in the Twilight Orchid refinement has returned safely." Elder Zishan was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and said, "This fellow is quite lucky to be able to return alive? I thought there were only 8 people. Oh, what kind of spiritual herbs did he bring back?" "This." Li Qingxiu was a little hesitant and said, "This disciple is seriously injured and was escorted back by the Wuming Hall's disciples. Seems like he did not bring the carriage back." The spiritual herbs. When Elder Zishan heard this, he laughed coldly and said, "Since he did not pick any spiritual herbs, it means that he did not complete the mission. According to the past, he would be punished. However, it is different this time. It is already good that he managed to escape with his life, so there will be no punishment. Go and let him return early so that he can recuperate." Then he waved his hand and sent Li Qingxiu out. Li Qingxiu was a little anxious and said, "This? Hall Master, this disciple is Ren Xiaoyao from Tianmu Peak." "Tianmu Peak? Ren Xiaoyao?" Elder Zishan was stunned and said unhappily, "Is he very famous? Isn't he just Qin Fengxiao's subordinate? Is there a need for me to know him? This Qin Fengxiao is really lucky. The 9 survivors are all from Tianmu Peak." "Eh? Ren Xiaoyao seems to have some impression of him." Elder Purple Herb looked at Li Qingxiu and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it. I'll pardon you." Li Qingxiu cupped his hands and said, "Sir Hall Master, this Ren Xiaoyao is the Ren Xiaoyao mentioned by Lu Chaoxian and the others who escaped from the Yulon Grand Canyon." Old man Zishan slapped his bald head and said with a smile, "Now I remember the name of this Ren Xiaoyao. Isn't he the prospective son-in-law that was recruited from Rejuvenation Valley this year? No wonder his name sounded so familiar. Why would he go to the Yulon Grand Canyon?" Soon after, he changed his expression and said, I thought he was just an ordinary disciple. Since he was willing to sacrifice himself to save the other disciples, not to mention his martial arts, his moral character is also good. He is a loyal disciple of our pill repository hall and is worthy of praise. I'll call him in first. I'll ask him." Li Qingxiu wiped the faint sweat on his head, lowered his head and went out to call Zhang Xiaohua in. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walk in, Elder Zishan slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Ren Xiaoyao, you're very good." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Sir Hall Master." "No need to be so polite." Elder Zishan nodded and pointed to the chair next to him, saying, "Have a seat. I'm an old friend of Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master Nye. You've been here for a long time, but I haven't had the chance to meet you." Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He lowered his head and said, "I'm now a disciple of the Pill Repository Hall and a subordinate of Sir Hall Master. I don't dare to think about anything else." Elder Zishan stared blankly for a moment, then laughed heartily, "Good. Ren Xiaoyao, I like hearing these words of yours. I've been reluctant to meet you all this time, and this is one of my misgivings. I hope you can understand. You should sit down. This Yulon evening refinement really wasn't easy for you. Now that you've been seriously injured, if you don't have a seat at my 100-herb hall, wouldn't that disappoint the brothers who enter the valley in the future?" Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Deference is no substitute for obedience. Thank you, Sir Hall Master." After he finished speaking, he coughed twice and some blood flowed out. Seeing this, Elder Zishan's expression couldn't help but change slightly. He asked, "How are your injuries?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "It's nothing serious. There shouldn't be any problems after a few months of recuperation." Elder Zishan waved his hand and said to the disciple standing by the side, "Go. Take a bottle of the blood coagulation pills, blood replenishing pills and other healing pills in the hall and bring them to Ren Xiaoyao." The disciple accepted the order and left. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I've just finished my medicine. Many thanks for Hall Master's generous gift." Elder Zishan smiled and said, "It's no matter. However, since you've said this old man wants to talk about you. I just heard that you've won quite a few medicinal pills at Tianmu Peak. Why did you exchange them for medicinal herbs? How can you do such a loss-making business? Zhang Xiaohua said shamefully, I've just arrived and haven't seen so many medicinal herbs. I was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but exchange them. Only now do I regret it. If I had paid a visit to Sir Hall Master earlier and received Sir's guidance, how could I have done such a foolish thing? Elder Zishin chuckled and said, You've just arrived at the pill opening hall. Why did you suddenly run to the Yulon Grand Canyon to participate in the Yulon Evening Refinement? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I don't know about this. I only said that I was on the list so I went. Oh, Elder Zishin nodded. I reckon that Vice Hall Master Su knows that your martial arts are outstanding so he sent you. Hee, it's also thanks to Vice Hall Master Su's discerning eyes. Otherwise, our pill opening hall would have been completely wiped out. Not a single disciple would have been able to come out. Immediately, he said with a beaming smile, I heard from Lu Chaoxian and the others that they followed you to pick the 100-year-old ice spirit grass and luckily escaped with their lives. I just don't know if you've completed the task assigned by Vice Hall Master Su? Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred and immediately became panicked. He hurriedly stood up and said, I'm incompetent. I searched for a long time but still couldn't find it. I originally wanted to go further to pick it, but I encountered a great change. I didn't dare to go further and only wanted to quickly leave the valley with my senior martial brothers. However, I couldn't complete Vice Hall Master Su's order. Once I've recovered, I'll go to Vice Hall Master Su and ask for forgiveness. That won't be necessary. Elder Zishin took charge and said, although you didn't pick the 100-year-old ice spirit grass, you saved several carriages of medicinal herbs from my pill opening hall. This can be considered as atoning for your crimes. If Vice Hall Master Su comes looking for you, just say that I said it and there's no need to punish me. Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, if Vice Hall Master Su comes looking for me, I'll definitely tell him. Although her smile was very gentle, Zhang Xiaohua was disdainful in her heart. Vice Hall Master Su actually dared to instruct Lu Lihong to kill her. How could she let him off easily? And Elder Zishin drank a mouthful of tea. At this moment, the disciples in the hall also brought a few bottles of medicinal pills. Zhang Xiaohua put them in her arms and expressed her gratitude to Elder Zishin. Sure enough, Elder Zishin was just casually listening. However, when he heard about the Misty Hall, his eyes lit up and he asked, Disciples of the Misty Hall? They saved you? Oh, and they even saved an inner disciple? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, Yes, when I woke up there were 3 disciples of the Misty Hall. There was no one else beside me. It must be them. Moreover, when they saved that inner disciple, I saw it with my own eyes. They said that the girl was an inner disciple. I don't know anything. Then what do you think of the attitude of these disciples towards you? Zhang Xiaohua was even more taken aback. He said carefully, It's all right. Although they don't talk much, they're very polite. They saved my life, so how can I be picky? I was thinking of waiting a few months to recover and go to the Shishing Peak to thank them. Haha, Elder Zishin laughed and said, Your idea is good, but it's a little difficult to realize. Even if I want to go to the Shishing Peak, I have to get the consent of the Lingxiang Peak. Zhang Xiaohua looked guilty and said, Then I can only wish them success. Elder Zishin stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and seemed to have made a decision. He said with a smile on his face, Well, Ren Xiaoyao, it's not easy for you. Although you didn't pick the herbs, you saved the lives of 8 people. Oh, I almost forgot, there was also the life of an inner disciple. Moreover, you brought back 4 carriages of herbs for the pill sprouting hall. You can be considered as the #1 contributor to this Valley Orchid Evening Refinement. Not to mention other things, if the pill sprouting hall doesn't reward you, it will make our brothers feel bitterly disappointed. You can go and recuperate. After a while, I will arrange a task for you as a reward. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, I don't dare to be praised by the hall master. It's what I should do. Well, you don't have to say any more. Go back to the Tianmu Peak as soon as possible. Taking care of your body is the most important thing. Old man Purple Ginseng had an unhappy look on his face as he said, Clearly distinguishing between reward and punishment is the foundation of this old man's conduct. Since you can perform meritorious service, this old man will reward you. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stood up and said respectfully, Thank you, Hall Master. Old man Zishin smiled and waved his hand to signal Zhang Xiaohua to leave. Then he picked up his teacup and took a sip happily, as though he had just resolved a very important matter. When Zhang Xiaohua sat in the carriage, they immediately arrived at Bai Yefeng. Inside an exquisite little house, Vice Hall Master Su looked at the person in front of the hall in astonishment and said, "Are you sure? Ren Xiaoyao actually came back alive?" The disciple nodded, "That's right. I heard from Li Qingxiu, who was on duty at the foot of the mountain today, that he had already escorted Ren Xiaoyao back to Tianmu Peak." Chapter 691. Yes, I know. Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand and said, "You can leave now." After the disciple left, Vice Hall Master Su rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. He thought to himself, "This guy is really lucky. I wonder if Lu Lihong made a move? Well, he probably didn't. Otherwise this guy would have died in the strange birch forest. He wouldn't even be able to see the beast tide, let alone avoid it. Alas, poor Lu Lihong. He couldn't even handle such a small matter. He deserved to die in the beast tide. He made me lose a few Yuhuandan pill for no reason. If I had known earlier, I would have given it to him after he came back. Well, Ren Xiaoyao must have some tricks up his sleeves to be able to avoid the beast tide. Seems that my guess is right. Humph, how could a little medicine boy from the Rejuvenation Valley have such ability? Not only did he save 8 disciples, but he also managed to escape from the canyon by himself? Even with the help of the Misty Hall's disciples, it's impossible. Even a pig wouldn't believe that there isn't anything fishy about this. Only a frog in a well like purple ginseng would believe that. Orchid Twilight is a good opportunity. Now that I haven't gotten rid of him, he's in the limelight. If I find an excuse in the future, it will be troublesome. Forget it, let him be for now. He's not the only eyesore in the fragrant cult. I can't deal with them one by one. Vice Hall Master Su stood up and said to himself, "This guy is really good at bewitching people. Even if you beat him to death, he won't say anything. We've only known each other for a few days, but they have such a close relationship. It seems that I have to be more careful of him in the future." But fortunately he didn't cause too much trouble. If he's dissatisfied, he won't come looking for me. If he really comes, he don't blame me. While thinking, Vice Hall Master Su seemed to have seen something funny and couldn't help laughing. Zhang Xiaohua returned to Tianmu Peak under the escort of Li Qingxiu and senior brother Li. As soon as he arrived at Tianmu Peak, he saw the patrolling disciple. The patrolling disciple seemed to recognize Li Qingxiu. He approached him from afar and cupped his fists. "Greetings, senior brother Li. Is there any official business for you to drive a carriage to Tianmu Peak?" Li Qingxiu returned the greeting and said, "There is an official matter. Junior brother, please ask Headmaster Qin to come out." The disciple was stunned. "It's Headmaster Qin, not Wu Dalong?" "That's right. Head Boss Qin, please come over for a chat." "Senior brother, please wait for a moment." With that, the disciple hurriedly turned around and left. Zhang Xiaohua sat in the carriage. Seeing that disciple leave, she smiled and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Li, what are you doing? You could have just let me go by myself. Why did you have to provoke Headmaster Qin?" Li Qingxiu said, "Junior brother Ren is the hero of Tianmu Peak. If we don't let him come and pick you up, wouldn't it seem that our pill hall is unkind?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly shook her head. In fact, she was a little unhappy when she came out of 100 Herb Hall. Wasn't the purpose of her coming to the incense religion to find her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu? Since she had already found him, why should she lower her voice to others? "Alas, I'm used to keeping a low profile. I can't change it in a short time. I don't even know how to be arrogant." Zhang Xiaohua could only think like this. At this time, Tianmu Peak was similar to the time when Zhang Xiaohua first came. However, there were faint figures around the mountainside. They must be patrolling. Not far away, she met Bai Huan's hut. The light was dim and there was no one. I wonder what Bai Huan is doing now. I wonder if he has been taking care of Huan these days? This guy wouldn't have barbecued Huan when he heard that I was trapped in the Yulon Grand Canyon, right? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had such a ridiculous thought. Even if Bai Huan was 3 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Thinking of Bai Huan's fear of getting into trouble, Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. I promised to give him a bottle of blood-replenishing pills when I came back. The sage is so generous. I don't need to pluck his hair anymore. Ah. Just as she was thinking, she saw a few figures hurrying over from afar. Li Qingxiu smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, Put down the curtains and give Headmaster Chen a surprise. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and hid in the carriage. Qin Fengxiao rushed to the front of the carriage. He first looked at the carriage in surprise. Then he cupped his hands and bowed. Junior brother Li, what business does the hall have? Li Qingxiu was a disciple of the pill division. Normally he wouldn't look for him. Since he was looking for him at this hour, it must be something important. Li Qingxiu smiled and said, I have good news for Headmaster Qin. Come, let Headmaster Qin meet someone. As he spoke, he lifted the curtains of the carriage and stood to the side, watching with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the carriage in the darkness. He cupped his hands and bowed. Headmaster Qin, I trust you have been well since we last met? If Nie Qinyu was at the side, she would have spat out those words. However, when Qin Fengxiao saw Zhang Xiaohua, he was stunned. He didn't seem to be as surprised as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. Qin Fengxiao was stunned for a moment. He raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. How are you still alive? Seeing Qin Fengxiao lose his composure, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Of course I'm still alive. Don't tell me I'm dead? Li Qingxiu, who was at the side, was also embarrassed. She thought to herself, what kind of standard is this? You call yourself the headmaster of Tianmu Peak. You don't even know how to welcome me. If I had known, I wouldn't have put on airs and made such a melodramatic surprise. This is great. Ren Xiaoyao has lost so much face. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's question, Qin Fengxiao immediately knew that he was wrong. He hurried forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. He said loudly, little brother, you're finally back. You should know that when I heard that you were buried in the Grand Canyon, I didn't have any appetite for food or sleep. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shrink back. She thought to herself, is there a need for that? You scared me until I had goosebumps all over. Then Qin Fengxiao wiped away his tears and forced himself to say, but I know that little brother is doing this for our pill repository hall, for our Tianmu Peak, for little brother's unfulfilled wish. I cannot fall, that's why I am holding on. Every time I can't hold on any longer, little brother's tall back will appear in front of my eyes. Your broad shoulders will give me endless strength and I will immediately have the motivation to act. It's you, little brother, your actions and your spirit that inspired me, allowing me to integrate myself into the limitless construction of Tianmu Peak. It's you, Ren Xiaoyao, who is selfless. Oh my God. Li Qingxiu, who was at the side, was finally moved. She thought to herself, this is the great manager Qin in my heart. I am far from being able to catch up to him. No wonder he is the great manager and I am only patrolling. How can I catch up to him? Just as Qin Fengxiao was chattering away, several people came from afar. When they got closer, they were Wu Dalong and the others from the pill department. When Wu Dalong saw Zhang Xiaohua, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was full of excitement. After greeting Li Qingxiu, he walked over and said, congratulations, little brother. You actually managed to escape from a disaster. As the saying goes, one who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Little brother's future is boundless. Seeing Wu Dalong's unnatural expression, Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart. However, he didn't say it out loud. He cupped his hands and said, I'll be counting on Wu Dalong's auspicious words. At this time, Li Qingxiu smiled and said, since the two heads of Tianmu Peak have appeared, my mission can be considered completed. Alright, you guys can bring Ren Xiaoyao over. I'll report back to the White Mountain Peak. Wu Dalong smiled and said, Junior brother Li, you can stay here for the night. It won't be too late to leave tomorrow morning, right? Too late, too late. I still have to report back to Lord Hall Master. Oh right, Lord Hall Master has ordered for Ren Xiaoyao to recuperate carefully. He needs to recover from his injuries first and in the future. He stopped here. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Lord Hall Master didn't say anything else. I can't make wild guesses. Is that so? Wu Zhoushu and Qin Fengxiao looked at each other and exchanged glances. They smiled and said, then Junior brother Li must be careful. Well said, well said. Junior brother Ren, goodbye. I hope to see you on the White Mountain Peak one day. Li Qingxiu cupped his hands and bid farewell to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and bowed. After Li Qingxiu left, everyone came forward to congratulate Zhang Xiaohua. Firstly, Zhang Xiaohua had returned safely. Secondly, she had caught the Hall Master's eye. She would definitely have a bright future. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and acknowledged them one by one. Blood gushed out from the corner of her mouth. Oh, little brother, are you seriously injured? At this moment, Qin Fengxiao and the rest finally realized why Li Qingxiu had escorted Zhang Xiaohua over in a horse carriage. They hurriedly instructed, "Quick, arrange a quiet room for little brother and bring some of our Tianmu Peak's medicinal pills over." While they were talking, several people rushed over from afar. Before they even got close, they shouted, "Is junior brother Ren back? Wasn't it Lu Chaoxian and the others?" Hearing their anxious and surprised shouts, Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She whispered, "Is it senior brother Lu?" "Yes, little brother has returned." "Junior brother Ren, junior brother Ren?" The 8 of them quickly walked to the front of the carriage. When they saw that it was really Zhang Xiaohua, they immediately burst into tears. They were tears of surprise. They bowed together and said, "Thank you, junior brother Ren, for saving our lives. As senior brothers, we will never forget it." Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward and helped them up one by one. She said, "Didn't I say earlier that since I am your leader, I must protect you all? Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." But Lu Chaoxian's senior brother Wang and the others choked with sobs. Junior brother Ren actually put himself in danger and lured the ferocious beast to chase after us, allowing us to escape. This kind of righteousness is really, in fact, when it came to saving people, it was normal to have the strength to do so. However, people like Zhang Xiaohua, who knew that there was endless danger but still fed the tiger with her own body, that was really not easy. In this world, there were not many people who could do this. It was no wonder that Lu Chaoxian and the others desperately wanted to thank Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. He really didn't think so? Chapter 692. Seeing Lu Chaoxian and the rest acting like this, Qin Fengxiao felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. He took a step forward and said, "Junior brother Lu, junior brother Ren has suffered serious injuries in order to save all of you. This is not the place to talk. Let's let junior brother Ren return to his room first. After he recovers from his injuries, you can say anything you want." Only now did Lu Chaoxian and the rest notice the bloodstain at the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth in the darkness. They hurriedly slapped their faces and said, "Look at me, I actually didn't notice. Junior brother Ren is so brave and fierce, yet he is still injured. It must be a serious internal injury." "That's right, junior brother Ren was injured because of us. The matter of taking care of him should be none other than us. Headmaster Qin, I have a matter to discuss with you. Please send junior brother Ren to our place and let us take care of him. How about it?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Forget it, forget it. I like peace and quiet, it's better." Before she finished speaking, Qin Fengxiao interrupted with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, you better not decline. If you hide in peace and quiet by yourself, won't Hall Master blame me? I think junior brother Lu's idea is not bad. You should go with them." "That's right, junior brother Ren, let's go. Yulon Mulian, you have taken care of us the entire way. When we return to Tianmu Peak today, let us brothers take care of you for a few days." After saying this without any explanation, they clustered around Zhang Xiaohua and headed in a certain direction. When Zhang Xiaohua and the rest were far away, Qin Fengxiao turned to look at Wuzhou ruins. Both of them sighed at the same time, then shook their heads and walked away. It was as if they had encountered an extremely troublesome matter. The place where Lu Chaoxian and the rest stayed was naturally not a peaceful place. However, when they thought of Zhang Xiaohua's injuries and their daily habits, Lu Chaoxian and the rest found a small house where the disciples rested and arranged for Zhang Xiaohua to stay. After that, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's going to be night soon. Senior brothers should rest early. Although my injuries are serious, they are not fatal. After taking some elixirs and adjusting my breathing, I should be fine after a few months of rest." "That's good." Lu Chaoxian and the rest smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, you should rest. During this period of time we will be around you. We won't disturb you. And will not disturb you. We will stand guard at the door. If you need anything, just call us." With that, they were about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She immediately called out to Lu Chaoxian and said, "Senior brother Lu, I have something to ask in private." Seeing this, Lu Chaoxian waved his hand and dismissed the other 7. He asked, "Junior brother Ren, what's the matter? Feel free to say it. I will tell you everything I know." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I don't know what's going on either. When I saw Headmaster Qin and Wu Dalong today, I felt that their expressions and words were abnormal. I don't know what's going on." Lu Chaoxian was taken aback. He shook his head and said, "We just came back not long ago. We did not hear anything special." Then he thought for a while and said, "Since junior brother feels that something is wrong, then I will go and ask others to see if there is anything unusual." "All right." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Be careful. Don't tell them that I want to ask." "Yes, I know. Junior brother, you should rest early. We'll have people standing guard outside. If junior brother feels uncomfortable, you can call us immediately." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and expressed her thanks. After Lu Chaoxian left, Zhang Xiaohua slowly stood up and released her divine sense. Indeed, in front of the hut, Lu Chaoxian was discussing with senior brother Wang about how to stand guard at night. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. After all, they had good intentions. How could she refuse? If not, Lu Chaoxian and the others would feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Then she spat out a mouthful of saliva and said self-mockingly, "I bit my tongue and only managed to force out such a small amount of blood. It doesn't feel good to pretend to be injured." Zhang Xiaohua's injuries from last night had mostly healed in one night. Although she had been riding on a horse for the whole morning, her injuries did not worsen. In the afternoon from White Mountain Peak to Heaven Eye Peak, the injuries in her meridians had been constantly mended. Now that she checked carefully, most of them had already healed. If she did not pretend, how could she still look like she was seriously injured? Although she was on Heaven Eye Peak, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She still set up a restriction. Then she took out her vitality stones and began to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. At midnight, the endless starlight enveloped Zhang Xiaohua. The starlight flowed into her meridians and gradually mended the damaged areas. When she woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua did a quick check. She was dumbfounded. "Am I not a human-shaped Yuandan pill? I did not take any pills at all. My meridians healed on their own. My luck is really good. I don't know how many pills I can save in the future." Zhang Xiaohua was immensely pleased with herself. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had been tempered by the starlight and absorbed by the starlight at night. Her self-healing ability was naturally strong. But if she did as Zhang Xiaohua thought and did not take any pills in the future, that would be unrealistic. After all, the internal injuries she had now were only caused by her forceful use of her vital energy. It was not serious. It was just that she had not calmed her heart and wanted to drag her injuries along the way. After a night of hard practice, her injuries would naturally be mostly healed. Her plan of lying in bed, lying on the praying mat for a few months would be ruined. Thinking of how to hide from Heaven Eye Peak in the future, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the small house. The moment she opened the door, she saw senior brother Wang lying in front of her door alone. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Was this how they took care of her? If she did not know that they were sincere, Zhang Xiaohua would have thought that they were sent by Qin Fengxiao and the rest to keep an eye on her. Zhang Xiaohua squatted down and pushed senior brother Wang. Senior brother Wang turned over and clicked his tongue. "Don't push me. Come one by one. There is a lot of cold light grass. There is enough to pick." OMG, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground. This senior brother Wang was truly an outstanding disciple of their grass division. Even in his dreams he never forgot his duty. Thus he had no choice but to continue pushing him. "Senior brother Wang, hurry up and get up. There's a 200-year-old ice soul grass there." "A 200-year-old ice soul grass. Where is it? Where is it?" Senior brother Wang jumped up from the ground like a carp. His eyes were hazy but he was full of energy. Zhang Xiaohua patted his shoulder and said, "Senior brother Wang, it is me." "It is you?" Senior brother Wang opened his eyes and saw Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Junior brother Ren, I am sorry. These days, I have been dreaming of picking herbs with my fellow disciples in the strange birch forest." Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. She said sadly, "Alas, it is all in the past. Let it remain in our memories. After all, we still have to continue living." "Yes, I know. Junior brother Ren, Headmaster Chen also said this. Alas, in fact, in the early years, every time there was a disciple who could not come back from the Valley Orchid evening refinement, I also advised others. But when it was my turn to let go, it was not a matter of words." Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Senior brother Wang smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, you woke up so early. Could it be that your injuries have recovered?" "You're right." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. But she said, "It is nothing. I'm just used to waking up early. Going out for a walk is also good for my recovery." "That's right." I will accompany you for a walk. Junior brother Wang said and was about to help Zhang Xiaohua up. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, Senior brother Wang, I am not injured to the point where I cannot walk. If you want to accompany me you can just walk by my side. She slowly walked towards a secluded place. Yes, it was really slow, as if she was injured. Senior brother Wang saw this and smiled bitterly. He slowly followed behind her. The sun had just shone on Tianmu Peak. The entire morning was no different from usual. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely relaxed. She no longer felt as heavy as when she woke up in the morning. It was probably because she had found her second brother. She felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. While walking, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Then she heard someone calling out, Junior brother Rin, why are you up so early? You are seriously injured. Why aren't you resting? Zhang Xiaohua knew that Lu Chaoxian was coming over. Sure enough, when she turned around, she saw Lu Chaoxian walking over angrily. Lu Chaoxian was still forcing a smile on his face. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something had happened? She smiled and said, Senior brother Lu has always been a late riser. I didn't expect you to wake up today. I would like to sleep more, but junior brother gave me a mission yesterday. If I don't complete it, how can I sleep well? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, So fast? Then I will have to trouble senior brother. Senior brother Wang heard their conversation and knew that something had happened. He smiled and said, I didn't sleep well last night. I will let senior brother Lu accompany me. I will come back in the afternoon. After saying that, he cupped his fists and left. When senior brother Wang was far away, Zhang Xiaohua said, I thought it would be difficult to find out. Senior brother managed to find out in just one night? It's not a big deal. Everyone on Tianmu Peak knows about it, so I didn't have to spend much effort to find out. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and asked, Then what happened? Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua and hesitated for a moment before saying, It's simple. When junior brother Ren left, didn't he leave your mount on Tianmu Peak? Yes. That mount is called Huan Huan. What about it? Huan Huan? Huan Huan secretly ate the herbs planted on Tianmu Peak and the disciples of Pill Expansion Hall found out. Bai Yefeng sent people to capture Huan Huan and bring her back to Bai Yefeng Peak? What? Zhang Xiaohua felt incredulous. What was going on? Not to mention whether Huan Huan had secretly eaten the herbs. Even if she had, there was no need for Bai Yefeng's men to catch her. What about Bai Huan? Before I left, I entrusted Huan Huan to him. Chapter 693. Junior brother Bai, of course, was also caught by the law enforcement disciples of Baiyu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, when he was on Tianmu Peak, he had always casually tossed the David's deer to the side. He hadn't paid attention to whether it had eaten any herbs or not. But now that he thought about it, he hadn't heard the disciples in charge of looking after the herbs for a few months, so this shouldn't have happened. And even if Huan Huan had eaten the herbs, no one had said anything about it for several months. How could it have been discovered in the few days she went to the trial? Moreover, it was discovered by the disciples of Baiyu Peak. The most ridiculous thing was, what did this have to do with Bai Huan? She had entrusted the odd beast and Bai Huan with it privately and no one knew about it. Oh, if there was anyone who knew, it would be the great guardian deity Zhou Shuming. Even if it was entrusted, the odd beast was still Zhang Xiaohua's. If it had eaten the herbs, it would be Zhang Xiaohua's responsibility. It had nothing to do with Bai Huan. Since when had the cult of fragrance been so strict? Suddenly, Vice Leader Su's figure appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, and then the dungeon on Baiyu Peak. Could it be this guy's doing? Zhang Xiaohua muttered, It doesn't make sense. It's just a few dozen taels of gold, is it worth it? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's uncertain expression, Lu Chaoxian quickly added, But there's good news. Junior brother Ren's mount is very alert. On the way to Baiyu Peak, it found an opportunity to slip away. There's no trace of it until now. Is that so? Huan Huan's legs are really not ordinary. Hearing that Huan Huan had escaped, Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. The cult of fragrance was lush with vegetation, and there weren't any fierce beasts. It was enough for Huan Huan to survive. When did this happen? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. It was the second day after we entered the valley. And I heard from the junior brothers that a brother from Bai Yefeng came to Tianmu Peak for some matters. He happened to see Huan Huan nibbling on herbs, so he told Vice Hall Master Su. After Vice Hall Master Su heard this, he flew into a rage. He said that the disciples of the pill opening hall risked their lives to gather herbs in the strange birch forest, and the Tianmu Peak behind them actually allowed livestock to eat the herbs. They must be severely punished, so. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Headmaster Chen's expression was so bad. It turns out that you were afraid that I would overthink. Alas, it's nothing. Deputy Hall Master Su's law enforcement is just right. What can I say? Oh, junior brother Ren, that's a good idea. It's just that the brothers feel that it's a little too heavy. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, and then another stream of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Junior brother Ren? Alas, it's okay. This internal injury can't be healed in a short period of time. I can't move more even if I want to. Let's go, senior brother Lu. I'd better stay in the house. And junior brother Ren is right. Before you vomit blood, it's better to stay in the house. As he spoke, Lu Chaoxian reached out to support Zhang Xiaohua as they slowly walked back to the house. Zhang Xiaohua looked too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. Not far from Zhang Xiaohua's house in a loft, a pair of eyes cautiously stared at Zhang Xiaohua in her house. Zhang Xiaohua stayed in the house the whole day. She only showed her face outside in the afternoon and evening. Her face was still pale as if her injuries hadn't improved at all. Not long after, the sky darkened. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Senior brother Lu, I need to go back and treat my injuries. If you don't have my orders, it's better not to come in. Otherwise, you'll easily suffer from qi deviation." Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, "Junior brother Ren, don't worry about this. After following junior brother for so long, I don't know about other things, but I have a deep understanding of this point." Then he quietly walked out. As expected, there wasn't a trace of sound under his feet. Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind him, had already burst out laughing. It wasn't until Lu Chaoxian closed the door that she couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. After laughing happily, Zhang Xiaohua closed his mouth and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He formed a seal with his hand and immediately disappeared from the room, directly escaping from the small house. When she poked her head out from the darkness and looked at the loft in the distance, she snorted. Although her divine sense couldn't recover, it was more sensitive than before. Although she didn't see anyone's face in the loft, Zhang Xiaohua knew that there was definitely someone observing her. If there wasn't a guilty conscience, what better explanation could there be? Zhang Xiaohua directly flew out of Tianmu Peak and came out from the other side of the mountain. After carefully identifying the direction, he leaped up and followed the path that the pill-sprouting Hall senior apprentice brother had led him the other day. He flew in the direction of the wind. In the time it took to eat 2 meals, Baiyu Peak could be seen in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She lowered her altitude and only flew in the forest. When she got close to Baiyu Peak, she immediately burrowed into the ground and without any hesitation she headed towards the peak. The peak of Baiyu Peak was as quiet as before. Only the sound of leaves and herbs rustling in the wind could be heard. At this time, the moon had yet to rise and there were only some faint lights above the prison. It was the best time to travel at night. Zhang Xiaohua flew to the left side of the prison. She first poked her head out to take a closer look. She listened carefully to the movements around her and entered the prison with familiarity. This trip to the dungeon was different from the last time. That time it was during the day and the dungeon was very quiet. There was no sound and Zhang Xiaohua only took a rough look before leaving quickly. This time, just as she emerged from the corner of a prison cell, she heard a heart-wrenching scream, which gave Zhang Xiaohua a fright. Fortunately, this prison cell was empty and there were no living things. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. She released her divine sense. Outside the prison cell there were a few burly disciples. They should be law enforcement disciples. In their hands, there were some torture instruments that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't understand. Occasionally, there were a few naked men being dragged or pulled by law enforcement disciples. Those men were either badly mutilated or on the verge of death. They all looked like they had been punished. Could it be that there are so many disciples in Pill-Expanding Hall who have committed crimes? Zhang Xiaohua was a little speechless. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was limited. She could only rely on the memory of the last time she came. She went from room to room trying to find traces of Bai Huan. But after searching almost everywhere, she didn't find any trace of her. Could it be that I was wrong? A trace of guilt appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Maybe I wronged a good person. Maybe Bai Huan was just reprimanded. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved and wanted to escape from the dungeon. But at this time 2 disciples walked over her head. One of them chuckled and said, "Junior fellow apprentice Meng is living a good life with Deputy Hall Master Su. Previously he always came at night, but now there is no trace of him." When the other person heard this, he said mysteriously, "Forget it. Junior brother Meng has been here for a long time, but he's just serving a disciple in a small room. It's been many days, but he can't find what he wants no matter what. I saw him storming in angrily just now. I guess today is the last day. I don't usually see him lose his composure like this." Junior fellow apprentice Meng is an expert at extorting confessions by torture. Whoever is in his hands will have to give in. Which family's child made a mistake? I don't know where, but I heard from junior fellow apprentice Meng that the boy insisted that he would not say anything even if he was beaten to death. He would not say anything even if he was beaten to death. These words struck Zhang Xiaohua's mind like lightning. This seemed to be the witty word she said when she came down from Qinmu Peak and entrusted the 4 odd beasts to Bai Huan. This must be Bai Huan. Just as she was thinking, she saw a reckless man with bulging muscles in a remote corner. His upper body was bare, and his face was gloomy, as if someone owed him a caddy of black beans money. With a loud bang, he closed a small iron door and locked it with a thick chain. He strode over. Seeing this, the 2 of them smiled and said, "Junior fellow apprentice Meng, did it not go well?" Junior fellow apprentice Meng snorted and did not say much. He walked straight through the 2 of them. The 2 of them did not dare to ignore him and quickly moved to the side, leaving a small gap in the corridor. After senior fellow apprentice Meng walked past, the 2 of them looked at the back view of the person who was taller than them. They wanted to spit but did not dare to. They only gritted their teeth and said softly, "Let's go and find a little lamb to vent our anger." As they spoke, they randomly picked a cell and entered it. Not long after, a series of screams rang out. Zhang Xiaohua watched from the side with a cold light in her eyes. When the 3 of them were far away and the other law enforcement disciples were not around, she quietly entered the cell that junior fellow apprentice Meng had just walked out of. As soon as he emerged from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The entire room was filled with the stench of blood. Although he couldn't see clearly with his divine sense, he could see that the person in front of him was hung on a tall rack. His hands were tied up by thick iron chains, and his feet were nailed to the nails at the bottom of the rack. This person's hair was disheveled and covered his face. His chest was no longer moving up and down. He must have died. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and took out the luminous pearl from her arms. Under the faint brilliance, she walked towards the person. Before she got close, she saw that the person was naked. Countless bloodstains covered his entire body and had long dried up. There were still many whip marks on his upper body, but there was not much blood. It was the result of a recent whipping. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front and carefully lifted the hair on the person's face. He had chanted Amitabha countless times in his heart, praying that this person was not Bai Huan. But when he saw the bloodless face, he still stood there in a daze. If this was not Bai Huan, who else could it be? For a moment, since Zhang Xiaohua saw Bai Huan that evening, all the details appeared in her mind. This was just a submissive and cautious disciple. Perhaps she would bully other disciples and take advantage of them a little, but she had never done anything wrong. How could she end up like this? Chapter 694. Zhang Xiaohua was angry. He thought about his impression of Bai Huan from the beginning to the end. He really didn't think that Bai Huan could make him feel disgusted or a little disgusted. Even when he first met Bai Huan's extortion was a little narrow-minded. Compared to Brother Ma, who only knew how to bully newcomers, and Qing Shi, who took things by force, he was many times better. Bai Huan was so careful to please Chen Fengxiao but didn't dare to offend Zhang Xiaohua. Bai Huan stood outside the cave in Zhang Xiaohua's divine awareness and wanted to call Zhang Xiaohua but was afraid to disturb Zhang Xiaohua's practice. Bai Huan carefully took out the herbs Zhang Xiaohua got from the orchid evening refinement and nervously exchanged them for elixirs. What hurt Zhang Xiaohua the most was that when he finally entrusted Huan to Bai Huan patted his chest indifferently and agreed. Then he thought of the joke he said to Bai Huan, "I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." Now those words had become reality. Bai Huan patted his chest and promised Zhang Xiaohua. Now his chest was full of whip marks. What about the promise he made to Bai Huan? Looking at Bai Huan's miserable condition, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was infinitely desolate. Perhaps this was the end of a small character. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't find him here, he would be thrown somewhere tomorrow and never be found again. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to fulfill his promise, he couldn't. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily took out a bottle of blood-replenishing elixirs and transferred a wisp of genuine qi directly into Bai Huan's meridians toward his heart. After a while, Bai Huan's eyes moved slightly, and then there was some movement. He also said something with difficulty. Zhang Xiaohua carefully pricked up his ears and could hear clearly, "I really don't know anything." He only said, "To a hand. Huan, it's me, the raise, even it be beaten to death, he won't tell. It's just a joke." Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She whispered, "Senior Marshal Brother Bai, it's me. I'm back." After a while, Bai Huan opened her eyes with great difficulty. Under the dim brilliance of the luminous pearl, she identified Zhang Xiaohua for a long time. Immediately, her eyes flashed with surprise. She forced herself to be alert and raised her voice, "Junior? Brother. Ren you quickly report to Vice. Oh, Master. Or really didn't take your bag? Or really?" Before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed his words and could no longer speak. His eyes did not move and his body gradually turned cold. In fact, when Junior Marshal Brother Meng walked out, Bai Huan had already stopped breathing. Zhang Xiaohua transferred her vital energy into Bai Huan's heart meridian, but it could only last for a moment. After nearly 20 days of torture, Bai Huan was like a lamp that had run out of oil. She could no longer hold on. Even if Zhang Xiaohua took out all the elixirs in her arms, she could not save Bai Huan's life for even a moment. Seeing Bai Huan stop breathing in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. "I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me." This kind of guilt was something Zhang Xiaohua had never felt before. Zhang Xiaohua put away the luminous pearl and the blood-replenishing elixir. She stood quietly in the darkness. After a long while she said, "Senior Marshal Brother Bai, I will keep this blood-replenishing elixir for you. When you are buried, I will find an opportunity to bring your body out and bury it with you. In addition, although I didn't mean it, you died because of me. I will definitely avenge you. I know you were timid when you were alive and might not dare to let me avenge you. But today you have become a ghost. I hope you can be bolder and become a malicious ghost. Just watch from the heavens." "I'm going to find the people who killed you and make them pay with their lives." Bai Huan's body was quietly hanging there, motionless. Zhang Xiaohua immediately marked the corpse with her divine sense. Then she glanced at it and made a gesture. She disappeared into the darkness. After leaving the dungeon, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought that she didn't know where Vice Hall Master Su was resting. Now that it was late, it wouldn't be easy to find him. If she asked a disciple, wouldn't it be easy to find him? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of Junior Marshal Brother Meng who went out earlier. That guy didn't get anything from Bai Huan and even killed Bai Huan. He must be reporting to Vice Hall Master Su. If she went with him, she would definitely be able to find him. However, she didn't think so much and stayed in the dungeon for a long time. She didn't know if she could catch up with him. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rode the wind and went straight to the mountainside. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast. When she reached the mountainside, she saw a valiant figure in front of her turning around the screen wall. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy. Then she went underground and followed Junior Marshal Brother Meng to an extremely secluded small courtyard. Junior Marshal Brother Meng knocked on the wooden door in front of the courtyard. It seemed to be a rhythmic sound. Then a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Junior Marshal Brother Meng said respectfully, "Vice Hall Master Su, it's me. Oh, Meng Fei, come in quickly." Meng Fei opened the courtyard door and walked into the hall lightly. However, when he entered the room he was stunned. In the hall, besides Vice Hall Master Su, there was also a teenager standing next to him. However, Meng Fei was only slightly stunned. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Hall Master, He hesitated for a moment and said, "I didn't do what Hall Master asked me to do." He glanced at the child from the corner of his eyes. Vice Hall Master Su looked at Meng Fei's cautiousness and was very satisfied. He nodded and said, "It's okay. This child was sent here this year. There's no need to hide this matter from him. Meng Fei turned to look at the child. The child cupped his hands and said, Junior Marshal Brother Chang greets you. Chang? Meng Fei was taken aback. He smiled and said, Junior Marshal Brother, your name is really wonderful. Not bad. My name is Meng Fei. In the future when you're at the White Mountain Peak just say my name. No one will dare to bully you. Yes, Senior Marshal Brother. Chang smiled and said, however, I've never provoked anyone. It's better not to say your name. Meng Fei nodded and said, not bad. Heroes indeed come from the youth. It seems that the gang has put in a lot of effort to send you here. Vice Hall Master Su was also happy to hear this. He said, Chang is a good child. I also searched for a long time before I found him. I never thought that the gang would start with the most difficult Rejuvenation Valley. Rejuvenation Valley? Meng Fei frowned and said, Hall Master Su, isn't that guy also from Rejuvenation Valley? That's right. You still haven't found out what you were doing? Yes, that guy insisted that he didn't know anything. Moreover, he only said that he wouldn't say anything even if he was beaten to death. It's very different from his usual behavior. So I guess I've really wronged him. However, since he's already been captured, he definitely won't be released. Moreover, that guy actually came out of the Yulon Grand Canyon alive. It's useless to keep Bai Huan alive. It's better to get rid of him quickly. Hall Master Su already told me this yesterday, so today was the last time. Seeing that I couldn't get anything out of him, I've already gotten rid of him. You've done well. Now that the dead tell no tales, Ren Xiaoyao wouldn't rush to the White Mountain Peak for a mount. Chang immediately said, Hall Master Su's eyes are as sharp as torches. Even when I followed Ren Xiaoyao all the way here, I didn't see that he was a pawn of the Tenryu sect. If he could be easily seen through by you, how could he be easily dispatched by the Tenryu sect? If I hadn't had a flash of inspiration, I definitely wouldn't have been able to see through him either. Hall Master Su is wise. Chang said with a charming smile, Hall Master Su, please point me in the right direction and let me improve. Vice Hall Master Su seemed to be very proud of himself. He said with a smile, actually it's quite simple. The cult of fragrance has been hiding here for thousands of years, and the Tenryu sect has long since made their move. We haven't been able to make use of the Rejuvenation Valley, so there's an 80 to 90% chance that the Tenryu sect is controlling it. Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao's origins are very strange. He's already so old, yet he was still sent here. Although the reason is very good, it can be explained clearly. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there's a problem. After a careful investigation, they'll feel that the explanation makes sense. Thus, they'll take it as a matter of course. This is the saying, the real is fake and the fake is real. However, if you think about it again, what's real is real and what's fake is fake. Chang and Meng Fei both had a look of sudden realization. They both raised their thumbs and said, Hall Master Su, you are really smart. We're proud to have such a wise and far-sighted leader like you. Vice Hall Master Su stroked his beard and smiled proudly. He said, all of this is just a guess. It can't be confirmed. Only when we find Ren Xiaoyao's package and take the things inside can we be sure. That's true. However, Hall Master Su, it's strange. Ren Xiaoyao clearly didn't take anything with him when he left. Why can't we find his package? I've personally searched the caves, huts, and even the surrounding areas. I don't know where he's hiding. At this moment, a large package was thrown in from outside the door. A voice also sounded, are you looking for this package? Who is it? Vice Hall Master Su immediately stood up from his chair and shouted angrily, this is an important place in the hall. Who dares to trespass? Chang was somewhat afraid. He trembled and shouted, Is it little uncle? With a hearty laugh, Zhang Xiaohua floated in and said, don't call me little uncle. This Xiaoxia can't afford it. Ren Xiaoyao? It's really you? Meng Fei didn't recognize Zhang Xiaohua. However, when he heard Chang and Vice Hall Master Su's words, his face lit up with joy. He said, you didn't take the path of the sun, but you barged into the gates of hell. It's time for me to capture you. As he spoke, Meng Fei quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's face. Chapter 695. Seeing Meng Fei walk forward, Vice Hall Master Su, who was sitting behind him, watched quietly. He did not stop him or say anything. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhang Xiaohua as if he was deep in thought. It was said that an ordinary disciple of the grass division of Tianmu Peak, who was said to have been seriously injured, could still rush to Baiyue Peak and silently enter this secret courtyard. Even Vice Hall Master Su himself did not notice. Can this still be what I thought it was? Vice Hall Master Su seemed to understand that he might have underestimated the thin and tall young man in front of him. How could a person who could escape from the beast tide in Yulon Grand Canyon be a simple person? Perhaps Lu Lihong did not see the beast tide. However, Vice Hall Master Su still sat calmly. The more outstanding Zhang Xiaohua's performance was, the more it proved that his guess was correct. Then the value of finding Zhang Xiaohua would be greater. As for Vice Hall Master Su's confidence, was there any need to say it? He just watched quietly without even a frown on his face. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Qi Chang panicked at first, but when Meng Fei rushed forward, his face calmed down slightly. Then he stole a glance at Vice Hall Master Su's calm face. This guy was confident. When he saw Meng Fei's big fist smashing towards Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes unconsciously flashed with excitement. Zhang Xiaohua was also anxious. Seeing Meng Fei's fist smashing towards her, she did not dodge. Instead, she stared at Meng Fei's ferocious face and said word by word, "You killed Bai Huan, so I will kill you too." Meng Fei was slightly startled. It seemed that he did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to know that Bai Huan was killed by him. However, there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. His right fist was less than half an inch away from Zhang Xiaohua's head. At this time, Meng Fei's right foot moved again. He lifted it and kicked towards Zhang Xiaohua's left side. He must have calculated that Zhang Xiaohua would dodge to the left side. With a swish sound at the last moment when Meng Fei's fist was about to hit her head, Zhang Xiaohua only raised her right hand and grabbed his wrist at lightning speed. She did not give Meng Fei any time to react at all. Then she squatted slightly, raised her left fist, and simply punched towards Meng Fei's chest. Meng Fei was shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's lightning-fast speed. He immediately tried to pull back, but unexpectedly, no matter how hard he tried, his hand seemed to be cast by iron and could not move an inch. Meng Fei was shocked. Seeing that his right leg had missed, he borrowed the force of his fist to lift Zhang Xiaohua's waist from the side. At the same time, he raised his other fist to meet Zhang Xiaohua's fist. At the same time, he used the force that Zhang Xiaohua locked his fist to force Zhang Xiaohua to let go. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua acted as if she did not see it. Her fist was still moving forward at a steady pace. Meng Fei was very puzzled. Just as he was wondering if there was something fishy going on, the two fists had already collided. At the moment before contact, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly accelerated. Bang! Following that, there was a blood-curdling scream. Meng Fei's fist was already dripping with blood. The eerie white finger bones were already exposed. There were even a few bones protruding from the joints of his arm. Following that, there were a few crispy cracking sounds. Meng Fei once again let out a blood-curdling scream. Zhang Xiaohua's right hand exerted force and broke the wrist in her hand. Following that, like breaking a withered tree trunk, she broke Meng Fei's left arm into several pieces. A wave of pain surged up to his head. Even Meng Fei, who claimed to be a tough guy, felt his head sink and was about to faint. However, Zhang Xiaohua extended her left hand and tapped on one of Meng Fei's acupoints. She channeled a strand of true qi into Meng Fei's body to protect his heart meridian and brain. Meng Fei immediately regained consciousness. That heart-wrenching pain immediately emerged. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. Her right fist extended continuously. Kacha kacha, sounds were heard continuously. Meng Fei's blood-curdling screams were also incessant. In just a few breaths, Zhang Xiaohua had broken hundreds of bones in Meng Fei's body from the middle. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua practiced the Big Dipper magical fist every day and tempered the bones in her entire body. Her proficiency with the bones was something that ordinary people could not compare to. At this moment, Meng Fei had suddenly become a puddle of mud. However, his throat was grabbed by Zhang Xiaohua's left hand. He still stood there straight like a puppet. The pain in his entire body surged up to Meng Fei's head like a tide. He had never felt that fainting or dying immediately would be an extremely happy thing. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who had a somewhat excited face. He muttered and wanted to say something, but Zhang Xiaohua's left hand was tightly gripping his throat. He could not say a single word clearly and could only howl. Looking at Meng Fei's pain, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little relieved in her heart. She sneered and said, "When you were torturing Bai Huan, did you feel very good in your heart? Did you never think that you would be treated like this one day?" Although there was fear in Meng Fei's bloodshot eyes, they also emitted a beast-like cold light from time to time. As he screamed, he also roared. His limbs were suspended in the air and he occasionally struck forward, as if he was unwilling to give up. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not be bothered with him. She only said, "It's not that I don't want to avenge you, but it's not time yet." Then she exerted force with her left hand. With a final crack, Meng Fei's neck was crushed. A stream of dirty blood flowed out from the corner of Meng Fei's mouth. Zhang Xiaohua casually shook her hand and threw Meng Fei's corpse to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua killed Meng Fei in less than 5 minutes. Especially when she grabbed Meng Fei's left hand and used her fist to crush Meng Fei's fist. Meng Fei's body really blocked Deputy Hall Master Su's line of sight. When Meng Fei screamed, Deputy Hall Master Su was first startled. Then he wanted to get up. However, after hearing Meng Fei's screams, Deputy Hall Master Su sat down calmly. However, he was puzzled as he looked at the empty door. Now that they saw Zhang Xiaohua easily kill Meng Fei, their reactions were completely different. Meng Fei's face was ashen and she muttered something. From the shape of her mouth, it could be seen that she was muttering something along the lines of "little uncle." Deputy Hall Master Su stretched out his hands and clapped lightly. He smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoxia is indeed brave and fierce. Meng Fei is also considered an expert, but he couldn't even last 2 moves in front of you. AI, the Tenryu sect is indeed full of talented people. Xiaoxia is so young and has such profound martial arts. I wonder which Heavenly King's subordinate is?" Seeing Deputy Hall Master Su so calm, Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. She sneered and said, "I've already heard your conversation. I'm just curious, why are you so sure that I'm from the Tenryu sect?" Deputy Hall Master Su smiled and said, "Why? Are you going to admit it?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "No, I've never said that I'm from the Tenryu sect. Furthermore, I'm not from the Tenryu sect at all." "You're still so insistent even at this time. It's really hard on you." Deputy Hall Master Su, you seem to be very calm. You seem to have absolute confidence. Ren Xiaoxia must be joking. After all, this is my territory. Shouldn't you be the one who's not calm? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "Deputy Hall Master Su is right. However, when I wring your head off, you won't be like this anymore." Young people are really hot-tempered. What era are we in now? Why are you still talking about fighting and killing? Your style is already outdated. Nowadays it's mainly about talking. Peace, win-win, multi-party cooperation, these are the mainstream. Come, sit down. Let's talk peacefully. We're all in favor of a discussion that's based on the interests of both our factions. Eh? Then Deputy Hall Master Su, which sect are you from? When Ren Xiaoxia came to the incense cult, didn't your teacher tell you? Deputy Hall Master Su's face was unfathomable. Zhang Xiaohua still smiled and said, "I've already told you clearly that I'm not from the Tenryu sect. Why would my teacher come back and tell me?" Deputy Hall Master Su also smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you're not from the Tenryu sect. Anyway, you've infiltrated the incense cult to deal with them. This is the same goal as us. Since we have the same goal, we're the enemy of the enemy. Isn't that the premise of cooperation?" Ah. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Deputy Hall Master Su, you've already tried to kill Ren one after another. At this time you're still talking about cooperation? I feel that it's ridiculous. Ren Xiaoxia is still young. When he's my age, perhaps he'll know that there's nothing in this world that can't be discussed. Even life is the same." "Ha, Deputy Hall Master Su, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until then." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "If Ren understands Deputy Hall Master Su's meaning 30 years from now, then Ren will go to Deputy Hall Master Su's grave and burn incense to inform you. And the premise is that Ren still remembers Deputy Hall Master Su." Deputy Hall Master Su was still as calm as Mount Tai. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and mocked, "Deputy Hall Master Su, don't tell me you're waiting for reinforcements?" Raising his eyebrows, Deputy Hall Master Su said proudly, "Although this old man is old, I'm still more than enough to deal with a brat like you. Why should I wait for others to help?" However, Deputy Hall Master Su changed the topic and said strangely, "You killed Meng Fei so violently." Meng Fei's screams resounded through the night sky. You're actually not worried that other disciples will come?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Haha, I thought Deputy Hall Master Su was very calm. It seems that you're just SOSO. However, let me tell you something. Even if you shout until the heavens break, the heavens will not answer you." Ah. Vice Hall Master Su also raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, from his seemingly casual movement, a black light silently shot towards Zhang Xiaohua's throat. This hidden weapon was truly strange. Not to mention that Vice Hall Master Su had assumed a negotiating posture and prioritized peace, and not to mention that the hidden weapon was silent, Vice Hall Master Su had even concealed it with a long laugh. However, the fact that Vice Hall Master Su had directly used such a despicable method was absolutely out of everyone's expectations. Even if he was strong, he only noticed the hidden weapon when it was 3 inches away from Zhang Xiaohua's throat. His eyes were already filled with surprise. Chapter 696. Although Vice Hall Master Su's little abacus rang loudly in his heart, in front of Zhang Xiaohua's powerful divine sense, it was useless. Zhang Xiaohua had already released his divine sense, fearing that Deputy Hall Master Su would do something. When he saw the black light, he recognized that it was a short arrow. There was a blue light on the tip of the arrow. It must have been coated with poison. Seeing that the poisonous arrow was close to him, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He didn't use his hand to catch it. Instead, he lowered his body and tried to dodge it. But at that moment, the poisonous arrow's arrowhead let out a soft explosion. The entire arrowhead transformed into a cluster of short needles that shot out in all directions right next to Zhang Xiaohua's face. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He thought that it was a poisonous arrow. He used his divine sense to look at it, but he didn't observe it carefully. It was too late for him to dodge it now. Zhang Xiaohua immediately lowered his head and raised his right arm to cover his head with the clothes on his arm. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was trying to dodge the poisonous needles, suddenly, a leg appeared in midair and kicked Zhang Xiaohua in the chest. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again. All his attention was on the poisonous needles. He didn't use his divine sense to check his surroundings. He didn't expect that when the poisonous needles exploded, Deputy Hall Master Su would fly up from his chair like a gust of wind and kick him in midair. There was a series of poochie sounds, accompanied by a puff sound. Zhang Xiaohua was kicked out of the door by Deputy Hall Master Su like a sandbag. Hee, Deputy Hall Master Su sneered. You're still wet behind the ears. You want to fight with me? Do you think? However, before Vice Hall Master Su could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaohua's flying figure seemed to be blocked by something just as he was about to fly out of the door. It was as if he was caught in a fishing net. He only slowed down a little before he flew towards Vice Hall Master Su at the same speed. Vice Hall Master Su was taken aback. He raised his palm to strike Zhang Xiaohua's body, but before he could do so, a small fist appeared and met his palm head-on. Although Deputy Hall Master Su was surprised, he didn't care. He still hid his hand. In an instant, the palm and the fist collided. There was no sound, but Deputy Hall Master Su seemed to have been hit by a hammer. His body flew up and fell back. Zhang Xiaohua's retreating figure was immediately revealed on the spot. Zhang Xiaohua stood there steadily, but there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua watched coldly as Vice Hall Leader Su's body was sent flying into the air and slowly fell back down. He then raised his arm and looked at the densely packed poison needles on his sleeve. He could not help but feel a lingering fear. Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were high enough, but he was still inexperienced. He didn't expect Deputy Hall Master Su to have so many moves. If he wasn't wearing the robe of Venerable Fire Dragon, he would have been seriously injured by the poisonous needles. Even if he wasn't seriously injured, his face would be covered with scars. That would be worse than being seriously injured. Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohua's internal injuries, which were almost healed, worsened. He coldly used the fingers of his left hand to carefully wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He said, Vice Hall Master Su, good method. Well said. Deputy Hall Master Su stood up and asked with a surprised expression, Ren Xiaoxia's internal strength is very good. At the very least, he is one of the best in the Tenryu sect's younger generation. Then he looked at the empty doorway and said, What did you do to my doorway? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and laughed. Do you think I will tell you? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and took out the chasing dream dagger. He quickly stepped forward and thrust the dagger at Vice Hall Master Su's throat. He really didn't want to waste his breath on this kind of person. Who was Deputy Hall Master Su? He was the Deputy Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall and an inner disciple of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. He did not even draw the longsword at his waist. Instead, he faced Zhang Xiaohua's small sword with his bare hands. The two of them fought for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, and neither of them had the upper hand. Although Zhang Xiaohua's strength was great, Deputy Hall Master Su's internal strength was superb and his moves were exquisite. Whenever he encountered a move that he couldn't defeat, he would be able to dissipate the force and even use it to counterattack. Even so, Deputy Hall Master Su was shocked. With this level of martial arts, even if there were 3 Lu Lihong, he wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Lihong, let alone kill him. Both of them became impatient and retreated half a step. Deputy Hall Master Su stretched out his hand and pulled out his sword. He circulated his internal energy and an inch-long sword light flashed. Then he used the splitting mountain technique and slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua also made a hand sign and pointed his finger. The dagger seemed to be full of spirituality and flew out from his hand. It flew diagonally and stabbed towards Deputy Hall Master Su's neck. Flying sword. Deputy Hall Master Su was shocked. His sword trembled and the sword light disappeared. He didn't have time to hurt anyone but quickly pulled his sword back and pointed at the dagger. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to test the waters and didn't dodge. With a king sound, the two swords collided. Deputy Hall Master Su felt as if he was struck by lightning. His arm went soft and he took half a step back. His face was pale. Chasing Dream was also hit and tumbled in the air. Zhang Xiaohua almost couldn't control it. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was a little flustered, Deputy Hall Master Su suppressed the fear in his heart and rushed forward. He pointed his sword at Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She didn't have time to control Chasing Dream. She used the ethereal steps and cleverly dodged the sword. She flashed behind Deputy Hall Master Su and opened up the distance between them. She pointed her finger and Chasing Dream rushed down again. This time Zhang Xiaohua learned her lesson. She didn't rashly collide with Deputy Hall Master Su's sword. Instead, she focused on using the dream-weaving sword technique. She surrounded Deputy Hall Master Su and kept stabbing at his throat. It had to be said that Deputy Hall Master Su was very powerful. His martial arts were only a little weaker than the bronze-masked old man that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered previously. However, after that battle, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation in the way of immortality had increased. Her divine sense had also improved by leaps and bounds. Even though her divine sense could only cover a radius of 1 zhang, her control over the flying sword had become more precise. In addition, she had obtained the complete set of the dream-weaving sword technique. She was like a tiger that had grown wings. It was impossible for Deputy Hall Master Su to use his hand or sword to hit Chasing Dream like the bronze-masked old man. After a few moves, Vice Hall Master Su had no choice but to place his sword in front of his throat in order to block Chasing Dream, who was about to stab him in the throat. As a result, although he managed to dodge Chasing Dream, the sword in his hand was cut in half by Chasing Dream. Deputy Hall Master Su was shocked. He jumped back a step. Seeing Chasing Dream turn around and stab at him again, he clenched his teeth and took out a short sword. It was the nameless sword that he had extorted from Yang Yao. He shook his hand and stabbed at Chasing Dream. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him stab her? She ordered Chasing Dream to turn around. Right at that moment, Vice Hall Master Su clenched his teeth. Then he bit the tip of his tongue, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale and the veins on his arms bulged. Even his eyes were bloodshot. Reverse blood corrosion essence. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She had seen this scene before in the peach forest outside Sorrow City. She knew that this was an extreme technique that forcefully increased one's martial arts. As a result, she did not dare to be careless. She controlled Chasing Dream while thinking of a countermeasure. As expected, after Deputy Hall Master Su used the reverse blood corrosion essence technique, his internal energy had increased greatly. Even his movements had become much more agile. Chasing Dream was almost unable to lock onto his throat. As for the short sword in his hand, while blocking Chasing Dream, he could also stab at Zhang Xiaohua. What should I do now? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. She had wanted to directly use the attack Jade Talisman. However, the flame in the Jade Talisman was incomparably fierce. If it hit Deputy Hall Master Su's body, there would be nothing left of him. However, Deputy Hall Master Su was the Deputy Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall. He was not like Bai Huan and Meng Fei. If he disappeared, then so be it. Only Sage Herb would have some thoughts. Well, if Bai Huan disappeared, then Sage Herb would not know at all. But what if Deputy Hall Master Su disappeared? The consequences would of course be 100 times more serious than being killed. Perhaps it would cause a huge uproar in the fragrance cult. As a foreign fake medicine boy, she would inevitably fall into the eyes of some people. However, if she was killed, a little medicine boy like her would not be considered at all. Of course, there would be a lot less danger. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua decided to use the dragon binding ring. Although the dragon binding ring consumed a lot of genuine qi, and the genuine qi in her meridians might not be enough. However, the situation was a little critical now. Zhang Xiaohua could not put away her initial plan of not using the dragon binding ring. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua no longer hesitated. She reached out her hand and took out the jade bracelet from her bosom. She threw it into the air and cast a spell. The jade bracelet seemed to grow in the wind. It grew to about 4 feet and wrapped around Deputy Hall Master Su's body. This? Deputy Hall Chief Su was even more panicked. He didn't even have time to say a word before he hurriedly fled. However, the hall was only so big. Although he was fast now, he could barely match Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. After a few dodges, he was about to be caught by the dragon binding ring. Vice Hall Master Su stretched out his left hand and grabbed the jade pendant on his belt. He exerted force and crushed the jade pendant. Pah! A brown light shot out from his hand and instantly covered his entire body like a transparent cover. The dragon binding hoop had already landed on Vice Hall Master Su's head. However, Vice Hall Master Su was unharmed because of this transparent cover. Chapter 697. Seeing Vice Hall Master Su crush the jade pendant at his waist, Zhang Xiaohua knew that things were not going well. Needless to say, this was definitely the life-saving technique of the Lingering Fragrance Peak disciples. It was also a defensive jade talisman left behind by the ancient immortal Tao. By the time the light shield rose, the dragon binding hoop was still wrapped around the light shield, unable to shrink it by even half an inch. Zhang Xiaohua tried a few more times, but the Jinqi in his meridians was insufficient, so he gave up. At this time, inside the light barrier, Vice Hall Master Su's face was filled with astonishment as he shouted, "You? Just which heavenly king of the heavenly dragon sect are you? Oh, how can a disciple of the lower generation know this technique?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly and said, "Do I look like a heavenly king? If I were a heavenly king, I would have sent my subordinates to kill you. Why would I do it myself? But, Immortal Tao." Vice Leader Su's eyes lit up. He was even more surprised. Could it be that the Tenryu sect has found a way to revive the Immortal Tao? Revive the Immortal Tao? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin and said, "Is the incense cult also looking for it?" "Of course," Vice Leader Su said casually. Then he realized he had misspoken and changed the topic. "You said you weren't from the Tenryu sect. In this big world, who knows about the Immortal Tao outside of the great sects? Not to mention the divine arts of the Immortal Tao." Then he said, "We're all from the great sects of the Immortal Tao. We're brothers and sisters. Besides, we're both going against the incense cult. Junior brother, can you let me go?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Then tell me, which sect are you from?" This Vice Leader Su thought for a moment and said, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Zhang Xiaohua said firmly, "Impossible. But I'll let you die a quick death, not like Meng Fei." Sneered Vice Hall Master Su. "Then why should I tell you? Besides, this shield is very strong. It can hold until tomorrow morning. When a disciple comes to report, let's see if you'll let me go or not. At that time, you won't need to let me go even if you want to. I'll go to Lingering Fragrance Peak and report this to the sect leader. I'll let the sect's consecrated elders capture you. Where you come from is none of my business. Even if you kill all the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak, I won't lift half a finger. However, you instructed people to kill me in Baihuan. How can I let you go? Junior brother, I'm telling you that I'm to protect myself. It's our sect. To promote the Tenryu, to make you to say the Tenryu sect." Then he licked his dry lips and said, "Baihuan is just a little disciple of Tianmu Peak. I originally thought that he was like you, but I couldn't find anything after investigating. Anyway, Meng Fei has already been killed by you. This matter should be resolved." Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. "It's useless to say more. I'm not from the Tenryu sect. What you said is useless. I'll take your life as an explanation to senior brother Bai." Vice Leader Su was so angry that he laughed and said, "I'd like to see what you can do to me." By the way, you said that the consecrated elders of Lingering Fragrance Peak also have celestial methods? Of course. Vice Leader Su knew he had made a slip of the tongue. He gnashed his teeth. This guy's words are too jumpy. I'll fall into his trap if I'm not careful. Then what kind of methods are they? Zhang Xiaohua asked again, but Vice Leader Su pretended not to hear her. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, since you don't want to tell me, then don't blame me for ruthlessly destroying the grass. Vice Leader Su didn't understand at first, but when he understood the meaning of ruthlessly destroying the grass, his face turned ashen. He was also uneasy. He really didn't know what other methods Zhang Xiaohua would have. Zhang Xiaohua took out a light red jade talisman from her chest. She shook her hand and hit the brown light shield around Vice Leader Su. The light red flame slowly burned the light shield. When the flame was gone, only 20% of the light shield's brilliance had dimmed. Haha, Vice Leader Su's initial nervousness was instantly relieved. He laughed and said, Junior Brother Ren, your last trump card is gone. I think it's better to stop and let Yan Huan go. Zhang Xiaohua looked extremely troubled. She shook her head and said, Sai, I want to stop, but the jade talisman in my hand doesn't agree. After she finished speaking, she shook her hand and 2 jade talismans shot out. Vice Leader Su was shocked. He really didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua would take out 3 jade talismans, which were regarded as treasures on the Lingxiang peak of the Tenryu sect. And from what she said, she seemed to have more. This Tenryu sect was really too generous. Even the female disciples who hadn't finished their apprenticeship didn't have jade talismans. Only a few hall masters like him could be bestowed with jade talismans by the hierarch for self-defense. Not long after, the light shield had dimmed a lot. Perhaps one more jade talisman would be able to break the light shield. Vice Leader Su, who had never believed in ghosts and gods, couldn't help but chant Amitabha in his heart. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua's hand eagerly, hoping that she wouldn't take out another jade talisman. However, when Zhang Xiaohua took out her hand from her chest, there were actually 2 jade talismans in her hand. Vice Hall Master Su was about to go crazy. You can't bully us like this. When Zhang Xiaohua hit the light shield with the 2 jade talismans, Vice Leader Su took the initiative to stab her with his dagger. Unfortunately, when Zhang Xiaohua pointed her finger, the dragon binding ring tightened and pulled Vice Leader Su to the side. Vice Leader Su couldn't even get half a step closer to Zhang Xiaohua. Just when Vice Leader Su was about to make a move, he heard a crisp sound. The light shield dimmed completely and the light shield burst like a bubble. The dragon binding ring immediately wrapped around Vice Leader Su's body. Vice Leader Su gritted his teeth and channeled his internal energy. The glow of the dagger in his hand increased by 3 inches. He straightened his body and stabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't afraid of him. She pointed her finger and the dragon binding ring flew in the air and firmly fixed Vice Leader Su in place. It was like Bai Huan being hung on a torture rack. Vice Hall Master Su was still in midair, but he was still unwilling to give up. He waved his left forearm, and the short sword in his hand flew towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. At the same time he waved his right hand and a black ray of light shot towards Zhang Xiaohua. The short sword was accurate, and it was aimed at Zhang Xiaohua's face. However, the poison arrow was slightly off target. Zhang Xiaohua reached out his hand and grabbed the short sword. Then he moved his body and dodged far away. The black ray of light missed, and the poison needle did not explode where Zhang Xiaohua was standing. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dagger in her hand and said with a smile, Vice Leader Su is too polite. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a scream behind her. When she turned around, she saw that Chang Li, who was hiding nearby, was killed by Vice Leader Su's poisonous arrow. His face was full of poisonous needles and it was obvious that he would die soon. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. Although the short sword was meant to stab him, more importantly, it was meant to attract his attention. The poison arrow was even more calculated. It knew that he wouldn't touch it, so it was naturally meant for him to dodge it. Of course, it was meant to be shot at the stronger side. Alas, poor Chang. He had just been attracted by the mysterious martial arts that he had never seen or dreamed of. His entire body and mind were focused on their exquisite moves, strange jade slips, and inexplicable jade bracelets. How could he have thought that Vice Hall Master Su would kill him to silence him? When he saw the poisonous arrow and the poisonous needle in front of him, he realized that he couldn't dodge it with his martial arts. He only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before he breathed his last. Vice Leader Su, you calculated well. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. I didn't intend to let him live. I let Vice Leader Su do it for me. Thank you, thank you. She pointed her finger and the dragon binding bracelet moved down a bit and wrapped around Vice Leader Su's arm. He couldn't move at all. Vice Leader Su couldn't move his limbs at all. He snorted and said, if I don't kill him now, do you think I'll keep him alive for the Tenryu sect to interrogate? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. I've told you countless times that I'm not from the Tenryu sect. Why are you so stubborn? Why do you insist that I'm from the Tenryu sect? Vice Leader Su snorted again and didn't say anything else. It was as if saying more would be an insult to his intelligence. Looking at Vice Leader Su, who was hanging in the air, Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and thought about how to deal with him. He wanted to kill Vice Leader Su on the spot and make it obvious that he was someone with high martial arts. At this time he didn't show his martial arts so no one would suspect him. However, he thought about how he saved people in the Orchid Evening Refining. Who wouldn't know that he was a high martial arts master? Maybe in the future, if he showed his martial arts a little, people would suspect him. Although Vice Leader Su was sent by the incense cult, he knew that the incense cult didn't. After thinking about it, he couldn't come up with a good idea. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's hesitation, Vice Leader Su chuckled. Why, Ren Xiaoxia? Do you feel that it's not a good idea to kill me? Hehe, I am the Vice Leader of the Dan Expanding Hall. If your Tenryu sect doesn't want to be discovered by the incense cult, you better let me go obediently and we can work together. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to talk to him. She turned to look at Vice Leader Su's face that was already festering. She had an idea. Zhang Xiaohua pointed the dragon binding hoop at Vice Leader Su and dragged him to a chair. Vice Leader Su laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances. Junior brother Ren, you have a clear view of the situation. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not release the dragon binding hoop. Instead, he pointed his finger at Vice Hall Master Su's face, and a piece of rotten flesh and a poisonous needle flew out and landed in the teacup on the table next to him. Ew. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua sneered, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Once he finished speaking, he walked forward and sealed Vice Hall Master Su's major acupoints. Chapter 698. When Vice Hall Master Su saw that Zhang Xiaohua had sealed his main acupuncture point, he opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but no sound came out. It seemed that even if he could use the lotus blossom technique, Zhang Xiaohua would not let him go. Zhang Xiaohua opened Vice Hall Master Su's mouth and pointed with her finger. The cup of poisonous blood and pus flew out and poured into Vice Hall Master Su's mouth. Vice Hall Master Su struggled with all his might. He wanted to spit out the poisonous blood, but the moment the cold tea entered his stomach, he gave up on that thought. After being fed with the poisonous blood, Vice Hall Master Su's face turned dark red. Soon after, a mouthful of sweet blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was a gorgeous sight under the light. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pressed her finger on Vice Hall Master Su's body to unseal his acupuncture point. Vice Hall Master Su's face contorted from the heart-wrenching pain. You. Vice Hall Master Su only managed to utter a single word before his head tilted to the side. More blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. He had actually died from the poison that he had concocted. Zhang Xiaohua pointed again and sent the filthy liquid back to Meng Chang's body. She then released her divine sense and carefully examined Vice Hall Master Su's body. When she was certain that Vice Hall Master Su was dead, she let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Senior Bai, I have avenged you and vented my anger. I hope that you will be able to rest in peace when you are in the underworld." After she finished speaking, she kept the dragon binding ring, and cleaned up the suspicious places in the hall. She then carried Meng Chang's and Meng Fei's corpses and left the hall. She put away the jade talismans that she had placed in the surroundings and disappeared to a secluded area at the edge of the cliff. Seeing that there was no one around and that there were rocks blocking his way, Zhang Xiaohua threw out 2 jade talismans, turning the 2 corpses into ashes. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the Imperial Wind technique and headed straight for Tianmu Peak. At this moment, in a place extremely far away from the White Yu Peak, there was another mountain peak that towered into the clouds. It towered over the earth in the dark night, and was actually more than twice the size of the White Yu Peak. There were also many pavilions and towers in the middle of the mountain, all of which were quietly bathed in the night sky. It was a slightly secluded courtyard, but it was brightly lit. In the hall, there was a small table with 4 exquisite dishes, a wine pot and 2 wine cups. There were 2 people sitting opposite each other, drinking and chatting. A man in his 40s with a face as white as jade said warmly, "Zhao Jian, it's been a few days since you returned from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Have you recovered from your injuries?" Below him was a young disciple in his 20s. He was tall and strong, and his brocade robe made him look handsome and confident. However, his left hand was fastened with a cloth band, and his face was pale, indicating that he was still injured. Wasn't this the senior Zhao who led Zhang Xiaohu and the other disciples in the Yulon Grand Canyon? When Zhao Jian heard the man's question, he hurriedly replied respectfully, although this disciple was heavily injured, but with the Yuandan pill, bestowed by Vice Hall Master Zhong, I have already recovered. This Yuandan pill is indeed worthy of being our fragrant religion's panacea. This disciple has come to thank Vice Hall Master Zhong for saving my life. When Vice Hall Master Zhong heard this, the smile on his face deepened. He waved his hand and said, "It's just a small matter, what's there to thank? Not to mention saving your life." Then he looked at the pitch-black night sky outside the hall and said, "It's been hard on you. You don't have any foundation in the fragrant religion, and you're not even a direct disciple in the Misty Hall. Yet, you were able to lead a group of senior sisters and junior brothers to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Alas, they didn't make it back and you were able to escape with your life. This can be considered a great fortune in the misfortune of the Misty Hall." Hearing Vice Hall Master Zhong's words, Zhao Jian's face immediately became filled with shame and desolation. He said in a low voice, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, this disciple has let you down. You recommended me to lead the team, but..." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears. He said while crying, "But I really wanted to, but I was powerless. I watched as the blood wolves bit my junior brothers to death and ate them one by one. I couldn't even rush over. I really hate my martial arts for being so weak. I couldn't kill those hundreds of wolves one by one and save those pitiful junior brothers. Hall Master Zhong, I really am useless." When he finished speaking, his voice was already filled with tears and he couldn't speak. "Alas, this can't be blamed on you. It's already a great fortune that you were able to escape with your life. I heard that there were 5 or 6 inner disciples who didn't make it out of the Yulon Grand Canyon. It's already very close to the closing time of the Yulon Grand Canyon. They must have met with misfortune. Even the inner disciples weren't a match for Huang Feng, not to mention you." Then he looked at the crying Zhao Jian and comforted him. "Although you didn't make any contributions in entering the valley this time and you also lost almost 50 disciples, you still worked hard. Moreover, the ones who entered the valley this time were the elites of the younger generation. If they were to die in the valley, it would be a huge blow to our Misty Hall. At this time we are in need of people. You are the leader of the younger generation in our spreading fragrance religion. If Hall Master Yang doesn't use you, who else can he use? Don't worry, Hall Master Yang didn't punish you and let you recuperate in peace. Doesn't this mean that she still thinks highly of you?" Zhao Jian stopped crying and said in a low voice, "Hall Master Zhong, disciple wasn't a direct disciple of the Misty School. It was only because of my talent in martial arts that I was able to make some achievements. And with your support I was able to reach this step. Disciple is afraid that some people in the Misty Hall will come to slander disciple because of the Yulon Grand Canyon." Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong smiled proudly and said, "You don't have to be afraid of this. Since the Yulon Grand Canyon values your ability and wants to train you, then even if all the disciples of the Misty Hall oppose, they can only watch and not say a word. Moreover, as you can see, although Hall Master Yang took care of some of the original disciples of the Misty School, didn't she also treat you differently? After all, you grew up in the Misty Hall. Although your luck wasn't good and you weren't able to enter the ranks of the direct disciples, this is also a good opportunity. Didn't you see what the direct disciples of the Misty School are like? All of them have been crippled of their martial arts and have become disabled. Even walking is difficult for them. There's only one old third-generation disciple left. Oh, I heard that he came in through nepotism, so he's not a threat to you at all. And this third-generation disciple seems to have been buried in the belly of a wolf. Don't even mention him. Besides, out of the 50 people you brought with you, 40 of them didn't really support you. If they didn't come back, wouldn't it be even more difficult for you to? So, don't worry and do it boldly. I will support you from behind. The aroma cult will also be your solid backing." Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face was filled with joy. He picked up the wine cup on the table and respectfully said, "Many thanks for Hall Master Zhong's guidance. This disciple has been enlightened and will definitely follow your lead in the future. I won't hesitate to sacrifice my life for you." Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong also smiled. He picked up the wine cup and was about to drink it when he suddenly thought of something and said, "Zhao Jian, this first cup is to our brothers in the underworld. Let them rest in peace earlier." Zhao Jian slapped his forehead and said, "Hall Master Zhong really sympathizes with your subordinates. This disciple admires you. That's how it should be." Saying this, the two tilted the wine cup in their hands and the fragrant wine spilled on the clean ground. In the pitch-black night sky, a slender shadow flew forward like the wind. As it flew, it anxiously looked at the night sky. It was Zhang Xiaohua who was rushing from Baihui Peak to Tianmu Peak. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua fiercely circulated his Zhen Qi. His previously healed meridians were torn again. In addition, he was kicked by Vice Hall Master Su, which injured his internal organs. This torment caused blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. When he managed to rush back to Tianmu Peak, his meridians were already messed up. His face was deathly pale and there was a lot of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. However, he couldn't care too much at this time. After identifying the direction, he immediately burrowed into the ground and rushed back to the small room where he was recuperating. Fortunately, when he returned to the small room and removed the restrictions around him, he didn't have time to sit down cross-legged. He felt a wave of dizziness and his eyes immediately flickered. The next day, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up and checked his meridians, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. After a night of cultivation, his meridians had recovered quite a bit. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua secretly circulated his Zhen Qi and slightly destroyed his meridians in order to slow down the recovery of his injuries. After that, Zhang Xiaohua forced himself to get up. He stopped practicing the Fist of the North Star and called for Lu Chaoxian, who was guarding the door, to come in. Once Lu Chaoxian entered the room, he asked, "Junior brother Ren, your complexion was obviously rosy yesterday, which means that you have recovered. Why do you look worse today?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed bitterly and said, "Last night I was too impatient and actually damaged my meridians again. I almost suffered from qi deviation." Lu Chaoxian said in shock, "It's that serious?" "Junior brother Ren, you have to be careful. Illness comes like a landslide but it goes away like silk." "Oh, that's not right. Junior brother is injured." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Senior brother Lu is right. It's the same logic. Yesterday I was too impatient. In the future I will take it slow. However, Senior Marshal Brother Lu, if you're watching me at the door, don't sleep too soundly. Last night, I felt uncomfortable and called out to you loudly, but you only responded by snoring." This. Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and smiled helplessly. "Junior Brother Ren, please excuse me. I faintly heard you calling out to me, but I remembered that you usually sleep like a log. I was afraid that I was dreaming, so—" It's fine. After all, nothing big happened last night," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Just as they were talking, they heard a series of hurried footsteps outside the small courtyard. Then they heard a rather familiar voice, "Little brother, what are you talking about? I heard that your injuries are getting better." Chapter 699. Wasn't this familiar voice Qin Fengxiao, Headmaster Qin? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback as he thought to himself, "It can't be. How did the news spread so quickly? Could it be that the news of Vice Hall Leader Su's death has already reached Tianmu Peak? Headmaster Chen wouldn't come to investigate, would he?" Cough cough, it had to be said, "Guilty conscience." The ancient saying was true. "Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Zhang Xiaohua encouraged himself in his heart. Then he forced himself to stand up. He gasped for breath and said, "Master Qin is here. I'm not feeling well, so I can't welcome you. Please forgive me." Qin Fengxiao entered and said with a smile, "Little brother, when did you become so polite? You've been back in the mountain capital for 2 days, but as your senior brother, I haven't come to see you. I should be the one apologizing." Then Wu Zhouxiu, who was behind Qin Fengxiao, also smiled and said, "Headmaster Qin was thinking about coming to see you last night, but I happened to have some matters on hand and it was late, so I was delayed. Today the two of us came to see you together, little brother. Don't blame us for being late." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Luckily you guys didn't come yesterday, otherwise wouldn't I have been exposed? Thus she put on a smile and said, well said, it's already good that the two headmasters came, how could I dare to think too much? Then the disciples behind the two also came over to exchange greetings. Great Titan Zhou Shuming was also among them. Then Qin Fengxiao looked at Zhang Xiaohua's pale face and asked with some surprise, little brother, I heard yesterday that your injuries have improved and you can even walk around the courtyard. I thought you would recover today, but now your complexion seems to be the same as when you came back the day before yesterday even. Wu Zhoushu scolded, little brother, is it that you don't have enough elixirs? If you don't, just tell me. The pill department doesn't have anything else, but there are still many elixirs. Then with a you-know look he said, there are also many elixirs in high demand. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, if you want to give it to me, why don't you take it out now? It's obvious that you're not sincere. However, he still nodded and said, when we returned from White Mountain Peak, Lord Hall Master gave us some pills. It's enough. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, it's just that when I was regulating my breathing last night, I was a little impatient and almost went crazy. Fortunately, I discovered it in time so it didn't lead to a disaster. However, all my previous efforts have been wasted and my injuries have worsened. I'll need more time to recuperate. Then with a troubled look he said, I won't be able to take care of the medicine fields on Tianmu Peak for the time being. I'll have to trouble Senior Bai to do a little more. Hearing this, Qin Fengxiao's face was a little embarrassed, and he inadvertently glanced at Wu Zhoushu. Actually, if it was someone else, Qin Fengxiao wouldn't be in such a difficult position, and would be able to settle it with a single sentence. However, Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were good, and he had saved 8 people in the Orchid Dusk refinement. His reputation on Tianmu Peak was immediately praised to the sky by the disciples. Whoever mentioned the dead Zhang Xiaohua, wouldn't they say the words benevolence and righteousness? Now that he had returned safely, he was a huge threat to Qin Fengxiao's position. Furthermore, he was personally received by Elder Sage Ginseng of the Pill Expanding Hall, and was even bestowed with elixirs. Oh right, Zhang Xiaohua had even saved an inter-sect female disciple in the Orchid Grand Canyon. All these were things that Qin Fengxiao couldn't even imagine. He could almost see that a path to the heavens had already been paved in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Hence, he couldn't have any more half-hearted thoughts. After thinking for a while, Qin Fengxiao said, it's like this, little brother. Following that, Qin Fengxiao recounted the information that Lu Chaoxian had gathered and finally said, little brother's mount had indeed eaten the medicinal herbs. This is something that I have also seen. Although I have also mentioned little brother's participation in the Orchid Dusk refinement, but the rules are the rules and no one can violate them. Hence, even if junior brother Bai Huan had nothing to do with this matter, but since little brother had entrusted the mount to him, he had no choice but to be brought back to the White Mountain Peak to accept that investigation. Zhang Xiaohua's face showed shock, and muttered, "Oh, there's such a matter? If head leader Qin didn't mention it, I really didn't know this. Entrusting the mount to senior brother Bai, I didn't expect that it would bring him so much trouble. Sai, when he returns, I still have to properly apologize." "Oh, that's right, head leader Qin, why don't you let me go to the White Mountain Peak? Senior brother Bai is also innocent. Let him return as soon as possible. I'll go find the hall leader to admit my guilt." Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "There's no need, little brother is chivalrous, even the hall leader knows about it. There's no need to admit such a small mistake. I'm sure junior brother Bai Huan will return in a few days." The corner of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes twitched a few times, and she suppressed her emotions and said, that's good. Qin Fengxiao was still not at ease and said, "But, little brother's mount," Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, "it's just a mount, if it ran away then it ran away. Anyway, it's still in our incense cult, maybe we'll see it again in the future." In fact, when Lu Chaoxian told her about it yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua already had a plan. Although Huan was just a beast, it was still somewhat intelligent and it might not be able to run far. It might even be in the vicinity of Tianmu Peak. As long as she returned and had the time to search, she should be able to find it, so why should she make things difficult for Qin Fengxiao? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a difficult position, Qin Fengxiao heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Little brother is so open-minded, you really have the magnanimity of a big shot. As your senior brother, I really admire you. However, our Tianmu Peak also has many fine horses. If little brother takes a fancy to any of them, just let me know." The few of them chatted for a while, and when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's tired face, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, Little brother's injuries have healed, so we won't disturb you any further. The method of internal energy recovery has to be done step by step, like last night. Don't try it again in the future. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly in thanks. Qin Fengxiao also bid farewell. Alright, we'll be leaving now. When little brother's injuries are healed, we'll celebrate with you and drink until we're drunk. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and thought to herself, so they weren't testing me. I thought last night's matter was already exposed. Sweat. Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that he was just an ordinary disciple. Even if he managed to escape from the orchid dusk, it wasn't enough for him to be valued by the lingering fragrance peak, so why would they suspect him? Furthermore, looking at the time, it was just daybreak. Qin Fengxiao and the rest might have arrived early, but Vice Hall Master Su's work and rest might not be so early. Perhaps no one was able to appreciate Zhang Xiaohua's extravagance on Baiyue Peak. Because Zhang Xiaohua wanted to delay his injuries, he didn't plan to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra, so he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend the talismans in his Naiwan palace. After the orchid dusk refinement, another talisman of the three-legged golden crow had revealed its true appearance, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to carefully examine it. Now that he had the time, it was time to properly comprehend the three talismans. There were many restrictions and formations in the lingering fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua had only been to a few places, but he had already encountered many. Presumably he would encounter more in the future, so he had to work harder. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was staying at Tianmu Peak to recuperate. Baiyue Peak, which was late in the morning, wasn't as chaotic as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. It was obvious that the disciple who had been waiting outside Vice Hall Master Su's courtyard had been anxious for a long time, but he hadn't seen Vice Hall Master Su's figure after waiting for a long time. When he mustered up the courage to find the small courtyard and saw Vice Hall Master Su's dead body, how could he bear it? He rushed to find Elder Purple Herb. This was a person who was second only to one person in the Pill Repository Hall, so he didn't dare to delay at all. When Elder Purple Herb heard this bad news, his first reaction was, is there going to be a ghost? In the past he wouldn't encounter such strange things for decades or even centuries. How could he encounter all of them this year? Although he was the Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall, he was an inner disciple like Vice Hall Master Su. He only instructed the disciple who reported the news not to leak it at will and kept it a secret. Then he immediately sent his confidant to Lingering Fragrance Peak to report the news. After that, he personally went to the secluded small courtyard to investigate. In short, the Lingering Fragrance cult had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had encountered all kinds of strange situations. Why would they panic because of the death of a small Vice Hall Master? And especially when he was poisoned to death. Even the disciples of the Pill Repository Hall on Baiyue Peak didn't know that their most respected and beloved Vice Hall Master Su had long left them and they could no longer see his amiable face. On Shixin Peak, which was very far away from Tianmu Peak and Baiyue Peak, there was a rather large square halfway up the mountain. Above it was a hall several times larger than the Pill Repository Hall and 100 Herb Hall. There was a horizontal board with the words Misty Hall written on it. At this time, in the Misty Hall, there were only a few people sitting in such a large place. Directly above was Hall Master Yang Ruping, the widow of sect leader O Peng of the Misty School. Below her left was a middle-aged man with a face as white as jade. Below her right was a middle-aged woman with a rather dark face. Even the lines on her body were too horrible to look at. Looking down, there was a tall and mighty male disciple standing respectfully in front of the hall. Yang Ruping slightly frowned and asked, Zhao Jian, your injuries have not healed yet. Stay and rest for the time being. There are not many things to do in the hall, so you don't have to come so early. The male disciple in front of the hall had his left hand fixed in front of his chest and a smile on his face. Hall Master Yang is wise. Although this disciple has not healed yet, I am worried that there are not enough people in the hall. The others are all greenhorns. Don't delay the Hall Master's important matters. A very pleasant voice sounded, if you have such loyalty, what have you been doing? Misty School. Hall has more than 50 disciples. You took them away alive, but only you came back. Is this loyalty? My Mingtsue Hall has nearly 20 female disciples, but none of them came back. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.